My fiance's mother laughed at my modest dress, called me the help at dinner. I smiled, then revealed her financial ruin in front of everyone. The moment I stepped through that mahogany door, I knew I had made either the best decision of my life or the worst mistake imaginable. Elizabeth Montgomery's face twisted into something between a smile and a grimace, like she had just bitten into a lemon while trying to pose for a photograph. Her eyes traveled down my simple navy dress, my modest flats, my drugstore earrings, and I watched her mentally calculate my net worth and find me worthless. She leaned toward her son, my fiancé Ethan, and whispered something she thought I couldn't hear. But I heard every word. She said I looked like the help who had wandered in through the wrong entrance. And that's when I knew this dinner was going to be very, very interesting. My name is Clara Davis. I'm 36 years old and I have a confession to make. For the past 18 months I've been keeping a secret from the man I was supposed to marry. Not a small secret like eating the last slice of pizza and blaming it on the dog. Not a medium secret like the fact that I still sleep with a stuffed animal from childhood. No. My secret was that I make $45,000 a month. Before taxes, it's even more obscene. After taxes, it's still the kind of number that makes accountants do a double take and ask if there's been a mistake. I'm a senior software architect at one of the largest tech companies in the Pacific Northwest. I've been writing code since I was 15, sold my first app at 22, and have been climbing the corporate ladder ever since. I hold 3 patents. I've spoken at international conferences. I have stock options that would make your eyes water. And Ethan thought I was an administrative assistant who could barely afford her rent. I never actually lied to him. When we met at a coffee shop 18 months ago, he asked what I did and I said I worked in tech. He nodded like he understood, then asked if I handled the scheduling for the executives. I smiled and said something vague about supporting the team. He filled in the blanks himself, and I just never corrected him. Why would I do something like that? Why would I let the man I was dating, the man I was falling in love with, believe I was struggling financially when I could have bought his car 10 times over? Because I learned something a long time ago from the most important person in my life. My grandmother raised me after my parents passed when I was 7. She lived in a modest house in a quiet neighborhood, drove an older car, shopped at regular grocery stores, and never wore anything flashy. She taught me to cook simple meals, to appreciate small pleasures, and to never judge my worth by the number in my bank account. And what I didn't know until she passed when I was 24 was that my grandmother was worth several $1,000,000. She had built a small business empire in her youth, invested wisely, and chosen to live simply because she believed that character was more important than appearance. She left me everything along with a letter that I still keep in my nightstand. In that letter, she wrote something I've never forgotten. She said that a person's true character only shows when they think no one important is watching. When they believe you have nothing to offer them. When they think you're beneath their notice. That's when you see who they really are. So, when Ethan invited me to dinner at his parents' estate, when he hinted that this might be the night things got serious, when he mentioned that his mother was very particular about first impressions, I made a decision. I would give the Whitmore family the test my grandmother had taught me. I would show up as the simple, unassuming woman they expected. I would wear modest clothes and drive my old car and speak humbly about my circumstances. And I would watch how they treated someone they thought couldn't help them. Someone they thought was beneath them. Someone they thought had nothing to offer. And before you judge me, before you think I was being manipulative or deceptive, let me ask you something. Have you ever wondered what your partner's family really thinks of you? Have you ever had that nagging feeling that the smiles are fake and the compliments are hollow? Have you ever wanted to know the truth, even if it might hurt? I wanted to know. I needed to know because I wasn't just considering marrying Ethan. I was considering marrying into his family. And families, as my grandmother also taught me, are forever. Now before I go on with this story, I just want to take a quick moment. If you're enjoying this so far, would you please hit that like button and drop a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is there? I love reading those comments, seeing people from all over the world tuning in at all hours. It means more to me than you know. Okay, back to the story. The Whitmore estate was exactly what I expected and somehow still managed to surprise me with its excess. The driveway alone was longer than some streets I've lived on. The gates were raw iron with gold accents because apparently regular iron wasn't pretentious enough. The lawn was manicured with the kind of precision that suggested someone measured each blade of grass with a ruler. As I drove my 15-year-old Honda CR-V up that pristine driveway, I caught a glimpse of myself in the rear-view mirror. Simple makeup, hair pulled back in a low ponytail, My grandmother's small gold studs in my ears, the only jewelry I wore. I looked exactly like someone who didn't belong here. Perfect. Ethan met me at the door with a kiss that felt slightly performative, like he was doing it for an audience. His eyes flicked to my dress, my shoes, my lack of accessories, and I saw something in his expression that I had never noticed before. Embarrassment. He was embarrassed by how I looked. I filed that observation away for later. Inside, the house was a monument to new money trying desperately to look like old money. Crystal chandeliers hung from every ceiling. Oil paintings and gilded frames lined the walls. Though I noticed they were prints, not originals. The furniture was expensive but uncomfortable looking, chosen for appearance rather than function. And there, standing in the foyer like a queen surveying her kingdom, was Elizabeth Montgomery. She was in her early 60s with the kind of face that had clearly seen several excellent surgeons. Her blonde hair was styled in a perfect helmet that probably required industrial-strength hairspray to maintain. Her dress was designer. Her jewelry was real. And her smile was absolutely completely fake. She extended her hand to me like she was granting an audience. I shook it and felt the limpness, the dismissal, the complete lack of warmth. Then she made that comment to Ethan, the one about me looking like the help, and I smiled and pretended I hadn't heard a thing. The evening was about to get very interesting indeed. If I had known what I was walking into that night, I might have worn armor instead of a navy dress. But then again, I've always believed that the best armor is information. And I had done my research. The Whitmore family owned a chain of car dealerships across 3 states. Not the flashy luxury brands you see in movies, but respectable mid-range vehicles that appealed to regular families. Ethan's father, Benjamin Stone, had inherited the business from his own father, and had spent the last 30 years expanding it. Elizabeth had married into the family at 23 and had immediately set about climbing the social ladder with the determination of a woman who knew exactly what she wanted. They had 2 children. Ethan, my fiancé, was 36 and worked as a marketing manager at a company that had nothing to do with the family business. This was apparently a sore point with Benjamin, who had expected his son to take over the dealerships. And then there was Victoria, the older sister, who was 40 and treated the family fortune like her personal piggy bank. I had found all of this through public records, social media, and a few well-placed Google searches. I had seen photos of lavish parties, society events, and charity galas. I had read articles about Elizabeth's philanthropy, though a closer look revealed that most of her donations came with significant tax benefits and publicity opportunities. Elizabeth Montgomery made a sound that was supposed to be sympathetic, but came out sounding like a drain unclogging. She said how difficult that must have been growing up without proper guidance. I said my grandmother provided all the guidance I ever needed. Victoria leaned forward, her diamonds catching the light from the chandelier overhead. She asked what my grandmother had done for a living. I said she had been a businesswoman. Victoria's eyebrows rose slightly. She asked what kind of business. I said small ventures. Nothing too exciting. The truth, of course, was that my grandmother had built a company that she eventually sold for several $1,000,000. But that wasn't the kind of truth that would serve my purpose tonight. Elizabeth moved on to the next topic. She asked about my current job. I said I worked in tech. She asked if I was a secretary. I said I was more of a support role. Elizabeth nodded knowingly as if this confirmed everything she had already decided about me. She said that was nice, that every team needed support staff. Ethan shifted uncomfortably in his chair but still said nothing. And that's when Victoria decided to bring up Sophia Larson. Sophia Larson. The name dropped into the conversation like a stone into still water, sending ripples across the table. Victoria said the name so casually as if she were mentioning the weather or the quality of the soup. She said she had run into Sophia last week, that she was doing wonderfully, that her family's business was thriving. I watched Ethan's face carefully. Something flickered there, quickly hidden. Guilt, nervousness. It was gone before I could identify it. Elizabeth picked up the thread with the enthusiasm of someone who had been waiting for this opportunity. She said Sophia had always been such a lovely girl, so accomplished, so well suited to their family's lifestyle. She had been Ethan's girlfriend for 3 years. Did I know that? I said I didn't. Elizabeth smiled. She said it was such a shame when they had parted ways. Everyone had expected them to end up together. Sophia's family owned an import company that dealt in luxury vehicles, which would have been such a perfect match for the Whitmore dealerships. The implication was clear. Sophia had been the right choice. I was not. I looked around the dining room and noticed for the first time that there were photographs on the wall behind me. I turned slightly in my chair and saw a gallery of family moments, Christmases, birthdays, graduations. And in at least 4 of those photographs, a beautiful dark-haired woman stood next to Ethan, her arm linked through his, her smile radiant. Sophia Larson. Elizabeth followed my gaze and said nothing, but her satisfaction was almost palpable. Victoria twisted the knife a little deeper. She said Sophia Larson was still single. Actually, such a surprise that no one had snatched her up yet, almost like she was waiting for something or someone. I turned back to the table and smiled. I said she sounded like a remarkable woman. This was clearly not the response Victoria had expected. She blinked momentarily, thrown off balance. Elizabeth recovered first. She said yes, Sophia was remarkable. And then with the subtlety of a sledgehammer she added that she hoped I wouldn't feel too out of place in their world, given my more modest background. I asked what she meant by modest. Elizabeth's smile grew teeth. She said she understood that not everyone was born into certain advantages. That some people had to work ordinary jobs and live ordinary lives. That there was no shame in being common. Common. She had called me common. I felt something shift inside me. But I kept my expression neutral. I had come here to learn the truth about these people, and the truth was becoming very clear indeed. Ethan finally spoke up. He said his mother didn't mean anything by that she was just being protective of him. Elizabeth patted his hand and said, "Of course she was protective. A mother always wants the best for her son." The unspoken conclusion hung in the air like smoke. "And you are not the best." Benjamin cleared his throat and attempted to change the subject. He asked about my hobbies, whether I had any interests outside of work. I said, I enjoyed reading, hiking, cooking simple meals. Nothing fancy. Victoria laughed and said that was adorable, like a child listing their favorite activities. Charles, the family friend, spoke for the first time since we'd sat down. He said he thought there was something to be said for simple pleasures, that his own grandmother had lived a modest life, and been the happiest person he had ever known. Elizabeth shot him a look that could have curdled milk. Charles ignored her and continued looking at me with that strange searching expression. He asked what my grandmother's name had been. I said, Eleanor Davis. Charles's eyebrows rose slightly, but he said nothing more, just nodded thoughtfully and returned his attention to his soup. The rest of dinner continued in much the same way. Elizabeth and Victoria took turns asking questions designed to remind me of my place, which in their minds was somewhere far beneath them. Ethan occasionally made weak attempts to defend me, but his heart clearly wasn't in it. Benjamin stayed mostly silent, watching the proceedings with the tired resignation of a man who had learned long ago that arguing with his wife was pointless. And through it all, Charles watched me. By the time dessert arrived, I had learned everything I needed to know about the Whitmore family. They were snobs of the highest order, the kind who measured human worth in dollars and social connections. They saw me as an obstacle to be removed, a problem to be solved, a mistake Ethan had made that needed correcting. But I had also learned something else. Something I hadn't expected. Ethan was not the man I had thought he was. The Ethan I had fallen in love with was kind and attentive and seemed genuinely interested in me as a person. But this Ethan, the one who sat at his mother's table and let her tear me apart without a word of real protest, was someone different, someone weaker, someone who cared more about his family's approval than about defending the woman he claimed to love. I wondered which one was the real Ethan. I was about to find out. After dessert, Elizabeth announced that we would have coffee in the sitting room. The men drifted toward the windows to discuss business while Victoria excused herself to make a phone call. Elizabeth said she needed to speak with the housekeeper about something and would join us in a moment. This left me alone with my thoughts and a perfect opportunity. I excused myself to find the bathroom. Ethan pointed me toward the back of the house down a long hallway lined with more pretentious artwork. I walked slowly, taking in the details. The house was impressive from a purely financial standpoint, but it felt cold, empty, like a museum that no one actually lived in. The bathroom was easy to find, but I wasn't really looking for it. What I was looking for was information, understanding, some clue that would help me make sense of the evening. I found something much better. As I walked past a partially open door, I heard voices. Elizabeth's voice, and Victoria's. I stopped. Every instinct told me to keep walking, to respect their privacy, to not eavesdrop like a character in a soap opera. But something in Elizabeth's tone made me pause. Something sharp, urgent. I moved closer to the door, staying in the shadows. Elizabeth was saying that we needed to deal with this situation quickly, that Ethan couldn't be allowed to make this mistake. Victoria agreed. She said she couldn't believe he had actually brought her here, that she had thought this was just a phase, like his vegetarian period in college. Elizabeth said this was more serious than a diet. This woman could ruin everything. I felt my heart beating faster. They were talking about me. Of course, they were talking about me. But what came next was what really made my blood run cold. Victoria said the timing couldn't be worse. She said they needed the merger with the Larson family to go through. And Ethan needed to be with Sophia for that to happen. Larson, that was Sophia's family name, the luxury car importers. Elizabeth agreed. She said the dealership was in trouble, that they needed the Larson partnership to survive the next fiscal year. I felt the floor shift beneath me. The Whitmore dealerships were in financial trouble. I had suspected something from my research, but this confirmed it. Victoria continued. She said Ethan was supposed to keep Sophia interested while they worked out the details. That was the plan. Sophia's family would invest in the dealerships, and in return, they would get access to the Whitmore distribution network. Elizabeth said Ethan had assured her that he was keeping his options open with Sophia. Options open. While he was proposing to me, I leaned against the wall, my mind racing. This wasn't just snobbery. This wasn't just a family who didn't like their son's girlfriend. This was calculated. Strategic. Ethan wasn't just a weak man who couldn't stand up to his mother. Ethan was using me. She was naive, trusting, probably just grateful that someone like Ethan had noticed her at all. Elizabeth laughed and agreed. I stepped back from the door, moving silently down the hallway. My hands were shaking, but not with hurt. With anger. They thought I was stupid. They thought I was naive. They thought I was so desperate for love that I would accept whatever crumbs they threw my way. They had no idea who they were dealing with. I found the bathroom, splashed some cold water on my face and looked at myself in the mirror. The woman looking back at me was not broken. She was not devastated. She was thinking. I had come here tonight to test Ethan's family, and they had failed spectacularly. But the test had revealed something I hadn't expected. Ethan himself was part of the problem. He wasn't just caught between me and his family, he was actively deceiving me. The question now was what to do about it. I could confront him. I could walk out there right now and tell everyone exactly what I had heard. I could create a scene, expose their plans, and leave this house forever. But that would be too easy. Too quick. They would dismiss me as emotional, dramatic, bitter. They would tell themselves that I was just proving their point about me. If I was going to respond to this betrayal, I would do it my way, on my terms, with a plan that they would never see coming. My grandmother had taught me many things, but one lesson stood above all others. She said that when someone underestimates you, they have given you a gift, the gift of surprise. Elizabeth and Victoria had just given me the greatest gift of all. They had no idea what I was capable of. I fixed my makeup, smoothed my hair and walked back to the sitting room with a smile on my face. The game was just beginning. When I returned to the sitting room, something had changed. The furniture had been rearranged slightly, the lighting adjusted. Elizabeth was standing by the fireplace with a look of barely concealed anticipation. Benjamin had positioned himself near the doorway, looking uncomfortable. Victoria was pretending to examine a painting, but I caught her glancing at Ethan with a smirk, and Ethan was standing in the center of the room looking nervous. Too nervous. He turned when I entered, and his face broke into what was supposed to be a loving smile. He walked toward me, took my hands in his, and said he wanted to ask me something. I felt the trap closing around me. Ethan said that he knew we hadn't been together very long and that his family could be a little overwhelming at first, but he said he knew what he wanted. He said he wanted me and then he got down on one knee. The ring he produced was large and flashy, exactly the kind of thing Elizabeth would approve of. It was also, I noticed, immediately of questionable quality. The diamond was cloudy, the setting uneven. It was the kind of ring that looked impressive in dim lighting but would reveal its flaws in the harsh light of day, much like the man holding it. Ethan asked me to marry him. Behind him, Elizabeth was beaming. This was clearly the plan, the first step in their strategy. Get Ethan publicly committed to me, then find a way to dispose of me later. In the meantime, they would use the engagement to keep Sophia Larson waiting, dangling the promise of Ethan while they worked out their business arrangements. I understood all of this in the space of a heartbeat. I also understood that I had a choice to make. I could say no. I could reject this proposal from a man who was using me in front of a family who despised me. I could walk out with my dignity intact and never see any of them again. But that would end the story too soon. I thought about what I had heard in the hallway. I thought about their plans to invent some scandal about me. I thought about how they saw me as stupid, naive, disposable. And I thought about how satisfying it would be to show them exactly how wrong they were. So I said yes. Ethan slipped the ring on my finger and Elizabeth began clapping like she was at a theater performance. Victoria offered her congratulations with all the warmth of a January morning in Alaska. Benjamin shook Ethan's hand and told him he had done well. Charles caught my eye from across the room. There was something in his expression, something knowing, like he suspected that this story had a few more chapters to go. I smiled at him and he smiled back. The rest of the evening passed in a blur of champagne and false congratulations. Elizabeth talked about engagement party planning. Victoria discussed venues. Benjamin mentioned business opportunities that might arise from the union of our families, though he stumbled over this, clearly unsure what my family could possibly bring to the table. Ethan stayed close to me, playing the role of devoted fiancé with surprising conviction. If I hadn't heard what his mother and sister had said, I might have believed it. But I had heard, and I would never forget. When the evening finally ended, Ethan walked me to my car. The night air was cold and clear, and for a moment we just stood there in the driveway looking at each other. He asked if I was okay. He said he knew his family could be a lot, but he promised they would warm up to me eventually. I said I understood. I said I was just tired. He kissed me goodnight, and I drove away from the Whitmore estate with his ring on my finger and a plan forming in my mind. The next morning I started my research. If there's one thing my job has taught me, it's the power of information, data, documentation. I spend my days analyzing systems, finding weaknesses, optimizing solutions. I was about to apply those same skills to the Whitmore family, and what I found over the next few days confirmed everything I had heard and then some. The Whitmore dealerships were indeed in financial trouble. Not just a rough patch, but serious structural problems. They had expanded too quickly during the boom. Years, taken on too much debt, and now the bills were coming due. Their main franchise agreement was up for renewal, and the manufacturer was looking at other options. The partnership with Sophia Larson's family wasn't just strategic, it was desperate. But that wasn't all. As I dug deeper, I found something else. Something that the Whitmores probably thought was hidden forever. Victoria had been embezzling from the family business. The amounts were small at first, hidden in expense reports and petty cash accounts, but over the years they had added up. Hundreds of thousands of dollars siphoned off to fund her lifestyle while the company struggled. I printed out everything I found. Legal documents, financial statements, records of suspicious transactions, and then I started making phone calls. My grandmother's name still carried weight in certain circles. The business contacts she had cultivated over decades remembered the Davis family with respect. When I reached out, they were happy to talk. One of those contacts happened to know Charles Blackwell. And Charles, it turned out, had his own history with the Whitmore family. They had cheated him on a business deal years ago. Nothing illegal, just unethical enough to leave a bitter taste. He had been waiting for an opportunity to even the score. I was about to give him that opportunity. Before we continue, I just want to say something from my heart. This channel means so much to me, and every single like, every comment, every subscription helps more than you know. If you're enjoying this story, would you please take just 2 seconds to hit that subscribe button? It really makes a difference. Thank you. Now back to what happened next. The next few weeks were an exercise in patience and performance. I played the role of the happy fiancé with the skill of an award-winning actress. I attended family dinners at the Whitmore estate. I listened to Elizabeth's passive-aggressive comments with a smile. I watched Victoria flaunt her designer clothes and expensive jewelry, knowing exactly where the money had come from. And I watched Ethan. He was different now. Or maybe I was just seeing him clearly for the first time. The attentiveness I had once found charming now seemed calculated. The compliments felt rehearsed, and his phone, which he guarded with increasing vigilance, buzzed with messages that he quickly hid from view. I knew who was texting him. I had seen the name flash across his screen more than once. Sophia Larson. One evening I told Ethan I was working late. Instead, I parked near the restaurant where he was supposed to be meeting a client. He wasn't meeting a client. He was meeting her. I watched through the window as they sat together at a corner table, their heads close together, their body language unmistakably intimate. At one point, he took her hand across the table. At another, she laughed at something he said and touched his face. I took photographs, not because I needed evidence for any legal purpose, but because I wanted to remember this moment. I wanted to remember exactly who Ethan Whitmore really was. He wasn't just weak. He wasn't just a mama's boy. He was a liar and a cheat, actively maintaining 2 relationships while his family orchestrated the outcome from behind the scenes. The rage I felt in that moment was white-hot and purifying, but I didn't act on it. Not yet. Instead, I went home and added the photographs to my growing file. Charles and I had been meeting regularly, always in secret. He had his own documentation of the Whitmore's questionable business practices. He knew people who had been hurt by their dealings over the years. He was more than willing to help bring them down. But he asked me why. He said he understood his own motivations. But he wanted to know mine. Was this just about revenge, or was it something more? I thought about his question for a long time before I answered. I said it wasn't about revenge, it was about truth. I said the Whitmores had spent their lives using their money and position to manipulate people. They treated anyone they deemed beneath them as disposable. They were raising Ethan to be the same way, and they would keep doing it to others long after I was gone. I said someone needed to show them that their money couldn't protect them from consequences. Charles nodded slowly. He said my grandmother would be proud. That was the moment I knew I had made the right choice. The engagement party was set for 4 weeks later. The Whitmores were hosting it at their estate, inviting everyone who mattered in the business community. Elizabeth was treating it like a coronation, an opportunity to show off her perfect family to the world. She had no idea what was coming. I spent those 4 weeks preparing. A string quartet played tasteful classical music near the fountain. Waiters in crisp uniforms circulated with champagne and hors d'oeuvres that probably cost more per bite than some people's hourly wage. Elizabeth had outdone herself. This wasn't just a party. This was a statement. I pulled up in my usual Honda CR-V, watching the valet's expressions as they tried to reconcile my modest vehicle with the parade of Mercedes and BMWs that had preceded me. One of them actually asked if I was with the catering company. I smiled and handed him my keys. The walk from the parking area to the main tent felt like a runway. With every step, I shed the persona I had been wearing for the past 4 weeks. The nervous girlfriend, the grateful fiancé, the simple woman who should be thankful for Elizabeth Montgomery's grudging acceptance. Tonight I was Clara Davis, the real one. My dress was a deep emerald green, custom fitted by a designer whose name was whispered in fashion circles with reverence. My jewelry was understated, but unmistakable to anyone who knew quality. My grandmother's diamond pendant hung at my throat, a piece that had been appraised at more than most cars cost. My watch was a limited edition that only 50 people in the world owned. I had spent the past 18 months hiding who I was. Tonight, I would stop hiding. The first person to notice me was a woman I didn't recognize. Someone's wife or girlfriend standing near the entrance to the main tent. She looked at me, did a double take, and then whispered something to her companion. They both stared. I kept walking. The second person to notice was Benjamin Stone. He was greeting guests near the bar, performing his duties as host with the tired enthusiasm of a man who would rather be watching golf. When he saw me, his welcoming smile froze in place. His eyes traveled from my face to my dress to my jewelry and back again, and I watched confusion replace his practiced hospitality. I said good evening and thanked him for hosting such a lovely party. He stammered something about being glad I could make it, his eyes still trying to solve the puzzle I presented. I moved on before he could ask any questions. The main tent was filled with perhaps 100 guests, a carefully curated collection of business associates, society figures and family friends. I recognized some faces from my research. The regional manager from the car manufacturer, several competing dealership owners, a journalist from the local business publication, and there, holding court near the champagne fountain, was Elizabeth Montgomery. She was wearing a cream-colored gown that had probably cost a small fortune, though it was clearly off the rack despite her best efforts to suggest otherwise. Her jewelry was impressive by normal standards, but unremarkable by the standards of true wealth. She was laughing at something one of her guests had said, her head thrown back in that practiced way that suggested she had learned to fake amusement at finishing school. She hadn't seen me yet. I collected a glass of champagne from a passing waiter and made my way through the crowd, stopping to introduce myself to several guests along the way. Each interaction followed the same pattern. Confusion at my appearance, surprise when I mentioned I was Ethan's fiancée, renewed confusion when my dress, my jewelry, my manner didn't match whatever they had been told about me. Word was spreading. I could see it in the whispers, the sidelong glances, the phones being subtly checked as people tried to figure out who I really was. Good. I finally reached Elizabeth's circle just as she was finishing a story about her recent charity work. She turned to greet the newcomer with her standard frozen smile. And then her face went through a remarkable transformation. First confusion, then recognition, then disbelief, then something that might have been fear. She said my name like a question. I said, "Good evening, Elizabeth," and thanked her for throwing such a beautiful party. Her eyes were moving rapidly, taking in every detail of my appearance. The dress that cost more than her monthly household budget, the pendant that had been featured in a jewelry magazine, The watch that she had probably never seen outside of an advertisement. She asked where I had gotten these things, her voice carefully controlled, but unable to hide the tremor beneath. I said they were just a few pieces I had been saving for a special occasion. Victoria appeared at her mother's side, summoned by some invisible distress signal. She looked at me and her expression went through the same journey Elizabeth's had: confusion, recognition, disbelief. But Victoria recovered faster. She said the dress was interesting, her voice dripping with false sweetness. She asked if it was a rental. I told her the designer's name. I said he was a friend who had made it specifically for me. The designer's name hit Victoria like a physical blow. This was someone who dressed celebrities, who had a waiting list years long, who didn't make dresses for administrative assistants who could barely afford their rent. She opened her mouth to respond, but nothing came out. I excused myself to find Ethan. As I walked away, I heard Elizabeth hiss something to Victoria about finding out what was going on. I heard Victoria's confused response, saying she had no idea that this didn't make any sense. I smiled to myself and kept walking. The first phase of the evening was complete. The seed of doubt had been planted. Now it was time to let it grow. Ethan found me before I found him. He emerged from a cluster of guests near the bar, his face pale and his eyes wide. He had clearly heard the whispers, seen the looks, tried to reconcile the woman standing before him with the woman he thought he knew. He asked what was going on. He asked where I had gotten the dress, the jewelry, the transformation. He asked why I looked like a completely different person. I said, I looked like myself. He stared at me, and I watched something shift behind his eyes, not understanding exactly, more like the first crack in a wall that had been hiding an uncomfortable truth. He asked if we could talk privately. I said later. I said, this was our engagement party after all. We had guests to attend to. Before he could protest, I took his arm and steered him toward a group of business associates. These were the men and women who ran the automotive industry in our region. The people whose opinions actually mattered to the Whitmore dealership survival. They had been watching my entrance with undisguised curiosity. I introduced myself properly this time. I gave my full name, Clara Davis, and mentioned my position at my company. I watched their expressions change as they recognized the company name as they realized who I actually was. One of them, a silver-haired man who ran a competing dealership chain, said he had heard of me. He said his nephew worked in tech and had mentioned my name in connection with some innovative software solutions. I said that was very kind of him. Another guest, a woman who handled mergers and acquisitions for a major investment firm, asked if I was related to Eleanor Davis. I said she was my grandmother. The woman's eyebrows rose. She said my grandmother had been a remarkable businesswoman. She said, the Davis name still carried significant weight in certain financial circles. I could feel Ethan tensing beside me. He had no idea what any of this meant. He'd never asked about my family beyond the most superficial questions. He had assumed poor meant unimportant, and he had never bothered to look deeper. His mistake. The evening continued, and with each conversation, the truth spread further. People were talking, checking their phones, confirming details. The narrative was shifting beneath the Whitmore's feet, and they didn't know how to stop it. Charles arrived about an hour into the party. He found me near the rose garden, momentarily alone, while Ethan was pulled away by his father for some urgent conversation. Charles said the manufacturer's representative was here. He said the man had been very interested in the documentation Charles had shared with him earlier in the week. I asked if he was ready. Charles said he had been ready for years. We talked for a few more minutes, finalizing the details of what would happen next. Then Charles melted back into the crowd and I returned to my role as the happy fiancé. Elizabeth found me next. She had regained some of her composure, though I could see the strain around her eyes. She pulled me aside with a grip that was stronger than necessary and demanded to know what I was doing. I asked what she meant. She said I knew exactly what she meant. She said the dress, the jewelry, the stories I was telling people about my grandmother and my job. She said she wanted to know what my game was. I said there was no game. I said I was simply being myself. She said that was impossible. She said Ethan had told her about my circumstances. She said I was a secretary who lived in a studio apartment and drove a car that belonged in a junkyard. I said Ethan had made certain assumptions. I said I had never actually told him those things. Elizabeth's face went very still. I said I worked in tech, which was true. I said I had a support role, which was also true since architects support the development teams. I said I had never claimed to be poor. I said I had simply never corrected their assumptions. She asked why. I looked at her directly. I said, My grandmother taught me that a person's true character only shows when they think no one important is watching. I said, I wanted to know who the Whitmore family really was. Elizabeth's face drained of color. I said, now I knew. Before she could respond, the string quartet stopped playing. Benjamin Stone's voice came over the speaker system, announcing that it was time for the official toasts and speeches. Elizabeth looked at me with something that might have been fear. I smiled and walked toward the stage. The main event was about to begin. I set down my champagne glass and walked toward the stage. The tent was silent except for my footsteps. Every eye was on me. The whispers had done their work. Everyone knew that something was happening, that this engagement party was about to become something else entirely. I climbed the steps and stood beside Ethan. He reached for my hand, but his grip was uncertain. Questioning, Elizabeth handed me the microphone with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. She said she was sure I wanted to say a few words. I looked at the microphone in my hand. I looked at Ethan. I looked at Elizabeth, who thought she was in control. I looked at the crowd filled with people who could make or break the Whitmore family's future. I said, yes, I did want to say a few words. And then I began to speak. I said I wanted to thank Elizabeth for the warm welcome she'd given me. I said I wanted to acknowledge the Whitmore family for showing me exactly who they were over the past few weeks. Elizabeth's smile flickered. I said, when I first came to this house, I made a decision. I decided to let the Whitmores see a simple version of me. A woman without expensive clothes or impressive credentials. A woman they might consider beneath their notice. The crowd was utterly silent. I said I wanted to see how they would treat someone they thought couldn't help them, someone they thought had nothing to offer, someone they thought was, in Elizabeth's words, common. Elizabeth's face went white. I said what I had found was illuminating. I described the dinner where I had been compared unfavorably to my fiancé's ex-girlfriend. I described the whispered insults Elizabeth thought I couldn't hear. I described being called the help, being called common, being called a gold digger by people who knew nothing about me. Ethan was staring at me now, his face a mask of horror. I said, and then I heard something I wasn't supposed to hear. I described the conversation in the study. I described Victoria and Elizabeth discussing how to remove me from Ethan's life. I described learning that I was just a placeholder, someone to keep Ethan occupied while the family arranged his real future with Sophia Larson. Gasps rippled through the crowd. I said, I discovered that the Whitmore dealerships were in serious financial trouble. I said, I learned they were desperate for a merger with the Larson family to survive. I said I found out that Ethan had been keeping his options open with Sophia the entire time we were together. I pulled out my phone and showed a photograph on the screen. Ethan and Sophia at the restaurant holding hands across the table. I said this was taken 2 weeks ago while Ethan was supposedly working late. The crowd erupted in whispers. Ethan grabbed my arm. He said this wasn't what it looked like. He said he could explain. I said he had already explained. I said I had given him the chance to be honest the night before and he had chosen to lie. I turned back to the crowd. I said there was more. The tent had become completely silent again. Every person in that crowd understood they were witnessing something unprecedented. The comfortable rules of society events had been suspended. The masks were coming off. I said I had spent the past few weeks researching the Whitmore family business. I said I had found some interesting things. I mentioned the financial records, the overextended credit, the declining sales, the franchise agreement that was about to be terminated. Benjamin Stone's face had gone gray. I said I had also found evidence of something more serious. I looked directly at Victoria, who was standing near the back of the tent, frozen in place like a deer caught in headlights. I said Victoria Stone had been embezzling from the family company for years. I said the amounts had started small, but had grown over time. I said the total was now in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Victoria's husband turned to look at her with an expression of pure shock. Victoria shouted that was a lie. She said I had no proof. She said I was just a bitter woman trying to destroy their family. Charles stepped forward from the crowd. He said he had proof. He walked toward the stage carrying a folder that I knew contained years of documentation, bank records, expense reports, transaction histories, everything needed to prove exactly what Victoria had done. He handed the folder to the manufacturer's representative who had moved closer to the stage with the look of a man whose worst suspicions were being confirmed. Charles said he had been waiting a long time for this moment. He said the Whitmores had cheated him on a business deal 15 years ago, and he had never forgotten. He said when Clara had approached him with evidence of their current misdeeds, he had been happy to contribute what he knew. Elizabeth found her voice. She said this was outrageous. She said we had no right to make these accusations. She said she would sue us for defamation. I said she was welcome to try. I said everything I had shared was documented and verifiable. I said the financial records were public information available to anyone who knew where to look. I said the evidence of Victoria's embezzlement had been compiled from sources that would hold up in any court. I looked at Ethan, who was still standing beside me, looking like a man whose entire world had collapsed. I said there was one more thing. I reached up and removed the engagement ring from my finger. The cloudy diamond caught the light, revealing all its flaws. I said I would not be marrying Ethan Whitmore. I said I had never intended to. Not after I learned the truth about him and his family. I said the only reason I had said yes to his proposal was to give them enough rope to hang themselves. I handed the ring back to Ethan. I said he should give it to Sophia. I said she was clearly the one he actually wanted. Ethan's face crumpled. He said that wasn't true. He said he had feelings for me. He said the thing with Sophia was just business. Something his mother had arranged. I said that was exactly the problem. I said he had let his mother arrange his life, his relationships, his future. I said he had never once stood up for me when his family attacked me. I said he had lied to my face about Sophia even when I gave him the chance to be honest. I said a man who couldn't be honest with the woman he claimed to love was not a man I wanted to marry. The crowd was absolutely silent. I turned to face them one final time. I said I was Clara Davis. I said I was a senior software architect who had built a career through hard work and integrity. I said I made more money in a month than most people made in a year. And I lived simply because my grandmother had taught me that wealth was not the measure of a person's worth. I said the Whitmores had shown me their true character. They had revealed themselves as people who judged others by their bank accounts and social status. They had treated me with contempt because they thought I had nothing to offer them. I said that was the kind of character that would eventually destroy them with or without my help. I set the microphone down on the podium and walked off the stage. The crowd parted for me like water. No one spoke. No one tried to stop me. Behind me I heard the chaos begin. I didn't look back as I walked through the tent, but I could hear everything. Elizabeth's voice, high and desperate, trying to salvage the situation. She was saying there had been a misunderstanding, that I was clearly disturbed, that none of what I had said was true, but the damage was done. I could hear the manufacturer's representative speaking into his phone, his voice clipped and professional. I could hear other guests murmuring, some already heading for the exits, wanting to distance themselves from the disaster unfolding before them. I reached the edge of the tent and paused. Victoria had cornered her husband near the bar, trying to explain, trying to justify. His expression was stone. He was looking at her like he had never seen her before, like the woman he had married had been replaced by a stranger wearing her face. Benjamin was slumped in a chair, his head in his hands. The patriarch of the Whitmore empire, brought low by the exposure of secrets he had probably suspected but never wanted to acknowledge. And Ethan. Ethan was standing alone on the stage, the rejected ring still clutched in his hand. He was looking at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. Anger, grief, regret. It didn't matter anymore. I walked out of the tent and into the cool night air. The stars were bright overhead, indifferent to the human drama playing out beneath them. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs with air that felt cleaner, somehow lighter. Charles found me by the fountain a few minutes later. He said it was done. He said the manufacturer had already made the call. The Whitmore dealerships would lose their franchise agreement by the end of the month. I asked if he felt satisfied. He said satisfaction wasn't quite the right word. He said it felt more like relief, like a debt that had finally been paid. I understood what he meant. He asked what I would do now. I said I would go home. I said I would sleep well for the first time in weeks. I said I would wake up tomorrow and continue building the life I had created for myself. The life that had nothing to do with Ethan Whitmore or his family. Charles nodded. He said my grandmother would have been proud of me tonight. I felt tears prick at my eyes, unexpected and unwelcome. I said, I hope so. He handed me a business card. He said if I ever needed anything I should call. He said he owed me one. I tucked the card into my purse and thanked him. Then I walked to the valet station, collected my old Honda CR-V from a very confused attendant, and drove away from the Whitmore estate for the last time. In my rear-view mirror, I could see guests streaming out of the tent, the party dissolving into chaos. I could see Elizabeth gesturing wildly, still trying to control a narrative that had slipped completely beyond her grasp. I turned my eyes back to the road and didn't look again. The drive home was quiet. I didn't turn on the radio, I didn't call anyone. I just drove through the night, letting the miles put distance between me and everything that had happened. When I finally reached my modest apartment, I sat in the car for a long moment before going inside. I thought about Ethan. About the man I had believed he was, and the man he had turned out to be. I thought about how close I had come to marrying him, to binding my life to his, to becoming part of a family that would have treated me with contempt forever. I thought about my grandmother and the lessons she had taught me about character and worth. And I thought about the future. My future. The one I would build for myself on my own terms with people who valued me for who I was, rather than what I could give them. I got out of the car and went inside. My apartment was small and simple, just the way I liked it. I made myself a cup of tea, changed out of my designer dress, and sat by the window in my old comfortable robe. The city lights sparkled below me. Thousands of lives playing out in thousands of windows. I was just one of them. Nothing special, nothing extraordinary, and that was exactly how I wanted it. 1 week later, I was sitting at my kitchen table with my morning coffee when my phone buzzed with a news alert. The headline read, "Whitmore Automotive facing closure after franchise termination." I read the article slowly, absorbing the details. The manufacturer had officially ended their partnership with the Whitmore dealerships, citing concerns about financial management and ethical practices. Without the franchise agreement, the dealerships couldn't sell new vehicles. Without new vehicle sales, the business couldn't survive. The article mentioned that several former business partners had come forward with their own complaints about the Whitmore family's practices. It mentioned that an internal investigation had revealed financial irregularities that were now being reviewed by authorities. It mentioned that Victoria Stone had been asked to step down from her position in the company pending further inquiry. It did not mention me. I had asked Charles to keep my name out of it, and he had honored that request. The story would be about the Whitmore's own misdeeds, not about the woman who had exposed them. I didn't want fame or recognition. I just wanted the truth to come out. And it had. I finished my coffee and looked around my small kitchen. The same kitchen I had been sitting in a month ago when I had first driven to the Whitmore estate to meet Ethan's family. The same kitchen where I had made the decision to test them to see who they really were beneath their polished surface. So much had changed since then, and so much had stayed exactly the same. My phone buzzed again. This time it was a text from Ethan. He said he needed to see me. He said he could explain everything. He said he had made mistakes, but he still cared about me. He asked if we could meet for coffee just to talk. I looked at the message for a long moment. Then I deleted it without responding. Some doors once closed should stay closed. I stood up and walked to my window looking out at the morning sun rising over the city. It was going to be a beautiful day. A day for new beginnings, for moving forward, for building something better. My grandmother's pendant hung at my throat, warm against my skin. I touched it gently, thinking about the woman who had taught me everything I knew about character and worth. She had lived her life simply, not because she had to, but because she understood that the things that truly matter can't be bought. Love, integrity, self-respect, the knowledge that you have acted according to your principles, even when it would have been easier to compromise. The Whitmores had thought they could buy their way through life. They had believed that money and status made them better than everyone else, entitled to treat people however they wanted without consequences. They had been wrong. I turned away from the window and got ready for work. My regular job at my regular company, doing the work I loved with people who respected me for my skills and character rather than my bank account. The story of the Whitmore family would continue to unfold in the coming weeks and months. There would be investigations and legal proceedings. There would be consequences and repercussions. The empire they had built on a foundation of arrogance and deception would crumble piece by piece. But that was their story now, not mine. My story was just beginning, and it would be written on my own terms, in my own words, according to my own values. That was the lesson my grandmother had taught me. That was the truth I had carried with me through every moment of the past month. A person's worth isn't measured by their bank account or their social status or the opinions of people like Elizabeth Montgomery. It's measured by their character, by the choices they make when no one is watching, by the way they treat people who can't do anything for them. The Whitmores had failed that test completely. And I had finally found the answer I had been looking for. The answer was that I didn't need their approval. I didn't need Ethan's love. I didn't need anyone's validation to know my own worth. I already knew who I was, and that was enough. I was poisoned by my daughter and her husband. They were trying to make it look like a natural death. My wife grabbed my arm and whispered, "We need to leave right now, don't ask questions." I assumed she was making a joke about getting away from the crowd, but then I saw her face. My daughter and her husband were celebrating my 72nd birthday at their cottage in Muskoka. She wasn't kidding. William Kensington is my name. I recently retired at the age of 72 from a job in Toronto's commercial real estate development industry. I've been married to my wife, Natalie, for 42 years. We have 2 kids, Caleb, our 35-year-old son, and Emily, our 40-year-old daughter. 7 years ago, Emily wed Lucas, and the two appeared to be content. I will say, though, that I never really warmed up to him. Something about Lucas always seemed planned, like it had been practiced. But that was enough for me. Emily loved him. Or so I believed. Emily had the idea for the celebration. We had assisted them in buying their lovely home on Lake Muskoka 5 years prior, and she insisted on having it there. When she had called to welcome us, she had added, "Dad, you've worked so hard your whole life." It was a lovely September afternoon. "Let us take care of you for once. Just relax and enjoy yourself." On the deck with a view of the water, about 50 guests mixed together. James and Sophie, my granddaughters, were playing with sparklers that had been left over from Canada Day. When Natalie took me away, I was holding a drink of my favorite scotch, the pricey kind that Emily knew I saved for rare occasions. Quietly, "Come with me," she said, "to the car now." "What? The party just started. I haven't even cut the cake yet." "William." Her eyes weren't steady, but her voice was. After 42 years of marriage, I had learned that you listened to Natalie when she employed that specific tone. "Trust me, we're leaving." As if nothing was amiss, I put down my drink and followed her around the house, waving and grinning at guests. It was making my stomach turn. What might have occurred? As soon as we arrived at the car, Natalie locked the doors. She showed me a screenshot from her phone. It was a moment before I realized what I was seeing. Emily and Lucas were exchanging emails. "Read it," urged Natalie. I scrolled. My hands began to shake. 7 weeks ago, Lucas sent Emily the first email. "He's been taking the capsules regularly, no suspicion." Emily replied, "Every morning with his coffee. He thinks they're the herbal supplements you recommended. Says he's feeling more energetic lately. Ironic." "Good," Lucas wrote. Dr. Patel confirmed the timeline. "Another 9 to 11 weeks at this dosage and it'll look completely natural. Heart failure. No one will question it, especially given his age and the stress from the business sale," wrote Emily. "And you're certain about the dosage? I can't have him getting sick and going to a hospital before." "I'm certain, I've done the research. This is pharmaceutical grade digoxin, not some amateur poison. The beauty is that it mimics heart disease symptoms. Fatigue, irregular heartbeat, some nausea, all explainable for a 72-year-old man. By the time anyone thinks to test for it, it'll be too late to matter." Before I could get out of the car, I puked in the bushes. Digoxin. That word was familiar to me. Before she passed away, my mother had taken it for a cardiac issue. However, it was given to someone who didn't need it in the improper amounts. I managed to ask, "Where did you find this?" She said, "Emily's laptop." Natalie, now she was crying. Her face was streaming with silent tears. I went to the restroom inside. On the bed, her laptop was open. I wasn't spying. "William, I swear." But I saw Lucas's name and I had a feeling. Call it mother's intuition. Even though I knew there was no answer, I responded, "There has to be some explanation. Maybe they're talking about someone else." I continued scrolling and said, "Maybe." Keep reading. Numerous emails were exchanged while my daughter and her husband meticulously planned my death. "Once Dad's gone, Mom will be devastated. She'll probably move in with us, or at least nearby. We can manage her then." Lucas, the estate is $14 million after the business sale, correct? Split with your brother. That's $7 million for you. But if we play this right, we can contest Caleb's share. He's been distant, barely involved with the family. We can argue undue influence, mental incompetence on your father's part when he drafted the will. Caleb won't fight us. He's too passive. And if he does, we'll drag it out in court until he settles for less. Perfect. The cottage renovation will cost $1.1 million, then we can finally get the boat I've been wanting. And Sophie and James's private school fees are only going up. My little child, my daughter, who I had taught to ride a bike, who had sobbed on my shoulder at her first heartbreak, and who 7 years ago walked down the aisle with my arm around her. For financial gain, she was murdering me. When Natalie stated, "We need to call the police." And tell them what? That we read some emails? They'll say it's a domestic dispute. Emily and Lucas will delete everything and we'll look like paranoid old fools. I pondered for a while, then what do? We need proof. Real undeniable proof. "William, you've been taking those capsules every morning for 7 weeks. We need to get you to a hospital." "Not yet. If I show up at emergency claiming I've been poisoned, they'll know we're onto them. We need to be smart about this." From the car, I called Thomas Walker, my lawyer. For 20 years, he had managed my commercial concerns. I had total faith in him. "Ken, I need your help, and I need your discretion. I described everything. "What's going on, William?" I said. Ken, to his credit, didn't waste time asking me whether I was certain or expressing incredulity. He simply switched to a problem-solving mindset. "First thing, get to my office. I have a doctor friend who makes house calls. Very discreet. Dr. Margaret Lee. She'll do blood work without filing any reports. We need to know what we're dealing with and then we build a case. But William, if you've been taking digoxin for 7 weeks, we need to make sure you're okay." That's priority 1. An hour and a half from Muskoka, we drove directly to downtown Toronto, where Ken works. I informed Emily via text that we had left early because I wasn't feeling good. She answered right away. "Oh no, what's wrong? Do you need anything?" Her message's worry made me want to throw up once more. We arrived at Ken's office to meet Dr. Lee. She was a composed, businesslike woman in her 50s. She took a blood sample, measured my blood pressure and heart rate, and inquired in depth about my symptoms for the previous 7 weeks. She questioned, "Headaches?" "Yes." I thought it was just stress from the business sale. "Nausea sometimes in the mornings, vision problems, seeing yellow or green halos around lights." I paused. "Actually, yes, I thought I needed new glasses." After glancing at Ken, Dr. Lee turned to face me. "Those are classic symptoms of digoxin toxicity. I'll have the lab results by tomorrow morning, but based on your symptoms, I'd say you've definitely been ingesting something you shouldn't be." Natalie's voice cracked as she questioned, "How dangerous is this?" "Digoxin toxicity is very serious. In the doses it sounds like you've been taking, Mr. Kensington. We're talking about a drug that affects your heart rhythm. Too much can cause arrhythmia, heart attack, or cardiac arrest. The fact that you're experiencing symptoms means you're already at a concerning level. Can you help him?" "Yes, but he'll need chelation therapy to remove the digoxin from his system, and he needs to stop taking those capsules immediately," Natalie remarked. "I threw them out before we left, every single one." Natalie and I decided not to go home that evening and instead stayed at the Four Seasons. I was not comfortable in our own home. I didn't think Emily or Lucas would arrive. A security detail was set up by Ken. Our hotel room door was guarded by 2 ex-police officers. I had trouble falling asleep. Whenever I closed my eyes, I saw Emily as a 10-year-old girl with gap teeth who would get into my lap to read stories. 15. She was crying because she had been mistreated by a boy at school. 23. Earning a business administration degree with honors from the University of Toronto. So ambitious, so proud. What had I done wrong? In the shadows, Natalie murmured, "You didn't." And she was awake. "You were a decent dad. You put all into her." Perhaps that is the issue. I might have given her too much. Don't put yourself through it. We provided the same opportunity and upbringing for both of our children. Caleb was a success. My son, Caleb, is a marine biologist who lives in Vancouver with his partner. Over the years, primarily because of distance, we had drifted apart. He was a kind man, nevertheless, sincere. He would never. "Shall we inform Caleb?" I inquired. "Not quite yet. First, let's take care of this." At 7 the following morning, Dr. Lee gave a call. "You have dangerously high amounts of digoxin. Your system contains about 12 times the therapeutic dose. Mr. Kensington, you would have perished if you had taken those pills for another month as they had intended. It would have resembled heart failure exactly." The truth struck me like a blow to the body. My daughter had been seeing me deteriorate day by day, slowly and systematically destroying me. Dr. Lee added, "There's more. One of the capsules your wife kept was examined by me. It goes beyond digoxin. Additionally, a tiny quantity of a beta blocker is included. It's shrewd. In fact, several of the early warning signs of digoxin poisoning might be obscured by the beta blocker. You wouldn't have been ill enough to seek medical help right away, but you would have felt weak and exhausted. I told Lucas that since he works as a pharmaceutical sales representative, he would be able to handle this." Eleanor Brooks, a professional investigator, accompanied Ken to the hotel. It seems that many underestimated Eleanor since she was a grandmotherly, gray-haired woman in her 60s. Before retiring, she had worked as a detective with the Toronto Police for 30 years. Eleanor remarked, "I've dealt with cases like this before." The question lingered in the air. Not many, thankfully, but enough to know how to proceed. First question, "Do you want your daughter to go to prison?" Natalie broke down once more. "Sincerely," I said, "I don't know. Justice is what I desire. I want them to answer for their actions. However, she is my daughter. I get it, but William, you have to get ready. Emily will be charged with significant crimes if we take this legal, which I believe we should. Murder attempt and murder conspiracy. She faces a lengthy prison sentence. And she gets away with trying to kill you if we don't go after it. Furthermore, there's no guarantee that she won't try again or with someone else. Those who are capable of this typically don't give up after only one try." She was correct. I was aware of her correctness. How do we proceed? More proof is required. Although the emails are good, a good lawyer could claim that they were misinterpreted or that they were simply offensive, dark jokes. We must catch them red-handed. How? Eleanor grinned. We will provide them with precisely what they desire. We'll see how your daughter and son-in-law react, William, since you're going to get really sick very shortly. It was a straightforward but dangerous plan. Dr. Lee would keep a tight eye on me as I feigned a medical emergency. We'd observe if Emily and Lucas attempted to hasten my demise, or stop me from receiving proper medical care. First, though, we had to protect the evidence we already possessed. In order to protect Emily's electronic devices and communications, Ken filed an application for an emergency order with the Ontario Superior Court. He maintained that there was proof of a murderous conspiracy and that the evidence might be destroyed if the court did not step in. In camera, Justice Margaret Brennan, the judge, went over the emails. She gave the order 2 hours later. The police carried out a search warrant to Emily and Lucas's cottage that afternoon. They confiscated tablets, phones, and laptops. I was dubbed hysterical by Emily. The police are here, Dad. Everything is being taken by them. They refuse to explain why. What's going on? I had to force myself not to yell at her. I said, I don't know, sweetheart, instead. Has someone been taken into custody? No, but we're being treated like criminals by them. Lucas is enraged. Can you help, Dad? Could you make a phone call? I'll investigate further. I ended the call. Natalie's face was white as she watched me. She said, it's unbelievable that she called you for assistance. She is unaware that we are aware of what she has done. She still believes she has deceived us. The following stage started. I actually began to feel worse after Dr. Lee momentarily stopped the chelation treatment. My heart was still being affected by the digoxin, which was still in my system. Although it wasn't safe, it was required. I gave Emily a call. I said, letting my voice sound weak, I'm not feeling well. Not at all well, breathing difficulties and chest discomfort. Dad, I'm so sorry, you must visit the hospital. I'd rather not cause a scene. I might simply take a nap. No, you ought to consult a physician. Her worry seemed sincere. Could it be that we were mistaken? Was there a reason for this? In fact, why don't you spend a few days with us here? I can watch over you. Be careful to take your supplements and eat a healthy diet. It was there. She desired for me to return to her authority so that she might administer the capsules to me. I guess I just need a nap, but that's considerate, honey. You insist, Dad. Mom must be quite anxious. Let me look after you. In a few days, perhaps. I ended the call. Eleanor nodded, having been listening on speaker. She is attempting to get back in touch with you. That is strong proof of purpose. Emily called nonstop during the course of the following week. She offered to drive me to appointments, bring me food, and deliver the vitamins that have been really beneficial. Under Ontario's one-party consent legislation, each offer was recorded with her consent. In the meantime, the results of the forensic examination of her equipment were devastating. Lucas's laptop had hundreds of searches on it. Toxins that are invisible. Signs of a digoxin overdose. How not to get charged with murder. Contesting an Ontario will. Both Emily and Lucas exchanged text messages. Emily, he sounds very ill. Perhaps we should take a step back. Are you serious, Lucas? We're quite near. We must proceed quickly with Caleb's share after the will is read. I've already discussed contest options with 3 attorneys. I feel bad, Emily. Our new boat will make you feel better, Lucas. Do not forget why we are doing this. Lucas's phone contained the most incriminating evidence. Evidently keeping track of dosages, he had been taking pictures of the capsules he was making. Eleanor discovered a folder containing more than 40 pictures, each with a date label. He recorded his own offense. Why would someone act so foolishly? Ken was the one I asked. Consate. He works as a pharmaceutical representative, and he believed he was clever enough to get away with it. Never thought anyone would look. The Crown Attorney's Office filed charges against Emily 2 weeks after the original finding, including attempted murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and fraud totaling more than $6,000. Lucas faces the same accusations in addition to unlawfully possessing prescription medications. At morning, the arrest took place. Eleanor later gave me the specifics, but I wasn't present. Emily yelled that we had set them up and that it was an error. Before being tackled by the officers, Lucas attempted to flee and made it as far as the backyard. 4 months later was the preliminary hearing. Dr. Lee's testimony on my digoxin levels, Eleanor's testimony regarding the investigation, the forensic analysis of the capsules, the emails, the pictures, the text messages, and the evidence were all presented before Natalie and me in the courtroom. Emily refused to give me a look. Wearing a gray suit, she sat at the defense table and looked directly ahead. Lucas continued to make angry gestures, while whispering to his lawyer. I had to explain taking the capsules every morning when it was my turn to testify. They were a unique herbal medicine that Lucas suggested, according to Emily, who gave them to me 7 months ago. How she would give me a call to check on my regular use of them. How she had appeared to be really concerned about my well-being. Did you have any suspicion that your daughter was trying to harm you? The Crown Counsel, Mr. Kensington, inquired. Never, please. She is my daughter. I had total faith in her. What do you think would have occurred if your wife hadn't discovered those emails? I'd probably be dead. The defense attempted to claim that everything was a misunderstanding and that the emails were taken out of context. Emily's attorney stated that the emails were innocent but badly phrased, and that perhaps Lucas had been studying digoxin for work-related purposes. But the judge didn't believe it. Lucas and Emily were bound over to stand trial. Each person was granted $550,000 bail with stringent requirements, such as not speaking to Natalie or myself. They were unable to post bond. They had already spent too much money using my money to plan their future. The following spring, the trial was held. It lasted for 4 weeks. The jury spent 9 hours deliberating. I'm guilty of everything. The judge was severe when it came to sentencing. This was a deliberate attempt to kill a parent in order to make money. You violated the most basic trust between a parent and their child. There are no mitigating factors found by the court. Emily received 25 years. Because of his expertise in pharmaceuticals and the fact that he had actually made the poison, Lucas received a score of 28. As they escorted Emily away, she gave me her first glance. Her mascara was streaming down her face as she sobbed. I apologize, she mouthed. Daddy. I didn't answer. After taking Natalie's hand, we walked out of the courthouse. The day following sentencing, Caleb arrived via plane from Vancouver. A quiet restaurant on the Danforth is where we first met. I had only mentioned that there had been issues with Emily to him on the phone. He turned pale when I told him everything. In order to get money for her share of the estate, she attempted to kill you. It seems that she also intended to challenge your share. Caleb shoved his plate out of his way. I don't get it. We shared the same parents and a similar upbringing. Why would she? For the past year, son, I've asked myself that question every single day. I have no response. I'm very sorry, Dad. I ought to have spent more time here. Perhaps I would have noticed something if I had been nearer. You are not to blame for this. She and Lucas are to blame for this. How about James and Sophie? Caleb inquired. Emily's children. The hardest part was that, the grandchildren. Sophie was now 10 years old. James was 8 years old. They didn't comprehend why we couldn't see them, why they were living with Lucas's parents, or why their mother had left. We were blamed by Lucas's family. They thought we had fabricated proof that their son had been set up. They obtained a restraining order that forbids us from getting in touch with the kids. I told Caleb that I don't know if I'll ever get my daughter and my grandchildren back. In Toronto, Natalie and I sold our home. Too many memories. We relocated to a more compact location in Stratford, close to the theater festival. We stroll alongside the river. We're receiving individual and couples therapy. The proceeds from the sale of the company are held in a trust. Regardless of whether their mother is incarcerated or not, we have money set aside for Sophie and James's education that they can access when they turn 18. We gave the Canadian Poison Control Centre a donation of $2.5 million. Because that's what it was, an additional $1.2 million was donated to organizations that assist families impacted by elder abuse and domestic violence. I learned about elder abuse and financial exploitation from our therapist. It occurs more frequently than most people realize, particularly in wealthy families. I am now 67 years old. According to Dr. Lee, the digoxin caused some irreversible harm to my heart. Every day, I take my medication. This time, real doctors are prescribing real medication. I'm alive, but I'm tired more easily than I used to be. I occasionally question what I did incorrectly. Was I too trusting, too giving? Did I shield Emily from consequences too many times when she was young? Did I make her feel entitled to things she hadn't earned? Our psychotherapist states, I can't blame myself that Emily made her own choices, but it's hard not to feel like I failed somehow as a father. Natalie and I talk about it late at night when neither of us can sleep. We search our memories for red flags that we may have overlooked. That time Emily borrowed money from Caleb's college fund when she was 19. The way she always seemed to be calculating, planning her next move. How she chose Lucas, a man who valued wealth above everything else. We taught her to work hard, Natalie says, to be ambitious. We didn't teach her to be a murderer. Then where did it come from? I don't know, William. I honestly don't know. Caleb visits more often now. Last month, he brought his partner, Alex. We had a good weekend, went to see a play at the Festival Theater, had dinner at a nice restaurant. It felt normal, or as normal as things can feel now. Have you thought about writing to Emily? Alex asked over dessert. No, I said immediately. Then, more softly. I don't know what I would say. Maybe that you forgive her. I don't, not yet, maybe not ever. Natalie squeezed my hand. Forgiveness isn't about her, William, it's about you, about letting go. I'm not ready. And I'm not. Maybe someday, but not yet. What I've learned from this nightmare is that trust is precious and fragile. Even family can betray you, especially family, because they know how to get close, how to slip past your defenses. I've learned that love without accountability is dangerous. I love Emily unconditionally. never questioned her motives, never made her truly face consequences for her mistakes. And she took that love and used it as a weapon. I've learned that money changes people. Or maybe it just reveals who they truly are. The promise of wealth, the ease it offers, the doors it opens. For some people, that's worth more than integrity, more than family, more than love. But I've also learned that partnership matters. Natalie saved my life. Her instincts, her quick thinking, her courage. Without her, I wouldn't be here. 42 years of marriage, and she proved that when it really mattered, she had my back. And I've learned that justice, while important, doesn't heal everything. Emily is in prison, Lucas is in prison. They're paying for what they did. But I still wake up some mornings, and my first thought is to call my daughter, to ask about my grandchildren, to share some news or a joke. Then I remember and the grief hits me all over again. If you're reading this, if you're listening to my story, I want you to take something away from it. Watch for the warning signs: financial entitlement, excessive interest in your will or estate, isolation from other family members, sudden health problems that don't quite add up. And please trust your instincts. If something feels wrong, investigate. Don't let love blind you to danger. Family can be the greatest blessing in your life, but they can also be your greatest vulnerability. Keep your own counsel about your finances. Don't give anyone, not even your children, too much power over your money or your medical care. Maintain relationships with multiple trusted people, lawyers, doctors, friends who can offer outside perspectives. And if you have wealth to pass on, consider talking openly with your children about expectations and timelines. Don't let them build their lives around money they haven't earned yet. Encourage them to create their own success, their own security. Most importantly, value the people who truly care about you. The ones who love you for who you are, not what you can give them. The ones who would sound the alarm, who would protect you, who would fight for you. Natalie and I are building a new life. It's smaller than the one we had before. Quieter, we've learned to find joy in simple things. Morning coffee together. Walks by the river, evenings at the theater. We've learned that security isn't about money or family legacy, it's about knowing who you can trust when everything falls apart. I think about Sophie and James often. They're 10 and 8 now. They'll be adults someday, old enough to understand what their mother did, old enough to make their own choices about whether to have a relationship with us. I've written letters to them, sealed and stored with my lawyer, to be given to them when they turn 18. Letters explaining what happened, why we couldn't be in their lives, how much we love them. Maybe they'll read them and understand, maybe they'll throw them away unopened. I don't know. All I can do is hope that they grow up to be better than their parents, to value integrity over wealth, family over fortune. As for Emily, she'll be eligible for parole in 12 years. She'll be in her late 40s, still young enough to rebuild a life. I don't know what kind of person she'll be when she gets out. I don't know if we'll ever speak again, but I do know this: I survived against my daughter's plans. Against the poison in my system, against the betrayal that should have destroyed me, I survived. And I'm using the time I have left to try to make something good come from something terrible. That's all any of us can do, really. Survive the betrayals, learn the lessons, and try to leave the world a little better than we found it. Even when the people who hurt us are the ones we loved most, especially then. I lost my job and home after false accusations. My family chose my brother's lie over my evidence. A court finally set the record straight. When I was wrongly charged, my brother launched a smear campaign to put me in jail. My parents hailed him as a hero for safeguarding the victims. I made them regret it. They are now imploring me. Sup, Reddit. My brother attempted to bury me after I was wrongly accused, shouting rot in prison. My parents disowned me and labeled me a predator. I am a 41-year-old male who owns an electrical contracting business and teaches basic electrical safety courses twice a week at Riverside Community College. Not exactly glamorous, but I make 6 figures when commercial deals come in, and the teaching job keeps my skills sharp. Additionally, the college pays $85 per hour for 2 3.5-hour sessions. Easy money. The horror began on a Tuesday, when Dean Whitaker, the department head, summoned me to his office following my morning session. I assumed it was about the new curriculum they intended to implement for the fall semester. Perhaps a wage increase, something reasonable. Dean Whitaker was sitting there, with Dr. Miranda Pierce, the student services director, and a college attorney whose name I couldn't remember because I was too busy reading the room. The mood was funeral home incorrect. Too many serious expressions for a scheduling talk. Jack Sullivan. Thank you for coming in. 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 Dean Whitaker held his hands together as if he were going to deliver awful news regarding a grave prognosis. We need to talk about certain charges made about your behavior at last month's Skills USA competition. My brain immediately went on red alert. What are the allegations? 2 students have filed separate allegations alleging unwanted physical contact happened over the tournament weekend in Sacramento. Given the gravity of these allegations, we are placing you on immediate administrative leave pending a thorough investigation. I stared at him as if he had grown a second head. What competition? The Skills USA Regionals will be placed in Sacramento from April 18th to 20th. I wasn't at the competition. Dr. Miranda Pierce leaned forward, using a professional counselor voice that made my teeth hurt. Jack, I realize how shocking this is to hear. These situations are always tough, but the most essential thing is that we prioritize student safety and adhere to established standards. I wasn't at the tournament. So, I repeated slowly this time. I was working on a 3-phase installation at the new medical center in downtown. I can get the permits, inspection reports, and everything. Dean Whitaker's expression did not change. We will go over all documentation as part of the investigation. However, given the frequency of the reports and the gravity of the charges, we believe immediate suspension is the right response. Which reports are consistent? I was not there. I did not go to Sacramento. I was 62 miles away, running a conduit through a hospital, with surveillance cameras on each floor. Dean Whitaker finally stated, "Your name is on the trip roster." As if that was checkmate. I informed him that the roster was incorrect and offered to provide proof that I had been on a job site all weekend. Nobody pretended to care. The attorney eventually spoke out. Some people repeated corporate rubbish about liabilities and proper procedure. We need you to gather your materials and leave school today. Someone from Human Resources will contact you to discuss next steps. That's when I understood. They'd already determined that evidence was merely a nuisance that may complicate their neat little story. Can I at least know what I've been accused of? Dr. Miranda Pierce explained that student privacy rules prevent us from providing details without signed permissions. However, the severity of the claims requires prompt action. I wanted to pull out my phone and show them the work orders, signed inspection documents, and time-stamped photos I'd taken of the installation for the project file. But the fact that they were all sitting there together in this unified wall of bureaucratic certainty told me it didn't matter. They had selected their story. I was just the impediment. I cleared my desk in 15 minutes, grabbing my tools, a couple of reference books, and some flash drives containing teaching materials. The entire time, I was thinking about April 18th. I remember that weekend vividly since my hospital work had been a nightmare. Work on the critical corridor, with inspections anticipated for Tuesday a.m. I'd been on location since 6:30 a.m. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I was in charge of a team of 5 workers while also running the rough on the surgical wing. My back was killing me by Sunday night. I went home and spent an hour soaking in a hot bath. I had permits requiring my signature, inspection reports, progress images, and daily logs. 5 electricians who had worked with me all weekend. Over the course of 3 days, my phone probably pinged 180 times off the hospital's cell tower. 8 minutes of record checking would have resolved this issue immediately. They did not wish to check. I called my parents from the truck. My father responded on the second ring. They're accusing me of something that is physically impossible. I explained. No build-up. No drama. 2 pupils allege I did something at a tournament I didn't attend. They suspended me. My mother went on speaker. Her speech had the sharpness that comes with seeing an opportunity. What exactly do they claim happened? They won't give me information, but they stated it happened at the Skills USA tournament in Sacramento. I worked the hospital job all weekend. There was a pause. Then, my father. Do you have proof? Permits, inspection documentation, construction crew witnesses, and site images have all been signed. Then we'll handle this, he said, his tone calculating rather than reassuring. Come by the home tonight. We need to talk about strategy. That night, I retrieved every piece of material I had. Permits with my signature as the license holder on site, inspection reports from 3 separate walkthroughs that weekend, hospital security badge logs showing entry and exit times, crew statements, progress photos with timestamps, everything organized, chronological, and airtight proof that demonstrated physical impossibility rather than mere innocence. I wasn't in Sacramento. I was 62 miles away on a job site that left a paper trail that any first-year law student could verify in 8 minutes. I sent it all to Dean Whitaker at 11:30 p.m. with the subject line, Documentation April 18th to 20th hospital job, and he never responded. My brother Evan Cole called me at 9:15 a.m. on Friday. I was still half asleep, But we grew up in the same house and shared the same surname, so I figured blood would count for something. Then, I remembered Evan Cole, who had always needed to be the better son. When I started my business at 28 and bought my first house at 31, he spent Thanksgiving dinner explaining to everyone how real careers required advanced degrees. When I paid off my truck in cash, he made a comment about how blue-collar money didn't build generational wealth. Our parents had always preferred his corporate path over my trade work, state MBA, nonprofit job title, and community leadership nonsense. He'd been posting ally content on social media for 2 years, mostly performative threads about accountability and believing survivors. Evan, thank God. Did you hear what's happening? The college is trying to. I can't talk to you right now. His voice was cold and professional. I'm meeting with the college administration this afternoon. His career had stalled after being passed over for director twice. I just didn't know I'd become that cause. I wanted you to know that Lauren Cole and I are taking this very seriously. Taking what? Seriously? I wasn't even at the competition. I have documentation proving I was on a job site the entire weekend. Permits, inspections, crew statements. I have to go. He hung up. I tried calling back. Blocked. I tried texting. Blocked. I sat there in my truck, staring at my phone, thinking maybe I misheard. Evan Cole had sent a private message to my parents, aunt, and a couple of cousins, which Uncle Robert Rob Hayes forwarded to me. Perhaps he needed time to process, or maybe the college had fed him some nonsense that made him cautious. The warning shot came 5 hours later, when Evan Cole posted a message that felt like being stabbed in the chest. He used professional language to discuss serious allegations and support the investigative process, and he stated that he couldn't, in good conscience, maintain contact until the facts were established. After meeting with college officials and carefully reviewing the information they provided, Lauren Cole and I believe the students who have come forward. We will not be maintaining contact with Jack Sullivan, and we strongly urge the family to prioritize the safety and well-being of the young people involved in this situation. I read it 4 times, trying to make the words say something different. My mom responded first, "We support you both. This is heartbreaking but necessary." My dad agreed. "Some things are more important than family loyalty. You're a hero for standing up for the victims." My cousin Olivia Hayes. "Wait. What? Has anyone talked to Jack Sullivan?" My uncle Robert Rob Hayes. "This is insane. You're condemning him without hearing his side." I started typing a response. Deleted it. Started again. Deleted it. What was I supposed to say? That I wasn't there? I'd already told Evan Cole that he hadn't cared enough to look at the evidence before declaring me guilty in front of everyone we knew. I tried calling my father. I tried calling my mother, but she sounded like she was reading from a script. Evan Cole has shown us the college's concerns, and we believe the best course of action is to take a step back and let the investigation proceed without interference from family. I was on a job site 62 miles away with 5 witnesses and a stack of inspection documents, and I'm trying to show you evidence that I wasn't even there. We're not investigators, and we're not qualified to evaluate evidence. What we can do is support the process and make victims feel comfortable coming forward. We love you, but we need to think about the broader implications of what? Destroying an innocent person because it's easier than checking basic facts? She sighed, as if I was being difficult. We'll talk when you've calmed down. She hung up. Evan Cole had posted something on social media by Thursday night. My uncle Robert Rob Hayes screenshotted it and sent it to me before my mom made him delete his number from the family contacts. It's a long manifesto about believing survivors even if it costs you relationships, about how true accountability requires sacrifice, and about choosing what's right over what's easy. It received 420 likes in 2 hours. After 5 years of teaching there, I received a termination letter from the college on Friday morning. The letter used corporate language about maintaining safe learning environments and making difficult decisions in the interest of student welfare, and no one asked if he had verified any of the facts. I helped design their entire electrical safety curriculum. Had a 98% student approval rating. And never had a single complaint until 2 kids who'd never been in my class suddenly remembered I'd molested them at an event I hadn't attended. They fired me in 3 paragraphs, and my landlord sent me an eviction notice the next Wednesday. After being falsely accused of being a predator, my commercial account began pulling contracts, as word spreads quickly in the construction industry, and no one wants to be associated with that kind of liability. I was given 45 days to vacate, and there appears to be a morality clause buried in the lease about conduct that harms the property's reputation. In a single week, 3 jobs worth $165,000 in billings vanished. The general contractors who had been calling me for bids suddenly had scheduling conflicts. The supply house that had given me net 30 terms for 7 years switched me to cash only. My accountant sent a polite email suggesting we reassess our professional relationship, and friends stopped responding. People I'd known since high school abandoned me, my gym membership was mysteriously canceled, and the guy who ran the coffee shop near my apartment, where I'd been getting the same breakfast sandwich for 4 years, suddenly couldn't make eye contact with me when I walked in. I stopped going and kept messaging Evan Cole. When he blocked everything else, I tried email and sent him the entire evidence folder with every timestamp, photo, and piece of documentation proving I'd been on site that weekend, with the subject line, "Just please look at this. Delivery confirmed." Never opened. He decided I was guilty and the evidence was just noise, so I stopped explaining on day 14. I didn't return to my parents' house because I realized something while sitting in my empty apartment, surrounded by boxes I couldn't afford to move. No one who'd already chosen sides was going to look at proof. They wanted a villain, and I'd been perfectly cast. That door was welded shut, so I moved my belongings into a storage unit and slept on a folding bed in my friend Tyler Bennett's basement. I paid him in cash and rewired his panel, which appeared to have been installed during the Nixon administration. I spent the weekend organizing everything: permits, inspections, badge logs with exact timestamps, progress photos, and witness statements from the crew. Everything pointed to the same conclusion. I wasn't in Sacramento. I was on a job site 62 miles away, doing work that left a comprehensive paper trail. On Monday morning, I called a lawyer. Not a big firm. I couldn't afford it. But my uncle Rob Hayes knew someone who owed him a favor. A civil rights attorney in his mid-30s who did Title IX work and had a reputation for eating college administrators alive. When I arrived at the diner, she was already on her third coffee. "Walk me through it," she said, pulling out a legal pad. I did. The entire thing: the accusation, the suspension, the family implosion, Evan Cole's social media crusade, everything. She spent 25 minutes going through my evidence, and when she finally looked up, her expression was predatory. "This is bulletproof. You weren't there." "I know. So why the heck are they still pushing this?" "Because admitting they were wrong means admitting they railroaded an innocent guy. The college, the administrators, my brother, they all went public quickly and loudly, and walking it back now makes them appear incompetent or malicious. It's easier to keep insisting I'm guilty and hoping I slink away quietly." She nodded slowly. "Here's what you need to know. You have strong claims for defamation, tortious interference, and possibly Title IX violations. Your brother made specific, false, damaging statements that cost you income and housing. The college violated basic due process. And things will get ugly. It will take time and cost them more than they're willing to pay, but I'm not going anywhere. Here's how we play it. We don't engage in public. We preserve evidence, file the necessary complaints, and let them keep digging their hole deeper. Every time your brother posts, we screenshot it, and every time the college refuses to look at your evidence, we document it. What about Evan Cole? What about him? He's out there calling me a predator. He's coaching the families, and he's let him. Every post he makes, every statement he helps craft, every time he doubles down without checking basic facts, it becomes evidence. The more certain he acts, the worse he looks when we show he never verified anything. He's building your case for you." I liked her right away, and we spent the next hour going over the next steps. Before I left, she gave me one more piece of advice: send preservation letters to the college and Dr. Miranda Pierce, informing them that they must preserve all documents, emails, and records related to this case. I sent preservation letters that afternoon, filed complaints with the State Accreditation Board and the Department of Education, and began drafting the defamation lawsuit against Evan Cole. There was nothing dramatic or public about it, just bureaucratic machinery in motion. Evan Cole kept posting long threads about believing victims, how dangerous it was when families protected predators, about choosing moral courage over familial obligation. And the whole thing boiled down to convicting him first and then asking questions. Each post was screenshotted, logged, and added to the file. He wasn't even subtle about it. The police began their investigation 4 months ago. They checked the competition records, the chaperone list, the lodging logs, the transportation logs, and nothing. Then they looked at the hospital job, where they discovered my permits, inspection reports, badge logs, and 5 electricians who swore under oath that I had been on site all weekend. The detective called me in November, And he sounded tired in that way cops do when they realize they've wasted months on nonsense. "We've finished our investigation, and I want you to know that we found no evidence linking you to Sacramento that weekend. Your alibi is solid, and we're closing this case with no criminal charges." "What about the accusations?" Long pause. "We're reviewing how those allegations were documented, and who was involved in that process. That's all I can say." He hung up. I called my lawyer, who wasn't surprised. "Perfect. Now we go after them." She'd been busy while I stayed quiet, filing discovery requests, and serving subpoenas on the college, Dr. Miranda Pierce, and Evan Cole. The college fought it, claiming student privacy, institutional privilege, and confidentiality protections. She tore through every objection like tissue paper, but first came the stonewalling. HR began ghosting, and the college's legal team sent form letters. "We cannot comment on ongoing personnel matters." When my lawyer requested the hospital's security badge logs, they claimed technical issues made the data unavailable. In December, the college's lawyer contacted me with a settlement offer of $65,000 for mutual non-disclosure and no admission of wrongdoing. The email had that desperate corporate smell to it, and my lawyer forwarded it to me with one word: laughable. She responded with our own offer. Full reinstatement, a public apology, $325,000, and the termination of Dr. Miranda Pierce, or we go to trial and expose every procedural failure in discovery. They went silent for 3 weeks. Then a reporter from the local paper began asking questions. The college's public relations office began putting out fires. And board members became concerned. Dr. Miranda Pierce had forwarded the Sacramento trip roster, which was a recycled template from the previous year, and my name was still on it. Donors began calling, and those unavailable hospital badge logs appeared with perfect timestamps. External pressure had forced them to face reality. Haley Morgan, an 8-year-old welding student, and Brianna Carter, a 7-year-old HVAC student, were the accusers. Dr. Miranda Pierce and the students' parents exchanged text messages about assisting them in organizing their memories. And there were multiple drafts of student statements with significant edits and additions that clearly did not originate from teenagers. During what was supposed to be a routine feedback session about the event, Dr. Miranda Pierce approached both of them after they had attended the Sacramento competition. Their initial statements had been vague, confused, and uncertain, but one email from Dr. Miranda Pierce to Haley Morgan's mother caught their attention. "I know she's having trouble remembering specifics, but sometimes trauma makes memories fuzzy. Let's try the timeline exercise we discussed. Walking through the weekend hour by hour can help things surface." Another to Brianna Carter's father: "I believe we have enough consistency now to move forward confidently, and the statements align well." There were more pages of it, with Dr. Miranda Pierce guiding, suggesting, and shaping every detail until the stories locked into place. However, the most damning evidence came from Evan Cole's own digital trail, which he documented because he was so convinced he was the hero. A communication to Haley Morgan's mother said, "I understand your daughter is having second thoughts. However, backing out now gives the message that if you put enough pressure on victims, they will give in. We need to demonstrate strength here." Another: "Don't let them fixate on timeframes and alibis. That's just a distraction tactic used by predators. What matters is the trauma, not the practicalities." He had kept everything. My lawyer scheduled depositions for February, and Evan Cole was the first to appear. The conference room smelled of old coffee and desperation, and he had prioritized his crusade over basic fact-checking at every opportunity. Evan Cole sat across from me for the first time in 9 months. He looked terrible, with dark circles under his eyes. His lawyer was some underpaid associate who kept checking his watch as if he had somewhere better to be. My lawyer looked like a shark that had just spotted blood in the water. She began softly, asking about his relationship with me, his work, and community advocacy. In late April, the college contacted me and asked if I would meet with them to discuss a serious situation. During that meeting, they informed me that 2 students had reported inappropriate contact during a competition weekend, but they did not provide specific details about what allegedly occurred. They said privacy laws prevented them from sharing details without parental consent. "Did they tell you which competition?" "The Skills USA Regionals in Sacramento, April 18th through 20th. "Did you confirm Jack Sullivan's attendance at any point during or after that meeting?" Pause. Evan Cole looked at his lawyer, who nodded slightly. "No, you didn't check the attendance records, didn't verify the chaperone list, didn't ask the college to confirm Jack Sullivan's presence?" "No." My lawyer let that sit for a moment. "Jack Sullivan reached out to you after the accusation was made?" "Correct." "Yes. And what did he tell you?" He said he wasn't at the competition, and that he had proof he was working a job that weekend. What did you do with that information? I told him I couldn't discuss it with him, and ended the call. Did you ask to see the proof? No, he sent you documentation, permits, inspection reports, witness statements, and emails. I didn't open them. Why not? Evan Cole's jaw tightened. I'd already made my decision based on the information the college provided, and looking at his defense felt like it would jeopardize my ability to support the victims. Support the victims? My lawyer flatly repeated, even if the alleged victim wasn't actually victimized by your brother. I thought the allegations were credible, but you didn't verify them. My lawyer let it hang there. The court reporter's fingers stopped. Evan Cole's lawyer shifted in his seat, and the whole room could feel the weight of that admission settling like cement. You posted about this case on social media several times, correct? My lawyer slid a printed screenshot across the table. This is a message from you to Haley Morgan's mother. You made a public statement declaring your belief in the accusations, and your decision to cut contact with Jack Sullivan. You also assisted the families involved in organizing their statements. You wrote, and I quote, "Don't let them concentrate on timelines and alibis. That's just a distraction tactic that predators use." Do you remember writing that? Evan Cole stared at the paper. Yes. Were you aware that timelines might actually matter if, for example, the accused person wasn't present at the event in question? I thought you didn't think verification was important. I believed that protecting the students was more important than getting caught up in technicalities, such as whether your brother was actually present. His lawyer objected, but my lawyer withdrew the question and continued. You also messaged Haley Morgan's mother, encouraging her not to let Haley Morgan walk anything back, even after the student expressed doubts about her memory. Is that correct? I was trying to prevent her from being pressured into silence, or were you trying to prevent her from telling the truth when it became inconvenient for your narrative? Objection withdrawn. Let's talk about your testimony to the college board. You gave public comments, correct? Yes. And you stated that Jack Sullivan was guilty and that the family should support the accusers over him. I stated that I believed the students and that accountability was necessary. I didn't know that at the time. You could have known, but you chose not to. Correct. Evan Cole didn't answer. My lawyer leaned forward. Evan Cole. Did it ever occur to you that by publicly declaring your brother guilty, by assisting families in crafting consistent statements, by encouraging them to ignore doubts and stay committed, that I've seen how often they are silenced and dismissed, and I didn't want to be a part of that system. Instead, you became a part of a system that destroys innocent people without checking basic facts. My lawyer walked him through every message, post, and statement he helped shape, and made him explain each decision, assumption, and moment he chose certainty over verification. The deposition lasted 5 more hours. Evan Cole's hands were slightly trembling by the end of the deposition, which ended at 8 p.m., and his lawyer pulled my lawyer aside in the hallway. If he could go back in time to April, what would he have done differently? I watched through the glass as they talked. The lawyer kept shaking his head. My lawyer's expression remained neutral. When she returned, she had that look lawyers get when they know they've already won. He's going to settle, she said. He has to. His own words buried him. Everything fell apart at the college board meeting on a Wednesday in April. My uncle Robert, Rob Hayes, my cousin Olivia Hayes, and a few friends who had stayed were there, despite the fact that I had asked them not to attend. The room was packed with parents, faculty, a few reporters, local activists who had been supporting Evan Cole, and some family members I hadn't seen in months. But Rob had said, "We are seeing you be vindicated. We're not missing it." My parents sat in the back corner. My mom had that tight smile she wears when things aren't going her way, and my dad looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. Evan Cole was absent. His lawyer had probably told him to stay away. The interim college president, brought in from the district office after the scandal broke, and Dean Whitaker resigned, opened with a prepared statement about transparency and institutional responsibility. The room went silent. After an extensive review of the allegations made against Jack Sullivan, including examination of work permits, inspection reports, security logs, and witness testimony, this board finds no factual basis connecting Jack Sullivan to the alleged incident. Jack Sullivan was not present in Sacramento during the disputed weekend. Our investigation revealed significant procedural flaws in how the initial accusations were handled, and students were interviewed without following proper protocols. He was, in fact, performing licensed electrical work on a commercial job site in this city, as confirmed by multiple witnesses. Murmurs echoed throughout the room. Jack Sullivan has filed civil claims against this institution, Dr. Miranda Pierce, and his brother Evan Cole for defamation and related allegations. Statements were edited and refined by college personnel in ways that jeopardized their credibility, and numerous administrative decisions were made without verification of basic facts. While we cannot comment on ongoing litigation, the college wishes to acknowledge that Jack Sullivan was wrongfully terminated and that his professional reputation was harmed by institutional failures on our part. Someone in the audience shouted something. A reporter stood up. The president gave for order. We are prepared to offer Jack Sullivan a settlement in the amount of. My lawyer leaned over and whispered. Don't accept it. We are going to trial on the defamation accusations. Make an example. I nodded. Evan Cole's case went to trial in June, civil court, not criminal court, money and reputations, not handcuffs. His lawyer tried everything, claiming good faith reliance on the college's investigation, that his posts were protected opinion, that he was attempting to support victims, and that he had no legal obligation to verify facts. My lawyer demolished him. She brought the jury through every piece of information Evan Cole had disregarded. Every message, encouraging families to ignore misgivings. And every public proclamation of guilt without confirming if I'd even been in the same place. This isn't about trusting victims, she said in the end. It's about what happens when belief becomes a weapon. Evan Cole didn't just fail to verify facts, he actively avoided them because they were inconvenient. He helped manufacture consistency in statements that were falling apart. He pressured families to ignore their children's doubts. And he did all of this in public, loudly, and with absolute certainty. In a 3-hour trial, the jury found Evan Cole liable for $175,000 in damages for lost income, reputational harm, and emotional distress, despite the fact that he was 62 miles away on a commercial job site at the time of the alleged crime. When the verdict was read, Evan Cole's lawyer attempted to respond. My landlord, every vendor who'd pulled contracts, the college department mailing list, and the local contracting association all received official letters, stating that the allegations were false and that the college had settled for $310,000. A public apology, and an agreement to reform their investigation procedures. My lawyer called it reputational remediation. I called it watching them eat crow in writing. My old landlord called me 2 days later, apologized, and offered to be a reference. 3 vendors who dropped me contacted me about new contracts. And the department chair who had overseen my termination had to personally sign every letter. They also paid settlements to the families whose children had been used as props in Dr. Miranda Pierce's crusade. I don't hate Haley Morgan or Breonna Carter. They were 18 and 17 years old at the time, and they were just kids who were duped into doing something they didn't understand by adults who should have known better. Dr. Miranda Pierce manipulated them, and Evan Cole reinforced it. Dr. Miranda Pierce's license was revoked 4 months later after the state board discovered that she had coached students, fabricated evidence, and violated approximately 18 professional standards. The girls were confused, pressured, and surrounded by authority figures telling them what to remember. I blame the adults who used them. I used the settlement money to buy my own building, a 4,500 square foot shop with office space and room for equipment, and rehired my old crew. I didn't move to a new city to start over. Instead, I rebuilt right here in front of everyone. I began bidding on commercial jobs that had dropped me. In August, my parents attempted to reconcile, and when I arrived at the shop unannounced to run conduit for a restaurant renovation, I saw my father's car pull into the lot and knew what was going to happen. It turns out that a $4 million settlement and a court judgment in your favor is pretty good advertising. Within 6 months, I was busier than before the nightmare began. My father began. We thought it was important to clear the air and discuss. Get out of my shop. My mother tried her soft voice. The one she uses when she wants something but needs to appear reasonable. Jack, sweetheart, we were just trying to do what we thought was right at the time. We didn't have all of the facts. You had the material, which I supplied to you, but you decided not to look at it because Evan Cole urged you not to. That's not fair, my father remarked. We were in an impossible situation. The family was divided. Emotions were high. Emotions were high because you let Evan Cole declare me guilty without verifying a single truth, and you supported his actions since he's always been your golden kid. And I've always been the disappointment who works with his hands instead of pushing paper in some corporate office. My mom's eyes welled up. We never said that. You didn't have to. You showed it when it mattered. I returned to work. They stood there for another minute, then left. I haven't heard from them since. The family fracture has never healed. Evan Cole tried to rebuild his advocacy career, but the court judgment followed him everywhere, and he was fired from his nonprofit job 4 months after the verdict. Uncle Robert, Rob Hayes, and cousin Olivia Hayes remained in contact, but everyone else either chose Evan Cole's side or went silent, which was fine with me. Blood doesn't mean anything when those who share it throw you under the bus the first chance they get. Last I heard, he was working at some insurance company doing grunt work for $48,000 a year. His wife, Lauren Cole, left him in September, taking the house, the car, and the dignity he had left. I didn't celebrate, and I didn't feel good watching him crater, but I also didn't feel bad. The real satisfaction came from watching everyone who'd been so certain, so righteous, so convinced they were on the right side of history. It was a cold Saturday in November, nearly 20 months after the accusation, when Evan Cole finally showed up. I was closing up the shop around 6 p.m. when his truck pulled into the lot, and I recognized it right away, the beat-up Ford he'd been driving since college. He waited in the cab for a solid 5 minutes before getting out. And I started loading tools into my service van as if I hadn't noticed him. He approached up slowly, stopping about 8 feet away, and said, "Jack." I completed loading the drill kit before glancing up. "What do you want?" He looked worse in person than I'd anticipated. I wanted to talk about what? About everything. About what happened. About he stopped. I messed up. I know that now. I shut the van door and leaned against it. You drove an hour to tell me you messed up. That's your big revelation. I'm trying to apologize. You're trying to make yourself feel better. His jaw tightened. I was wrong about everything. I should have listened to you. I should have looked at your evidence. I should have checked to see if I was actually there before declaring myself a predator to the entire family. And I should have verified a single fact before advising families to ignore their children's doubts. Evan Cole, you didn't just make a mistake. You chose to believe I was guilty because it made you feel good, because it allowed you to be the hero, because verifying facts was difficult, and believing in your own righteousness was simple. He didn't respond, and I pushed off the van. I was trying to help, you were trying to feel important, and when the evidence didn't fit your narrative, you just ignored it. I thought I was doing the right thing. But you thought you were the right person. You've spent your entire life trying to be better than me, smarter, more successful, and more important. When those students made their accusation, you saw your chance, finally, proof that you were the good brother and I was the screw-up you always believed I was. His hands were shaking, but you didn't verify my presence because you didn't want to. You wanted me to be guilty because it fit the story you'd been telling yourself since we were kids. The silence stretched between us like razor wire. I lost everything. He finally said. My job, my marriage, my reputation. I know that doesn't fix what I did to you, but nothing. You didn't lose those things because of what I did. You lost them because you prioritized your crusade over basic facts, and when the truth came out, everyone saw exactly who you were. I'm trying to make this right. You can't. Some things can't be fixed with a 20-month late apology. You destroyed my life because it was convenient for you. You made my parents believe I was a predator to make you look better in comparison, and you helped coach families to ignore evidence because you couldn't handle being wrong. I walked past him toward my truck. Jack? Wait. I stopped but didn't turn around. You want forgiveness? You want closure? You want me to tell you it's okay and we can rebuild our relationship? I want to try. Then try this. Live with what you did. Live with the fact that you destroyed your brother over allegations you never verified. Live with the knowledge that when it mattered most, you chose your ego over the truth. Live with the knowledge that every person who praised you for being brave was praising you for being certain about something you never bothered to check. Don't call me again. Don't show up at my shop. Don't send letters, emails, or messages through family members. We're finished. I got in my truck and started the engine. Through the windshield, I could see him standing there in the parking lot, shoulders slumped, looking smaller than I'd ever seen him. His hands were in his pockets. His head was down. He looked like a man who had finally realized what he'd done and realized there was no turning back. I drove away without looking back. If you loved this video, please subscribe to the channel so that we can bring you more and better tales. Thank you. My parents changed the lock on my room, kicked me out, and gave it to my brother after I paid off their mortgage and became the legal owner. I acquired the legal owner after paying off my parents' whole mortgage. Then, when my brother had a baby, They changed my lock and handed him my master suite. I refrained from arguing. At dinner, I served evictions. I'm now Math BB S 250. $0 richer and they're all kind of homeless. Reddit. Hello. My brother and sister were treated like royalty, but my family always considered me as the backup parent and handyman. I moved out, started a genuine life on my own, and believed that was it. As it happens, they weren't finished with me. Let me take you back to the beginning before we dive into the chaos. I'm Ethan, currently 26 years old. However, this section of the narrative begins at the age of 19. I used to live with my parents, James and Laura, as well as my younger sister, Hannah, and elder brother, Caleb. I did odd electrical jobs and any other handyman work the neighbors needed as part of my part-time job. But none of that mattered in my home. Already, I was the one who cleaned up after everyone, did errands without being asked, and mended anything that broke. That year, Caleb received his college degree. You wouldn't realize from the celebration that the degree wasn't useful. Laura ordered a huge cake, rented an entire banquet hall, hired a photographer, and decorated the space as if Caleb had just received a prize for rescuing the nation. The family didn't even let me sit with them. I moved tables, took pictures, and adjusted lighting for half the day. Because, Annie, you're good with cameras. You are aware of how these things operate. Shaking hands and grinning as if everyone was waiting for him to take over, Caleb strolled around in a suit he hadn't purchased. James continued to assure everyone that Caleb was destined for success, and to introduce him as our future leader. Laura requested different napkins, so I ran to the store twice, carried trays, and cleaned up spills. I didn't voice any complaints. I still thought it was normal to help at that age. It cost about $4,200 for the celebration. They also didn't conceal it. Laura boasted about it to their audience. I recall holding the camera strap while I stood close to the back wall and watched Caleb receive more ovation for a degree he barely passed. Laura told him how proud she was and gave him another hug. Throughout the entire evening, nobody mentioned my name until they had to move something. Hannah's high school graduation came 2 months later. Even though the celebration was smaller, it still had a commercial-like appearance. Laura decorated the garden and had food provided, while James got her an old automobile with a large bow on top. As people gave Hannah gifts and envelopes, she sat in the middle like a celebrity. Half of them she didn't even glance at. She couldn't handle the curve of the driveway, so I parked the car they bought her. The vehicle also didn't last. It was constantly having issues. And for some reason, I was expected to drive her around because of that. A year later than expected, I also graduated that same weekend. I ended up finishing late because of my job, getting pulled into family duties, and missing credits. The focus was different, but they didn't forget. We're on a limited budget after everything for Caleb and Hannah, so we had dinner at a little diner close to our house. Halfway through my fries, James told me that I needed to start planning ahead because I wasn't going to college like Caleb, so he bought the cheapest things on the menu. Laura expressed her belief in me in a way that is typical of someone who needs to be controlled. My function became clearer after that. I fixed the sink if it was leaking. Before attempting a switch, they called my name whenever something electrical flickered. Since you're better with numbers, James would shove a stack of paperwork at me every year when tax season rolled around. Even though Hannah could operate a mower and Caleb was older, I was in charge of the lawn starting when I was 14. Hannah wouldn't drive herself somewhere unless it was to pick up her buddies, even when the car was running. I thus became her driver. Caleb left chaos in his wake. Somehow, I ended myself holding plates, clothing, and unfinished tasks. Laura would respond with, "Just help your brother. He's stressed." Or, she would add, "Caleb has a lot on his mind right now, even though he barely lifted a finger in the house." James remained silent. If anything, he behaved as though my function was predetermined from birth, and that this was all to be expected. Although I heard several directions, I never heard a thank you. I heard Laura conversing with her sister in the living room one afternoon while I was repairing a loose cabinet hinge in the kitchen. They believed that I was unable to hear above the threshold. I sat with a screwdriver and stared at the cabinet door while Laura said, "Oh, we don't worry about Ethan. He's like a rock. You pile anything on him and he stays put. But Caleb needs guidance. He needs our attention. He's sensitive." I couldn't ignore it till it clicked for the first time. I was not viewed by them as a human being with needs or boundaries. I was a backup generator, a tool that would continue to function regardless of how much you depleted it. I immediately started working in trades after high school. I chose electrical because I was already familiar with most of it from mending things around the house. I was earning consistent, respectable money by the time I was 21. It was good to have something that was mine, even though it meant long days and early mornings. I paid for my own clothes, my truck, and my tools. I got nothing from anyone. I was never concerned by that section. I was troubled by how quickly my income became into everyone else's issue rather than mine. It began modestly. With a power bill in hand, James would enter my room as if it were a summons from the court. "This month, we're short. Are you able to handle it?" He stated it as if I already knew the solution. A few days later, Laura followed with the same tone and a grocery list. "Right now, groceries are ridiculously costly. Will you be able to see us until next week?" I refrained from arguing. I had a full-time job. They didn't. I assumed it was normal to assist. Next was Caleb's auto insurance. He pretended that the world owed him patience, even though he hadn't held a job for more than 2 months since graduating. Laura handed the bill in my direction across the kitchen table. "Caleb is trying to find a new job. Right now, he simply needs a little help." Caleb never even raised his head from his phone. He simply stated, "I'll pay you back once I'm settled." This implied that he would never do so. Hannah then declared her intention to attend a wellness retreat. Stress and the desire to replenish her energies, perhaps. When she mentioned it, James gave me a direct look as if the funding had already been granted. They didn't even act as though it was a choice. Even though Hannah spent most of her days on her bed looking through her phone, Laura insisted that it was crucial for Abby's mental health. Every time I attempted to save money for myself, a problem at home arose. Someone experienced unforeseen bills, a tire went flat, or a pipe burst. It's funny that unless I had a little extra saved up, none of those crises occurred. Laura would appear out of nowhere with a bill just when I was getting ahead. Caleb would indicate his card was denied once more. Or James would allude to past due payments. It wasn't a coincidence. There was a pattern. I didn't require an explanation from a therapist. After a storm, the roof began to leak 1 month later. They didn't call anyone, despite James's promise that they would later. They turned to face me after waiting for the stain on the ceiling to spread. "You ought to take care of it," James added. "You are familiar with this material." Although I was unfamiliar with roofing, I managed to figure it out. I went up there, corrected the flashing, replaced the plywood, ripped off the damaged shingles, and sealed everything. Since James and Laura weren't sure when they would be able to reimburse me, I then purchased all the materials on my own. They never reimbursed me. Rachel began dating Caleb at this time. When I initially met her, she was amiable. However, Laura treated her like royalty right away. She continued saying, "She's perfect for Caleb. Someone who makes his life simpler is what he deserves." It wasn't nuanced. Even though I was the only one paying for everything, it was one of those remarks aimed to make me feel like I wasn't doing my fair share. I didn't hear much from Rachel. I was just background furniture to her. Caleb pretended to be pleased that he had landed her. Every time Rachel visited, providing her food, beverages, or anything else she desired, Laura seemed to glow. James had overloaded an outlet, so I was in the garage rewiring it. She claimed that she left college because it was too rigorous and that she was now studying spiritual healing, whatever that meant. She then questioned why I hadn't returned home to assist her with money or transportation. I disregarded those requests. The pattern eventually became recognizable. To keep the peace, I would take one call every 2 months. James would bring up the subject of bills. Laura would let out a deep sigh in the distance. Hannah would discuss meditation or energy crystals. The cycle was that. Next up was Caleb. Laura was the only person who kept me informed about him. Once more, he was unemployed. Rachel had gotten pregnant once more. They were temporarily residing with my parents. Nothing had changed, according to James, who maintained they were working things out. That's how 5 years passed. I worked, saved, renovated, and there was no stress, confusion, or unforeseen emergencies that suddenly materialized when I had money saved. At last, I had a secure business and a peaceful existence. I had workers. There were days when I didn't think about my family. Then there was a call. Late on a Wednesday night, I noticed James's name appear on my phone. I nearly let it ring, but I felt compelled to respond. He wasn't calm or collected when I called. He was crying so much that he was having trouble speaking. "We're in trouble, Ethan. The house is about to be lost." I remained silent for a while. His voice broke as he continued to speak quickly. He claimed that they had been overdue on their mortgage payments for some months. Notices had already been sent by the bank. There was a foreclosure proceeding. Before the sheriff posted the final eviction, they had 8 weeks. Laura was sobbing heavily in the background when I heard her say, "Call him again. Tell him we need him. Tell him, we need him." James made an effort to control his voice. "Please, Ethan. You must return home. You are necessary to us. You are needed by the family. Act like a decent son." It was there. When they desired something, they would always say this. Act like a decent son. I took a while to respond. James broke the stillness by pleading, panicking, and explaining that they did their best, that Hannah was unable to help, and that Caleb was unable to find steady employment. They only had a demand wrapped in desperation. They had no money, no plan, and no direction. One thing was evident from the call, even if I didn't immediately agree to anything. I created a stable existence. They expected me to make things right when their lives were falling apart. 3 days after James called, I took a car back to my parents' house. To do it, I didn't give up on my business. By then, my staff could manage jobs without me breathing down their necks since I had a foreman I trusted. Since this wasn't a visit, I gave the timetable, remained reachable by phone, and took a brief leave of absence. A takeover occurred. Compared to my memory, the street appeared smaller, the house had a worse appearance. Laura hurried me inside as soon as I entered, sobbing so loudly that the neighbors could hear. She took hold of my arm as if she thought I would collapse alongside her. James wrung his hands as he hovered behind her. I didn't give anyone a hug, but Hannah stood close to the hallway, peering at her phone, pausing just long enough to say. Finally. I remained silent about the mess. The tone was set when I simply asked. Where's the paperwork from the bank? Just business. No warmth. No reconnection. I followed James to the dining table, which was piled high with unread mail. Letters from the bank, final notifications, warnings, all of this should have been handled months ago. I glanced at the stack. They were telling the truth. The maximum projection was 8 weeks. As if I hadn't been the one keeping the property together for half of my life, Laura kept saying, "We're losing everything, Ethan. Everything. Your childhood home." I took a seat, arranged the documents, and uttered the words that completely altered the course of the day. "I'll pay the Rs and I'll pay the mortgage off in full," I replied. "But I'm not giving away that kind of money for free." Laura was frozen. James looked at me as if he didn't comprehend what I was saying. He questioned. "What does that mean?" I explained that if I save this house, I will legally be the sole owner, no disputes afterwards. In other words, when the payoff posts, I will have cleared the bank's claim and registered the house in my name. Laura's voice instantly became louder. "How can you possibly say that? Ethan. We call this place home. You can't simply take it." I didn't answer. I put a collection of documents on the table after opening my folder. A quitclaim deed for title transfer. A purchase agreement attesting to my loan repayment. The card of my lawyer. I didn't push them or yell at them. I simply moved the documents forward. Laura gave the table a slap. "Did you bring a lawyer? Do you consider us to be strangers? Your parents are us." James supported her. "Ethan. This is insulting. Considering family like a business." Hannah appeared bored as she rolled her eyes. "This is deceptive. This was arranged by you. Who visits their own parents with legal documents?" For half of it, she didn't even look up from her phone. I decided to ignore the rants. "It's easy. I'm willing to save the house if you want it saved, but I won't give the bank 6 figures to watch everyone mismanage it once more. I own it if I pay for it. This only works in one direction, because the bank still holds a lien. At closing, I fully repay the debt, and I receive the deed that same day." Talking about treachery and how she didn't raise me to be like this, Laura hid her face and began to cry even more. James began to speak about duty and loyalty. Hannah said that I was treating my own family like a landlord. The numbers were not contested. The foreclosure was not denied. They didn't provide an alternative. They simply attacked the notion that I was in charge. I learned everything from that. James eventually ran out of justifications. Laura's tears dried up. Hannah walked out of the room. They had no choice but to sign even though they didn't want to. Caleb was not making any money. Hannah signed because they had no savings and they were avoiding responsibility like it was a sport. Following the transfer, my lawyer also had them sign a simple month-to-month lease. Written rules prevent misunderstandings later. Laura sobbed during the whole ordeal. James had a defeated expression. Something about karma was whispered by Hannah. I didn't respond. After the signatures were recorded, I collected the paperwork, called my attorney, and declared, "It's done." After the legal aspect was resolved, I proceeded to examine the house. It was worse than I thought it would be. The carpet in the living room contained stains large enough to trace the outline of a tiny animal. The walls of the hallway were covered in crayon drawings. Obviously, Caleb's child. The leak I patched years ago caused water damage to a corner of the ceiling. Now it's terrible. I looked in the restrooms. Mold. Black stains are appearing on the tiles and behind the toilet. Something I didn't want to name was clogging the bathtub drain. Hannah's previous room was a complete mess. Half-burned candles, broken jewelry, empty cups, piles of clothing, and notebooks with scrawls concerning energy fields. Nothing was touched by me. The house was littered with boxes, bags, toys, shoes, and wrappers belonging to Caleb and Rachel. They had a cleaning crew and handled the property like a hotel room. There was only one thought on my mind as I stood in the corridor and observed everything. It wasn't a house. This was a sinking ship that had been fixed with excuses and duct tape. But suddenly my ship was sinking. For the remainder of the day, I took pictures, made notes, and made plans. It wouldn't be a little renovation. It would not be inexpensive. I would have it, but it wouldn't be fast. At least 6 figures, months of labor, the most of which I completed. Furthermore, none of these modifications were discretionary. In contrast to every project I worked on as a child, the house was collapsing. They allowed it to occur. I have to recreate it now. Not for them, not for nostalgia, not for control, not for ownership, not for a future free from catastrophe. I began the renovation as soon as the mortgage was paid off and the paperwork was completed. I handled it as if it were a real job site. No patchwork, no shortcuts, and no procrastination. There was more to the house than just repairs. It needed to be completely rebuilt. Deconstruction took up the first 2 weeks. I tore out the sagging kitchen cabinetry, removed damaged baseboards, and tore up old carpet. Beneath it all were shoddy fixes, mold patches, and water damage. Years ago, James had done things that hardly made sense. I continued to work. Dawn until dusk. Caleb did not do anything. On most mornings, by the time I started moving trash to the dumpster, he was already gaming on the sofa. He continued to wear his headset. When I carried tools through the living room, he seemed irritated. Most days, Rachel sat next to him, looking through her phone or commenting on the design of the house as though she were the project manager. Rachel would advise you not to tear down the wall. It closes the area. Or the family needs a warm, softer color scheme in the kitchen. She used the word family, as if she owned the house. Hannah wasn't any better. My room was adjacent to hers. She also complained that the noise interfered with her energy healing sessions each time I used a power tool. "I need quiet time to recharge," she would say, waving her hands around as if she were pushing invisible air. The roof was the first significant project. I installed a brand new system, replaced the damaged plywood, and tore off every old shingle. The HVAC system followed. Like a dying engine, the old unit rattled. I installed a more contemporary system with improved zoning and ventilation. James pretended to understand everything as he stood beside me as I worked. With his arms crossed, he once remarked, "I would have done that years ago." It was just a matter of timing. Every time she could, Laura added her voice. "Make sure the kitchen has space for the island, but not too much. Don't obstruct the walkway either." Additionally, Caleb needs room to make snacks. She spoke as if Caleb had really used the kitchen. James felt compelled to criticize everything when I installed the new electrical system. He said, "Those outlets are too high. Caleb will not enjoy stooping." Caleb hadn't left the couch in 4 hours, but he didn't mention that. I began working on the interior as soon as the construction was stable. The entire house has new floors. Nothing cheap, clean lines, thick planks. There was an instant difference. Already, the area appeared cleaner. Rachel trailed me from room to room as though I asked for her opinion. "It should be blue on this wall. Shelving is required for this one. There should be more seats in the living room for everyone." She spoke with assurance as if she were the house's owner. "I'm reconstructing this place," I told her once. "Don't touch the tools, please." She didn't pay attention. The master suite was the largest project. The only place I made just for myself. I installed a reinforced door, a strong lock, insulated the walls, and used premium materials. It wasn't very large, but it was peaceful, tidy, and entirely within my control. It was the only room in the house where nobody else was permitted. To ensure that there were no ambiguities, I posted a single rule for the duration of the remodeling. Maintain the common area's cleanliness. That was it. Just basic respect, no heavy lifting, no chores. They instantly disregarded it. Everywhere he sat, Caleb left cups and food wrappers. Rachel strewn her belongings on tables and counters. Everywhere were Hannah's diaries, candles, and crystals. For whatever they didn't want to put away, James and Laura used the kitchen as a dump zone. They behaved like supervisors rather than offering assistance. Don't put the island there, Laura advised. Caleb requires more room in the pantry. Hannah requires a space beside the window for meditation. They didn't inquire about my desires. None admitted that I was the lone one reconstructing the building under their feet. They talked confidently, as if the house still belonged to them and my choices were merely ideas that they could disregard at any time. The entitlement extended beyond remarks. Rachel nodded as I heard Caleb say, "Ethan only owns the house on paper. Mom and Dad won't let him do anything big. He knows better." I had just come back from the hardware shop one afternoon. "He's too gentle to throw anyone out." Later, Hannah gave Rachel her own version. "He doesn't genuinely move us. Yet he presents himself as harsh. He isn't constructed that way." They spoke it casually, as though I hadn't even been mentioned, as though I was weak for not threatening them or blowing up. I listened while standing in the corridor. They continued. Their voices remained high. They thought I wouldn't take any action. I didn't answer. I didn't criticize them. They weren't corrected by me. I simply continued to work. I invested about Math BB S. $180 in a home that was regarded by everyone as a vacation rental. And their sense of entitlement became louder every day. I remained silent. They thought it was a sign of weakness. Already, Rachel had been all around the house. However, Laura made the announcement as if it were a community choice on the day she moved her bags in. "She'll just stay until the baby comes," she replied, giving Rachel a royal-style slap on the arm. Rachel didn't wait for permission. She entered the house right away, left her bags in the hallway, and made herself at home. As soon as she was settled in, she behaved as though the house was her own. She took her time going through each room, examining everything I had constructed and pointing out things she wanted changed. The following morning, she approached me in the kitchen while I was taking measurements. She calmly said, "The master suite is way too big for one person. You should move your stuff to the basement. It makes more sense for a family to have that space." I didn't respond. I continued to look at my notes, as if she were talking about the weather rather than asking me to leave the one room in the house that I had kept private. Later that afternoon, James pulled me aside in the living room and said, "Son, don't be selfish. They have a child on the way. Rachel needs comfort." He spoke as if this had already been decided, and Laura followed him. She interpreted my silence as hesitation. "The baby needs room," she added. "You'll be fine downstairs." "You're young," she murmured, thinking about the family. I was the one who rebuilt the place, board by board, dollar by dollar, but none of that mattered when they needed something. It was strange to hear them talk about space as if they had paid for any of it. They had let the property to fall apart for years. My tools, which I always kept organized, started to disappear. I would find them in random rooms, outside on the porch, or shoved into drawers where they didn't belong. Rachel claimed to have borrowed them for a project, but she never specified what it was. Groceries no longer lasted 2 days. The pressure didn't stop there. I would stock the refrigerator in the morning, and by the end of the night, half of the food was gone. Rachel helped herself to everything else, citing pregnancy cravings as an excuse. Hannah went through my snacks because spiritual healers require clean energy sources. And Caleb ate most of it without thinking, grabbing whatever he wanted while yelling at his game. Laundry wasn't safe either. Every time I left clothes in the washer, Hannah would take them out in the middle of the cycle, and toss them on the floor so she could wash her delicate items. She pretended that I was to blame for not keeping an eye on the machine. Every day felt more constrained and smaller because no matter what I did, someone would find a way to cross my boundaries. I grew accustomed to opening drawers and discovering that my belongings were missing, to food vanishing more quickly than I could replenish it, and to Rachel giving commands as if she owned the property. However, the master suite was the one area where I drew boundaries and prevented chaos because it was my room. I built it, paid for it, and intended for it to remain unaltered. The lock was there for a reason, and no one was permitted inside. One night, after working a 14-hour shift on a commercial job site, I returned home exhausted, my hands sore, my clothes covered in drywall dust, and all I wanted was a shower and a good night's sleep. I headed down the hall to my suite, prepared to close the door and unplug. Before I got there, I heard laughter coming from inside, not just any laughter, but relaxed, comfortable, settled laughter, Rachel's voice, Caleb's voice, and the sound of the TV playing something loud. I stopped, looked at the door, and tried the key, but it didn't turn. I tried again, but it didn't. They had changed the lock, and I could tell they hadn't done it carefully either. My hand lingered on the doorknob for a few seconds as the noise inside persisted. Rachel discussing paint colors, Caleb making jokes about taking the large room, and the sound of someone unpacking bags but they hadn't asked. The hardware was scuffed, and the frame had new marks, as if Caleb had muscled it and said it was good enough. "Don't make this dramatic," Laura replied, appearing behind me in the hallway as if she had been waiting. "It's our house," she continued, adding that they hadn't even pretended to respect the one limit I had established. "Rachel requires the room." She didn't sound sorry. "You'll understand when you're a parent." They all pretended that switching my lock out and taking my private room was normal, and it was irritated, as if I was being unreasonable for wanting access to my own room. James showed up a moment later and nodded at her words, and Hannah peeked from the end of the hall, grinning as if she had foreseen this very situation. I looked at the door again, not because I was unsure, but because something inside me moved cleanly and quietly, and I didn't raise my voice or shake my hands. There was no point in arguing. It would only reinforce their sense that the house still belonged to them. After Laura informed me that it was their house and Rachel needed the space, I didn't say anything when I left the hallway that night. I also didn't sleep. Instead, I stayed in my truck for a while, letting the engine idle while I stared through the windshield. My chest didn't tighten. Instead, I just fell silent, not the kind of silence that comes from exhaustion, but the kind that comes right before a decision, a final one. After a while, I went inside to take a shower and change into clean clothes. I went to the master suite to check if anyone had changed their mind, but they hadn't. Instead, all of my belongings and personal belongings that I had kept ordered in that room were thrown in the corridor like trash. My work clothes were strewn all over the carpet. My toolbox was open with half of the outlets missing. My PC case had a dent in the side panel. And my safe, which was so heavy that no one should have touched it, was sitting crookedly against the wall with scratches all over the top, obviously dragged out. When I stood there staring at the mess, I no longer felt shocked, angry, or incredulous because they had already broken the lock on my room, so this was just the next step. The door to the master suite opened, and Caleb came out wearing my robe, stretching and drinking from my cup as if he had just woken up from the best sleep of his life, and he grinned at me. "Calm down, man," he said. "Mom and Dad said it's their house. Couch won't kill you," as if I was being dramatic about wanting access to the room I built and paid for. Instead of responding, I simply moved past my disorganized belongings, entered my former room, picked up a duffel bag, and packed the essentials. James called after me once, asking where I was going, but I didn't answer. I left the house without telling anyone, leaving only a few clothes, documents, and small necessities. I took pictures of everything before I left, including every mess, broken item, and infraction, not for nostalgia, but for proof. Then I called my lawyer and explained everything: the lock change, the property damage, the takeover of the master suite, the displacement, the ongoing disruptions, and he didn't hesitate. "We'll move forward immediately," he said. I drove directly to a hotel on the opposite side of town, paid for a week in advance, and sat on the bed with my phone in my hand. For the first time in a long time, things felt easy. 2 days later, the paperwork began to move, and I returned on a Thursday night with everything my lawyer could do quickly, not the actual eviction, but the first step that made it inevitable. You have full ownership and a signed lease agreement with your parents, and they have broken it. As I walked in without knocking, I saw them at the dinner table, laughing as if nothing had happened, with Rachel eating like she owned the kitchen, Laura pouring drinks, James carving something, Hannah scrolling while she chewed, and Caleb talking loudly about some online tournament. Laura forced a smile, not out of guilt, but out of surprise. "Ethan, sweetheart, grab a plate." I placed an envelope with a notice of termination in front of James and Laura. James quickly glanced at it before slamming it down. "You're evicting your own parents? Are you insane?" I put more papers on the table before the yelling got out of control. One in front of Caleb, one in front of Rachel, one in front of Hannah. Notices to vacate. Unauthorized occupancy. Caleb stood so quickly that his chair scraped. You're kidding. Rachel's face pinched. I'm pregnant. You can't do this. Hannah yelled, you have no soul. Laura began with the same line she always used to regain control. This is our home. Caleb stepped toward me, saying, we're not leaving. Then you'll explain that to a judge. I walked out as the yelling chased me to the door. You changed my lock. You dumped my property in the hallway. You damaged my things. You violated the agreement. This isn't a debate. It's notice. They treated the papers like a tantrum, something they could ignore until I got tired and folded. My lawyer filed, and after a court date, another step, and the ruling, they showed up acting offended as though the whole thing was a misunderstanding and I was just being dramatic over a room. They tried guilt, which is why they didn't leave for the next few weeks. They tried crying, they tried getting angry, but it didn't matter. The judge reviewed the deed, the signed agreement, the pictures, the lock change, the property damage, and then it was easy. The judge granted the judgment. The writs were issued. The day was set. The sheriff arrived on the appointed day, not as a surprise or a threat, and he posted the notice. It was instant chaos inside the house after he explained the timeline and gave them the last window to move what they could. In any case, Laura screamed loud enough for the neighbors to hear. James quarreled like he could change the volume on paperwork. Hannah packed things into bags and grumbled about energy. And Rachel paced the yard while talking on the phone, telling anyone who would listen that I had ruined her future. I stood by my truck, not gloating, just watching the process happen, and Caleb came out to me, crying for real now, his voice breaking. Please, man, he said. Please don't do this. Caleb stomped around, grabbing electronics first, as if priorities were a joke. None of them packed like people who thought consequences were real. My parents are currently somewhat homeless. Rachel is under a lot of stress. Everything is wrong up with the baby. We have nowhere to go. I whispered to Caleb, try getting a job. He broke down in tears as if the floor had fallen out from under him. You can't leave us like this. I cried, feeling nothing sharp anymore. The sheriff completed his task. The locks were changed. The house was quiet. I cleaned up what needed to be cleaned. I called a realtor, and within weeks I had an offer that I couldn't turn down. The closing took longer, but when it cleared, it was much more than I'd put into it. I walked past him without saying anything more. After the last payment cleared, I sat in my truck and went through the list of people I had spent the better part of my life trying to please. James, Laura, Hannah, Caleb, Rachel, and so on. One by one, I blocked them. Just before the last block, James texted me one last time, saying, "Son, come home. We can fix this." That was it. If you like this video, please hit the subscribe button. Thanks to it, the channel is able to provide you with more and better stories. I buried my Navy SEAL dad, then a 4-star general told me, "Fly to Geneva. Give them your father's name." The 4-star general told me at my father's grave. Fly to Geneva. The wind, which moved across Arlington as if it owned the place and bent the little American flags placed next to the white stones, is what I remember most. There were only 2 other people in the area, a groundskeeper in the distance, and the general standing in front of me with his eyes steady and his voice low enough that no one else could hear him. My father, a retired Navy SEAL, had been buried 45 minutes earlier, and there was nothing but me, a flag, and a name carved into marble. There was also no folded program with a list of accomplishments or a slideshow of medals. I didn't even know what he'd done growing up in Norfolk, Virginia, until I was almost 22. While other kids talked about their father's promotions or retirement parties, mine fixed the fence, paid his bills early, and drank his coffee at precisely 5:30 every morning. He lived quietly, died the same way, and never liked attention. He said snorts. He liked the smell of rope and salt. He never told me about combat. He died of a sudden heart attack in his kitchen. A neighbor discovered him after he didn't answer the door for 3 days. The medical examiner called me at work. He worked part-time at a marine supply store after retiring. He had no apparent wealth, no second property, and no secretive lifestyle. His will was straightforward, handwritten, and properly filed with a local attorney. The house went to me, and everything else was minimal. Before I had even finished setting up the funeral, my older brother Marcus called. I remember staring at my computer screen and not understanding the words. "You think that's it? Dad never had much," he said. His tone bothered me, but it wasn't grief. Assessment at Arlington. When the chaplain finished speaking and the rifle volley echoed, I felt a sense of finality and cleanliness settle inside of me. I was about to leave when I noticed the general approaching. The general looked at the headstone and then back at me. He didn't introduce himself with rank, and I only noticed the 4 stars when the light caught his shoulder. He appeared to be in his late 60s, calm and unhurried, and he shook my hand. "I served with your father," he said, which surprised me because my father had never mentioned serving with anyone who got that high. "Fly to Geneva," he said, "and give them your father's name. They will understand." He handed me a plain white card with no insignia, just a phone number with a Swiss country code and a neatly inked last name. Before I could ask him a single question, he nodded once and turned to leave. When I returned to my father's house that evening, the place still smelled faintly of motor oil and Old Spice. His boots were by the door, his coffee mug was clean in the rack, and nothing about his life suggested international banking. I stood there with that card long after he had vanished, lost among the rows of marble, and I didn't tell Marcus about it. His passport was in the back of his closet, tucked inside a weathered shoebox. The pages were thick with stamps, and the dates went back almost 18 years. I opened drawers I had never opened before, revealing old tax returns, insurance documents, hardware store receipts, and everything else ordinary and small. Marcus called again that night, asking, "So, what's the plan?" I sat on the edge of his bed and tried to make sense of the trips I never knew he took. "Are you selling the house?" he asked. Once more, it was transactional, efficient, and clean. "It's not even been a day," I said. "I'm just saying if there's anything left, we should divide it clean." "He didn't leave much," I told him. Marcus let out a sharp sigh. "Yeah, that sounds like him." I hung up and took another look at the Swiss phone number. I wasn't a mystery hunter, I was a compliance officer for a shipping company, and I led a careful life, but there wasn't anything dramatic about the general's speech. I called the number the following morning, and a woman answered in precise English. I gave her my father's name, and there was a pause, a longer one this time. "Yes," she said, "we have been expecting you." My heart didn't race, it slowed. She asked when I could travel. It felt procedural, as if he was relaying instructions that had been waiting. "That is understandable," she said when I told her that I would need time. "When you arrive, please bring identification and a copy of the death certificate." There was no mention of money or accounts, just a calm expectation. After I hung up, I took another walk around the house and noticed details that I had previously overlooked. My father had lived modestly, quietly, but not carelessly. There was a locked file cabinet in the garage, a small safe in the hall closet that I had never seen opened, and that afternoon, Marcus texted me, "Make sure you don't do anything stupid with the estate." I stared at that message for a long time. Marcus had struggled financially for years, with credit cards and business ideas that never quite worked out. I wondered if Dad had been planning something all along after he had helped him more than once, quietly and without passing judgment. That night, I bought a ticket to Geneva, but I kept it a secret from everyone. When the confirmation email showed up in my inbox, I realized something crucial. My father had not died empty-handed, but rather with instructions. He lived 2 counties over near Richmond and rarely drove down unless he thought there was something to gain. I told Marcus I was meeting with Dad's attorney to wrap up paperwork, which was enough to keep him calm for a few days, but for the first time in my life, I felt like I was stepping into a part of him that he had never shown anyone, not even me. He showed up the morning before I left for Geneva, but he wasn't knocking like he used to. Instead, he tapped twice and let himself in as if the house had already been his. He looked around the living room as if he was taking stock, saying, "Place looks smaller," and I told him, "It's the same size." He ran a hand across the mantel where there had never been medals. I said, "It was Dad's will," and he laughed lightly. "Yeah, and Dad always did things his own way. Hard to believe this, is it? That's what you keep saying." He turned to face me. "And so, Jai, and Dad always did things his own. I just don't want you making decisions without me." His voice was resentful, but it was quiet, settled there like something old and worn in. "You know, he loaned me money," Marcus said, leaning back in his chair. "I know, more than once." "I know that, too." Marcus rubbed his face. He said it wasn't a big deal. We sat at the kitchen table where Dad had completed his crossword puzzles every Sunday. "You didn't," I said quietly, adding that I would figure things out. That landed harder than I intended. He stiffened. "Easy for you to judge," he said. "You always played it safe." Perhaps I had. I worked a steady job, made my mortgage payments on time, didn't pursue investments, open restaurants, or purchase boats that I couldn't afford. Marcus handled all of that. "Dad loved you," I said. "He respected you," Marcus replied. "There's a difference." The remark lingered in my mind long after he had left. That afternoon, I packed one small suitcase and put Dad's passport, the death certificate, and my own identification in my carry-on. I had no idea what I would be getting into, but I had a gut feeling it wouldn't be a vault filled with gold bars because Dad didn't live that way. I had time to reflect on the years we hardly spoke after Mom passed away. Marcus left first, so I stayed, Went to see him every Sunday, brought groceries, and listened to him talk about fishing, the weather, and nothing else. He never once mentioned Switzerland. When I landed in Geneva, it didn't feel glamorous, it felt clean. The streets were narrow and tidy, the lake appeared gray under the winter sky, the bank building was simple, just stone and glass, efficient and quiet in its own way, the cab driver didn't speak much English, and everything moved at a careful pace inside. I gave my father's name at the reception desk. The woman behind it didn't respond, but she called, and a man in a dark suit came up to me a few minutes later. "Miss Callahan." We walked down a corridor that smelled faintly of polished wood, with no dramatic security gates or marble statues, just doors and silence. "Yes, please come with me," he said, and he led me into a private office before gently closing the door. His words, "I am very sorry for your loss," caught my attention. "Your father was a disciplined man, you knew him?" "In a professional sense," he replied when I asked, opening a folder that contained neatly organized documents with my father's signature on several pages from almost 18 years ago. "He established a trust here in 2004, the man explained. "This can't be right," I said. "It is correct," he assured me. "It has been maintained with consistent contributions." I gaped at the numbers, which weren't billionaire figures but were significant enough to alter a life and shield multiple families. "What was it for?" "Your father designated the trust to support a specific group of people, former service members, certain medical needs, and family assistance in case of hardship," the banker said, folding his hands. The banker said he would not have, adding that confidentiality was important to him. "And me?" The room seemed smaller. "You are the successor trustee," I said. "He set it up so that you would take over in his death. Without your consent, the funds cannot be dissolved." I instantly thought about Marcus, his obligations, and his hopes. "Are there any other recipients?" "Several," he replied when I asked, "and we have contact information." The banker slid another envelope in my direction and said, "There is also a letter, written in your father's hand. They are unaware of your father's passing. It was only to be administered following his passing." My phone buzzed before I opened it, and my hands trembled a little as I picked it up. "Marcus," I let it ring once before responding. "So? What did the lawyer say?" he asked right away. "I'm still going over paperwork," I said. "Anything got to do?" he pressed, so I took another look at the numbers and said slowly, "Yes, there's something." He paused for a long time. "How much?" The trust wasn't a secret fortune waiting to be divided, rather, it was a responsibility, and my brother had no idea what our father had been building all these years. I didn't tell Marcus the amount, so I didn't respond when he asked. After I hung up with Marcus, I opened the envelope the banker had given me. I told him I needed time to comprehend what I was looking at. That part was true. The numbers were real, but they weren't the whole story. What mattered more was the structure. My father hadn't just kept money in Switzerland. He had purposefully built something. That line alone made my throat tighten. If you're reading this, then I didn't get a chance to explain it in person. The paper was thick and familiar, and my father's handwriting hadn't changed since I was a child. Block letters, straight lines, and no flourish. "I did not hide this from you out of mistrust. Money alters people's listening habits, so I kept it hidden." He continued by explaining that, despite not having reunions, social calls, or quiet check-ins, he remained in contact with a small group of men he had served with after retiring. Over time, some of these men experienced health problems, injuries that never fully healed, cancers linked to deployments, and financial strain after government benefits ran out. "You don't advertise help," he wrote, "you just provide it." I carefully folded the letter and put it back in the envelope. The banker returned with another folder, which contained carefully anonymized summaries of the families who had received support over the years: medical transportation for a man who needed specialized treatment, mortgage assistance for a widow, and tuition for a daughter following her father's stroke. He didn't complain about it or ask for recognition, he just started setting money aside. It wasn't celebrity wealth, but it was far more than I had anticipated. My father had lived in a modest 3-bedroom house, drove a 14-year-old truck, and clipped coupons. "This trust is currently valued at just over $9.4 million, the banker said. At first, the number didn't register. "How?" "Investments," the banker replied when I asked, "are disciplined, long-term, conservative growth." The banker added, "He also declined several opportunities to withhold funds for personal use." Let that sink in. Marcus had always thought his father had nothing, was tight, and withheld money. He was consistent, that word again. However, he had directed rather than withheld. "Now what?" I asked. "You assume full oversight," to which the banker replied, "Unless you specify otherwise, disbursements continue. Evenly," he said. "If you decide to liquidate, it is within your legal authority, even though there would be tax implications." I remembered Marcus's voice on the phone. How much? It would be easy and quiet the noise, but it would destroy what my father had built. "My brother will contest this," I said, and the banker nodded slightly. The trust is valid under both Swiss and US law. I was tempted to simplify everything, dissolve the trust, divide the money, and move on. Family conflicts are not uncommon, though. This will not be dramatic, he assured me. It will be procedural. He handed me a packet that contained legal documents and contact information for an American firm that specialized in international estate matters. The lake looked the same as it had earlier, gray, steady, and different, when I stepped back out into the Geneva air. The next evening, Marcus called again. "Don't dodge me," he said when I answered. "What did he leave?" I thought as I walked slowly along the water before heading back to my hotel. I didn't feel wealthy, but I did feel responsible. I said, "Dad established a trust." "For whom?" Silence. "And us?" "For veterans and their families." "I'm the trustee," he said. "That's not what I asked." "There's money," I said cautiously, "but it's not waiting to be split in a checking account." "How much?" "He did help you," I said, "more than once." "That's different," Marcus snapped. "That was loans." "Jesus," he muttered. "And he never helped me out properly." 9.4 million, I said. He took a sharp breath. "This is a case of inheritance." He grew quiet. "I'll talk to a lawyer," he finally said. "I figured you would." After we hung up, I sat on the edge of the hotel bed and read my father's letter again. "It's not that simple." "It is that simple," he insisted. "You're sitting on $9. 4 million that should be divided." "It's not mine to divide," I said. "It's structured." That line wasn't written, but I could hear him say it. Money tests people. Marcus had thought for years that his father had favored me, perhaps in some ways not because I was better, but because I listened. Now, I was in a position where I would also be tested. I could break the trust and leave rich. I slept lightly that night, but when I boarded the plane back to Virginia the following morning, I carried more than documents in my briefcase. I carried a decision that would shape the rest of my life, and I knew Marcus wasn't going to take it quietly. Or I could carry on what my father had started and risk becoming the villain in my own family. I drove straight from the airport to my father's house, and when I landed back in Virginia, the sky looked wider than I remembered. It was familiar, honest, and nothing about it suggested that I was carrying documents that tied my name to $9.4 million in Switzerland. Marcus was sitting at the kitchen table when I arrived, with a legal pad in front of him, as if he were getting ready for a meeting. "You move fast," I said. "I called an attorney," he replied, "probate specialist, Richmond." Of course he did. He didn't inquire about Geneva or how my flight went. Instead, he got right to the point. "You're not keeping that from me," he said. "I'm not keeping anything," I replied. "But you don't understand what it is." "Then explain it." I set the folder on the table and opened it, not giving it to him but guiding him through it in the same manner the banker had guided me. "It's a trust," I said, "established in 2004. It helps certain veterans and their loved ones. Long-term care, housing support, and medical assistance." Marcus scowled. "It's responsibility. That's charity. And you control it?" I asked. "Yes, and I understand what?" He made a decision. "Because I struggled," Marcus shot back. "Because I wasn't perfect." I gave him a careful look. "You were not named as a beneficiary." The word sat between us. His jaw tightened. "So he cut me out." "He wrote a clause," I said quietly, "about financial stability." "That's not what I asked." Marcus lightly slammed his hand on the table, expressing frustration rather than violence. "What did he say about me?" "Marcus," I said, "he said he had already given you what he could." "He demanded," and I hesitated. Short and sharp, Marcus chuckled once. "That's it." He stood up and paced the kitchen. "You always thought you were better," he said. "I never thought that. You stayed close to him. You got help," I said several times, quietly. "That was different." "Yes," I said. "It was. You were able to communicate with him. I didn't. It has nothing to do with money." He stopped pacing and said, "I said it is now. My lawyer says that international trusts can be challenged." "The existence of the trust was mentioned," I said. He said this, particularly if assets weren't properly disclosed in the will. There was no itemization of the contents. "That's typical. You seem to have prepared your defense already." Marcus's eyes narrowed as I replied, "I prepared for responsibility." "So what are you going to do?" I repeated. "While I'm drowning, can you continue to run your little secret foundation?" he asked. "What then?" I didn't say that. That was the part I hadn't yet spoken aloud. The trust contained a secondary clause that, if I so desired, allowed me to set aside a specific percentage each year for direct family stabilization, so long as it was organized, recorded, and conditional. I said carefully, "I can create a structured support plan," adding, "debt counseling, financial oversight, controlled distributions tied to accountability." Marcus looked at me as if I had insulted him, and he said, "You want to manage me? I want to keep what my dad built safe. Do you believe I'll accept that, and you're cool with that?" "No," I said honestly. "I think you'll fight it." Marcus picked up his jacket and said, "You're choosing strangers over your own brother, but I'm not dissolving the trust." The room became quiet, and a neighbor's dog barked once before stopping. "I'm choosing what Dad intended," Marcus said. "You always wanted his approval," he said. "No," I replied. "I wanted his trust." Marcus left without slamming the door. That night, I sat alone at the kitchen table and read the trust documents again. He looked at me for a long time. There was anger there, but underneath it was something else. It was old hurt. The following morning, I received a formal request for full disclosure of the trust from Marcus's attorney, citing potential undue influence and a lack of transparency. Dad had not written them in emotional language, everything was measured, structured, and predictable. He had known that this moment would arrive, and that money would test us. I hired an older lawyer in Norwich named William Harper. He had gray hair, was a Navy veteran, and had a calm voice. He went over everything carefully. "This is solid," he said. "Your father was thorough. He expected this," I replied. William nodded. The procedure was not a dramatic courtroom battle or shouting. Marcus wasn't evil or greedy in a cartoon sense, he was resentful, and resentment combined with $9.4 million is a dangerous combination. I drove back to my father's house that evening and stood in the living room where there had never been medals on the wall. "Families don't fall apart over money," he said. "Money just reveals what was already there." I gave that some thought long after I left his office. Marcus filed within 4 weeks. It wasn't a dramatic affair, there was no shouting on the steps of the courthouse. Just a formal petition in the Circuit Court of Norfolk questioning the validity of the trust and whether Dad had properly disclosed his foreign holdings. He had lived a quiet life, but now his quiet life was making noise, and I had to decide how loud it would get. "This is standard," William Harper called me the morning the papers were served. "He's testing the structure. Will it hold? Undue influence, lack of transparency, failure to provide equal distribution to heirs. Legal language has a way of turning family into categories." I said, "Yes," and William replied, "It will hold if what you showed me is complete." That word again, hold. The first hearing was procedural. We sat in a plain courtroom with fluorescent lights and beige walls. There were no reporters or television cameras present. There was only a judge, 2 attorneys, a clerk, and a handful of people waiting for their own cases to be called. Marcus sat at the opposite table and initially avoided eye contact with me. He appeared worn out. The judge adjusted her glasses and looked over the filing when our case was called. Marcus's lawyer argued that the Swiss trust had been set up in a way that unfairly denied Marcus access to what Virginia law should have considered marital property, inheritance. William answered steadily. "It was legally established, properly funded, and mentioned in the deed and will." He said, "The trust predates any relevant claim, by 18 years. I listened to what he had to say without reacting. This wasn't a fight, it was an audit. The judge asked for more documentation, and set up a follow-up hearing. "You could end this today," Marcus said to me directly outside the courtroom. "How?" Marcus shook his head, saying, "You're making him into something bigger than he was." "No," I said quietly, "I'm finding out who he was. It's not mine to split. It's $9.4 million, he said. "Nobody would know." "That's not true," I replied. "Dad would know." William handled it with the patience of someone who had witnessed family fractures before. The second appearance brought with it additional documentation, Swiss certification, investment records, statements of disbursement to beneficiaries, and everything was clean and consistent. I served with Mr. Callahan. I was aware of his intention to establish long-term support for specific service members. The 4-star general did not enter. Instead, he walked in quietly and sat behind us until William called him as a witness. He testified calmly and without drama, saying, "I served with Mr. Callahan." The general didn't raise his voice when Marcus's lawyer attempted to imply that the general had influenced my father in creating the trust. "No one influenced him," he said. "If anything, he influenced others." There was a slight change in the room after that. When authority is steady, it carries weight. The judge briefly recused himself after the testimony. "The trust is valid," she declared when she returned, adding that it predates any alleged conflict. "No evidence of undue influence has been found. The petitioner's claim is dismissed." Just like that. There was no applause or dramatic gavel slam. Marcus initially didn't talk to me outside the courthouse, instead standing next to his truck and gazing at the pavement. "I didn't make you file," I said. He looked up at me, and for the first time, the anger seemed to be less intense. "He never trusted me," he said quietly. "That's not what this was about. You really weren't going to bend," he finally said. "No, you'd rather let me lose publicly." I didn't argue because, in some respects, he was correct. "I'm not your enemy," I said, and Marcus gave me a tired half smile and said, "Feels like you are." Before I could reply, he drove off. But that night I came home and opened the safe in the hallway closet. Dad had trusted me with supervision, but that didn't mean he didn't love Marcus. Steady wins, that was all. No speeches, no orders for retribution, just steady. I had discovered the combination earlier in one of Dad's notebooks. Inside were only 3 items: a folded American flag from a ceremony years ago, a picture of Dad with 3 other men, none of whom were in uniform, and a small note written in his handwriting. Winning in court felt less satisfying than I had hoped. Marcus had lost the case publicly, yes, but more than that, he had lost the illusion that Dad's quiet life meant little. The trust remained intact, the beneficiaries would continue to receive support, and I now had complete control over how the family portion of it would be handled. Winning in court didn't fix anything, it just settled the paperwork. Marcus didn't call for a week after the ruling, there were no texts or emails, just silence. I kept working with the Swiss office to make sure the next round of payouts happened on time. It felt like responsibility confirmed, but responsibility isn't loud, it's steady. Life went on as usual, with medical bills, tuition payments, and mortgage assistance, but something in me kept thinking about one line from Dad's letter: you don't advertise help, you just provide it. Marcus wasn't listed as a beneficiary, but he wasn't excluded from humanity either. On a Thursday afternoon, I drove to Richmond. His truck was in the driveway, his townhouse looked the same as always, the porch light was out, the grass was a little too long, and he opened the door slowly when I knocked. "I figured you'd come eventually," he said. "Can I come in?" Bills were piled on the kitchen counter, and the place smelled like coffee and old carpet as he moved aside. We sat at his little dining table, and I didn't say anything about them. "I'm not here to argue," I said, "so why are you here?" "I'm not dissolving the trust," I said. "That part is final," I reasoned. "But Dad built a provision for family stabilization, structured, controlled, accountable." He smiled faintly and skeptically. "Because this isn't about winning." Marcus reclined in his seat. "What does that signify for me?" His jaw tightened. "It means I can allocate funds for you annually if you agree to financial counseling and oversight. You want to keep an eye on my spending?" The room fell silent as I continued. "I reviewed Dad's records. I want to stop the cycle. I'm not a child." "No," I said. "You're my brother." Marcus turned away and said, "He never made me feel small about it. I'm not trying to." "Then why the conditions?" "He paid off your credit cards 3 times, covered your business loan twice, and helped with the down payment on this place." Marcus stared at the table. "Because he believed in boundaries," I said. "So do I." "You believe I'm not able to handle money?" "It wasn't cruel, it was factual." He exhaled slowly. "I wanted him to be proud of me," he said quietly. "I know. I think you haven't yet." He didn't say it. Marcus's eyes were glassy now, but he didn't cry. "You got the trust," he said. "That says enough." "He didn't say it to me either," I said. "He showed it. It says he trusted me to protect it." "No," I said gently. "That's different." We sat there for a while. "I'm offering you this," I said. "A financial advisor paid by the trust, structured debt repayment, an annual distribution cap that is dependent on progress. No blank check, no lump sum. And nothing changes if I say no." He nodded slowly. We spent the next hour going over the numbers. "You'd really walk away." "I already did once," I said, "in court." "That wasn't retaliation, it was reality." Marcus leaned forward, his elbows on the table. "I don't want to be the guy who sued his sister over money," he said. "Then don't be." He laughed wearily. "You always talk like Dad." I learned from him. When I stood to go, Marcus walked me to the door and said, "You really went to Switzerland? What would it take to stabilize his situation over 6 years? Instead of 18 months. It wasn't glamorous. It was spreadsheets and discipline." He shook his head slowly and said, "Yes, and he really built all that." "I thought he was small," he admitted. Marcus had attempted to force the trust open, but now he was stepping into structure not because I embarrassed him, but because I didn't. Neither of us said anything more. As I drove back to Norwich, I realized something important: sometimes getting revenge doesn't mean crushing someone. We stood together at Arlington 18 months after the court dismissed Marcus's claim, not because the trust asked us to, but because it felt right. The headstone looked exactly the same as it had the day the general told me to fly to Geneva. Dad had lived a quiet life, and I was starting to understand why. Clean, simple, just his name, rank, and dates. His father never liked to be decorated. Marcus had aged in 18 months, not physically, but in his posture, and the sharp edge had softened. He had paid off nearly half of his debt, sold the second truck he didn't need, closed the credit lines that used to feel like lifelines, and finished his first 18 months of financial counseling. The trust continued exactly as Dad had intended it to. Medical payments were made every 2 months. 2 of the former teammates' children began college that fall. A widow in Texas remained at home because her mortgage was quietly brought up to date. There were no press conferences or foundation galas, just steady. Marcus looked at the headstone. He nodded. "I used to think he was holding out on us," he said. "He was holding something," I said. "Just not what we thought." "Do you ever wish you'd just split it?" We stood there for a while longer as the wind moved the flags in the same manner as it had on the day of the funeral. "No," he said, looking at me carefully. "Even when I sued you, Especially then. That made me smile a little. Money changes how people listen. Marcus cleared his throat before we left. I was wrong, he said. About him, about you. I know, I replied. He didn't say anything more. He didn't need to. On the way back, I reflected on the first time I opened Dad's letter in that quiet Geneva office. He was right. Marcus only heard numbers for a few months, and if I'm being honest, so did I. 9.4 million can make your heart race, but eventually the number faded, leaving behind structure, responsibility, and legacy. Dad hadn't left me money to enjoy, but rather a standard to uphold, and there had been nights over the past year when I felt overwhelmed. Every time I felt tempted to simplify, sell assets, reduce complexity, or make it easier, I thought about how he lived. No medals on the wall, no stories, just steady. Marcus now meets with his advisor every 6 weeks. The paperwork, the oversight, the careful decisions about who qualified for assistance, and how much to release. We still disagree occasionally, but we no longer have resentment at the center of the table. The Swiss office has succession protocols, legal safeguards, and layers of review. He sends me updates voluntarily, not because I ask him to, but because he chooses to. The trust will endure long after I'm gone. I used to think loud success mattered more: bigger houses, faster promotions, and public recognition. Now, I see it differently. Steady wins. If you've ever sat at a kitchen table after a funeral and wondered what someone truly left behind, you know what I mean. Dad thought in decades, not months. It's rarely just money, it's patterns, discipline, and the example you choose to follow or reject. My father was a retired Navy SEAL. He had no medals on the wall, no stories, and he lived a quiet life until his death, but he left instructions, which I trust I will follow. If this story made you think of someone in your own life who lives steadily rather than loudly, take a moment today to honor them, give them a call if you can, and forgive them if you need to learn from them while it's still possible. If you think strength doesn't have to shout, please share your thoughts below. Tell me what steady has meant in your life. Sometimes the greatest legacy isn't what you inherit. After my father's death, my family became toxic. I took a job offer, uncovered my mother's financial misdeeds, and gained custody of my brother. Have you ever felt like your own family is purposefully sabotaging your future? That is exactly what I am currently dealing with. I'm 23 female, and my mother, 46 female, and sister, 20 female, have just forced me to decline a great job offer at a major tech business in San Jose. I am still trying to digest all that has transpired. Let me paint you a picture of how we arrived here. 2 years ago, my father died in a vehicle accident on his way home from work. He was the type of father who never missed any of my coding competitions or academic events, even when he was overburdened with work. Every Sunday morning, we had this custom where he'd cook his famous pancakes, which were simply regular pancakes with chocolate chips, but he was so proud of them. He'd tell us stories from his college days while flipping them and cracking us up with his bad dad jokes. Prior to the accident, our family life was not perfect, but it was stable. My parents had troubles, as do all couples, but they balanced each other out nicely. Dad was the calm, analytical kind who could settle any issue with his careful reasoning, whereas Mom was more emotional and impetuous. They made it work, and our home felt secure and predictable. Everything changed following Dad's death. It wasn't simply the evident loss. It was as if our entire family dynamic had collapsed. Mom became emotionally dependent on my younger sister, Sophie, or perhaps the other way around. Regardless, they created a tight, even smothering bond that made me feel like an alien in my own family. Sophie became the focus of Mom's universe, and I was consigned to the role of the responsible one, expected to give up everything for the benefit of the family. I should talk about Sophie. Even before Dad died, she was always the most theatrical member of the family. I was the quiet kid who spent hours coding in my room, while she was the social butterfly who required constant attention. Dad used to balance Mom's tendency to accommodate Sophie's every desire, but now he was gone, there was no one to provide a reality check. Their relationship evolved gradually but unmistakably. Sophie's little crises escalated into family emergencies. When she didn't make the cheerleading squad in her senior year of high school, her mother let her miss class for a week and maxed up a credit card on comfort items. When she didn't get into her first choice college, Mom spent 2 weeks calling administrators and even applying for a loan to make a donation to the institution. Meanwhile, I tried to keep everything together. I maintained a 4 gigapascals in computer science, worked part-time at the university's IT department to help with costs, and cared for my younger brother, Lucas, 10M. Lucas is such a sweet kid. He's the only one who still sees me as a real person, rather than a tool to be utilized when necessary. I graduated from college this year with a computer science degree, and against all chances, I received an incredible job offer from one of San Jose's top IT businesses. The interview process was harsh, with 6 rounds of technical interviews, coding challenges, and behavioral tests. I prepared for months, staying up late to learn algorithms and data structures while also fulfilling my family responsibilities. When I received the offer letter, I couldn't believe my eyes. The base salary was $math BB Fi, $125, $0, plus a signing bonus and stock options that made my head spin. This wasn't simply a job, it was an opportunity to establish a legitimate career and possibly even aid my family financially. Once I was established, I could finally repay all of my student loans, which Mom couldn't co-sign for because she was too busy paying off Sophie's shopping bills. But last week, Mom walked into my room with that expression on her face, the one that implies she's going to deliver a bomb that will destroy everything. She sat on my bed, took up the plush penguin. Dad got me for my 16th birthday, one of the few things I still have from him, and said, "Emma, we need to talk about your job offer." My stomach fell quickly. She went on to tell me that Sophie was struggling with her first year of college and wanted to take a vacation. She apparently has anxiety and needs to return home. This entails additional expenses, which Mom cannot handle alone. She advised me to ignore the San Jose offer and seek a local job instead so that I could help with the finances and care for Lucas. Sophie's worry manifests itself mysteriously whenever things go wrong for her. Last month, she had no trouble performing in a 3-hour dancing showcase, but when her teachers wanted her to attend morning courses, she got crippling social anxiety. She can spend hours at parties with her friends, documenting everything on Instagram, yet she supposedly has panic attacks when it comes time to study for examinations. I tried to reason with Mom. I spent hours showing her my financial plans, explaining how I could send money home after I was situated, and even offered to help Sophie get resources for her purported mental health difficulties. But Mom would not hear it. Family comes first. She kept stressing. As if my desires and goals were not important to the family's well-being. The worst thing was that Sophie was in her room, uploading images of her recent buying binge on Instagram while I was talking with Mom. The same sibling who claims she is too anxious to complete college spent hundreds of dollars on new clothes and makeup. I saw the receipts in her email. Yes, we have a family computer. She spent $math BB $876 at Sephora last week. That's more than I've spent on groceries in 2 months. When I pointed this up to Mom, she became defensive. Sophie is sensitive. She needs these things to feel better, she told me. You've always been the strong one, Emma. You can handle disappointment better. That's when it dawned on me, being the strong one, in this family meant being the one whose feelings and dreams were unimportant. The following days were a flurry of anxiety and desperate planning. I contacted my college advisor, who was outraged by the scenario but couldn't provide much assistance. I called the company's HR department to explain my predicament and request additional time, but they could only extend the deadline by a few days. Without family assistance or a co-signer for an apartment contract in San Jose, my options were quickly dwindling. I even attempted to appeal to Mom's sensible side. I produced a detailed spreadsheet demonstrating how my San Jose salary will benefit the family more in the long run than a local job paying half the amount. I looked for local therapists that could help Sophie cope with her anxiety while still allowing her to attend school. I volunteered to schedule regular video conversations with Lucas to keep involved in his life. Nothing worked. How did Mom respond? Your father would be so disappointed in you for being so selfish. It stung more than anything else. Dad was the one who bought my first computer, stayed up late to help me debug my first programs, and always encouraged me to dream big. Using his memory to control me seemed like a new low. That's when something unexpected occurred. My uncle, James, 42, Dad's younger brother, arrived abruptly at our doorstep yesterday. He's always been the cool uncle who pays attention, but we hadn't seen much of him since Dad's burial. He'd apparently been trying to call Mom for weeks, but she was ignoring him. He looked at my face and knew something was amiss. While Mom was preoccupied with Sophie's current crisis, she was crying because someone had unfollowed her on Instagram, Uncle James, and I sat on the back porch, where Dad used to educate me about stars on clear evenings. I told him everything, the job offer, Mom's demands, Sophie's spending habits, and how I felt like I was letting my future slip away. Lucas came out to join us as I was talking, cuddling up next to me as he always does when he notices I'm sad. He's very smart for a 10-year-old, whereas Sophie looks like her mother and is dramatic. Lucas inherited his father's calm intelligence and empathy. Since Dad's death, he has been my primary source of genuine affection in this house. Instead of simply sympathizing, Uncle James had a determined expression in his eyes, similar to how Dad would appear when he was solving a problem. "Your dad would never have wanted this for you," he replied, his voice firm yet gentle. Then he made me an offer that would change everything. He has a guest home near his business in a city about an hour from San Jose, and he's prepared to let me stay there for free until I get established. He even offered to co-sign any required loans. While we were conversing, I received a text from my probable future manager at the IT company. She stated she was impressed with my interviews and was excited to have me on the team. They are working on several cutting-edge AI initiatives that are completely aligned with my interests. Reading that message while sitting next to the sole adult who seemed to care about my future felt like the universe was sending me a signal. For the first time in weeks, I felt hopeful. However, when we informed Mom about this possibility, she exploded. The transition was sudden and frightening. She transformed from the passive-aggressive manipulator I had become accustomed to into someone I hardly knew. She accused me of leaving my family, called me selfish, and then dropped a bombshell I didn't see coming. "You're just like your father, always putting yourself first." Uncle James intervened immediately, telling Mom she was out of line. He reminded her that Dad had worked himself to the bone to provide for this family. Taking a late shift at work, the one he was driving home from when he was involved in the accident to pay for Sophie's dance classes. The dispute that ensued was heated, with Sophie joining in to call me selfish, and Lucas crying in the corner. The things Mom said during that dispute indicated a lot about how she truly regards me. Apparently, I was always troublesome, even as a child. My emphasis on academics over socializing was abnormal. Even my decision to study computer technology, rather than something more appropriate for a girl, was proof of my defiance. It seemed as if years of animosity had finally been released. I'm currently sitting in my room, surrounded by half-packed boxes. Uncle James insisted I start packing just in case, while I figured out what to do next. On one side of my laptop screen, there is a job offer letter, and on the other, there are San Jose apartment ads. The deadline is tomorrow, at 5 p.m., Pacific Standard Time. Uncle James is downstairs, ready to assist me if I decide to move out. But Mom's warning to cut me off completely if I leave still rings in my ears. Lucas left a note under my door a few minutes ago in his shaky handwriting. He wrote, "I love you, Emma. Dad would want you to be happy." I'm trying not to cry while writing this. I realize this is long, but I needed to get it out. I understand that this is tricky, but am I wrong in wanting to take advantage of this opportunity? Should I give up my work to keep the family at peace, or should I accept Uncle James's offer and risk losing my connection with Mom and Sophie? I've spent my entire life being responsible, dependable, and willing to make sacrifices. For once, I want to choose myself, yet guilt is consuming me. What if Mom is correct? What if I'm being selfish? I will provide an update after I have reached a decision. My hands are shaking so terribly that I can hardly type this. If you've read this far, I appreciate it. Any advice would be greatly appreciated. Thank you for the overwhelming reaction. I read every remark, even if I can't respond to all of them. Uncle James is assisting me in evaluating my alternatives, and I will provide an update as soon as possible. Update 1. In the first place, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who provided favorable feedback on the previous post I made. Because of your comments, I was able to determine what course of action to take. I made the decision to accept the job offer and seek assistance from Uncle James, but what transpired after that was not what I had anticipated. Following the conclusion of my decision, I got up early the following morning to start the process of moving my stuff. I was surprised to find that neither Mom nor Sophie were talking to me. I was taken aback when I saw that my laptop had vanished from my desk. It was in Sophie's room that I found it after a frantic search for it. She made an attempt to send an email from my account that rejected the work offer I had received. To my great relief, she was not aware of the two-factor authentication system that I had established. When she was confronted, Mom stood up for her. All Sophie was doing was attempting to safeguard our family, she explained to me. It was at that precise instant when I realized I had made the intelligent choice. While Mom and Sophie watched from the window, Uncle James assisted me in loading everything into his vehicle. They did not even come down to say farewell to me. Lucas was the only one who came out to give me a hug, and he tucked his favorite action figure into my pocket while whispering, "Good luck." On the way to Uncle James's house, there was a considerable amount of tranquility. He did not coerce me into communicating. Rather, he simply let me evaluate everything while my preferred indie rock station, which was playing softly in the background, was playing. When I needed to get my thoughts organized, I would go on rides with my father. This brought back memories of those times. While settling inside the guest house, I experienced an odd sensation. My studio is a little space, but it is perfect for me because it has a small kitchen and a workstation that is located near the window. Uncle James had previously prepared a workstation for me, complete with 2 monitors, and I was able to use it. Your dad would have wanted you to have the right setup. According to what he said, while I was in the process of organizing my documents for the new job, I experienced the most profound shock. An old envelope was found in the briefcase that my father used for work. In the storage area, Uncle James had placed it. Letters from Dad to each of us children were contained within, and they were meant to be opened when we reached the age of 25. Because of all that was going on, I needed to have some kind of connection with him, even though I know that I shouldn't have opened mine so early. The letter brought about a complete change. Father spoke on his own experiences with the pressure that he felt from his family when he was younger. Despite the fact that his parents had planned for him to take over their small business, he ultimately chose to pursue a degree in engineering instead. At his letter, he expressed his delight at my interest in technology, and expressed his desire that I would have the courage to pursue my goals, even if it involved making choices that were potentially challenging. On the other hand, the envelope contained other documents, which were bank statements emanating from a second savings account. I was completely unaware of the account that my father had established for my future schooling. It had sufficient funds to pay the cost of education for at least 2 years. There was a noticeable change in Uncle James's expression when I showed him these. After making a number of phone calls, he came to the realization that Mom had, in some way, gained access to this account after Dad had passed away, and had completely depleted it. Yesterday was the first day of my new job. I was surprised to find that the projects are much more intriguing than I had anticipated. The staff is wonderful. I was personally introduced to everyone by my manager, who also took me around the office. During lunch, she mentioned that she had been rooting for me ever since my interview, particularly when I solved a particularly challenging coding problem in an innovative way. She said that she had been pulling for me. Since my departure, my mother has not stopped calling, leaving voicemails that range from accusations of guilt to expressions of anger. Sophie vented her frustrations on social media by writing a lengthy rant about how I had forgotten about the family. At this time, I have blocked both of them. For me to be able to concentrate on my new beginning, I require space. My Uncle James assisted me in opening a bank account that is distinct from my mother's, and I am currently receiving instruction on how to become financially independent from a coworker who also provides seminars on personal finance. In addition to this, I am investigating the many forms of therapy that are covered by my new health insurance. What is most difficult is the absence of Lucas. During the time that Mom is attending her nightly yoga practice, we engage in a video chat every night before he goes to bed. When I volunteered to assist him with coding a straightforward game for his science project, his eyes lit up with excitement. He had been telling me about his project with science. Whenever I am experiencing feelings of guilt, I continue to read the letter that my father sent. One phrase in particular stands out as particularly courageous. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is choose your own path, even when others try to hold you back out of their own fear. I still have to make some contributions to the college fund, and Uncle James is helping me to collect information on those contributions. In the event that I obtain additional information, I will publish another update. At this point in time, I am concentrating on acquiring the skills necessary for my new job and constructing my new life one day at a time. Update 2. 3 weeks have passed since the last time I provided an update. My apologies for the delay. However, in order to feel comfortable disclosing what I found, I would first need to conduct a comprehensive investigation and seek legal advice. The college fund that I described finding in Dad's papers is something that you may remember. We have spent the past few weeks attempting to figure out what happened to that money, and Uncle James has been my partner in this endeavor. What we found out was even more terrible than we had anticipated. What we found out was that Mom had not only accessed one account, but she had also systematically drained multiple accounts that Dad had set up. This was discovered with the assistance of Dad's former bank colleague. A college fund for me, a second fund for Lucas's future education, and even a general emergency fund were all emptied within a few months of Dad's passing. All of these funds were used to cover expenses such as college expenses. The previous week, my mother wrote me a lengthy email. She made an effort to get ahead of the story, which was an indication that she was aware that we were conducting an investigation. A half-hearted apology for possibly being too harsh was included at the beginning of the email. Nevertheless, as time went on, the email started to become something quite different. In her letter, she stated, "There is something about your father that you need to know. During the time that I was carrying you, He was having an affair. More information was included in the email, including how she found out about the affair, how her father begged for forgiveness, and how she graciously accepted him back. As a result of the fact that I brought up memories of that trying period in her life, she explained that this was the reason she had never been around me. In conclusion, she suggested that if I discontinued my investigation into the accounts, we might concentrate on healing our relationship. However, I declined her offer. Here's the thing, her account did not make any sense at all. In the process of searching through Dad's old records, my Uncle James and I came across an unconventional item. In reality, Dad was working double shifts in order to pay off Mom's credit card debt throughout the time that Mom was making allegations that he was having an affair. During our investigation, we came across old credit card bills where Mom had made all of the big charges from that time period. When we discovered that Dad's previous email address was still active, that was the moment that took us by complete surprise. We came across years of email between his attorney and himself, in which he expressed his concerns regarding his mother's spending habits. For the purpose of his children's futures, he had been keeping meticulous records, protecting assets, and opening separate accounts for each of them. It was not that he was having an affair, rather, he was striving to protect us from the irresponsible spending habits of our mother. The emails also revealed a heartbreaking truth. Dad had planned to leave Mom, but not for another woman. Rather, he was concerned about the impact that she would have on us children. It was only 2 weeks before he intended to file for divorce when the accident took place. I brought all of this information to the attorney who Uncle James suggested should handle the case. It was shocking to her. According to the evidence, the actions that Mom took with the money after Dad passed away were not just unethical but also illegal. For the purpose of gaining access to accounts that she was not authorized to access, she had manufactured fraudulent documents. In addition, the attorney found something that was concerning: Sophie's purported college fees, which Mom explained as the reason why she was looking for my assistance. The vast majority of that money was spent on extravagant shopping extravaganzas and other luxury items. While Sophie was supposedly too anxious to attend lectures, we found credit card transactions that indicated purchases at high-end merchants, spa treatments, and even a concealed spring break vacation to Cancun. All of this occurred while Sophie was allegedly making these purchases. I made a point of documenting every costly purchase, luxury vacation, and shopping spree that Sophie made while browsing through her social media posts, which took me many hours. The period of time matches precisely with the time when Dad's accounts were depleted of their funds. Not only was Mom permitting Sophie to behave in a certain way, but she was also financially supporting it with funds that were legally supposed to be for all of us. As far as the attorney is concerned, we have a strong case of financial fraud. A clear image of systematic theft and deception is created when the data that Dad left behind, in conjunction with the paper trail of Mom's activities after his death, is taken into consideration. At this moment, my primary concern is over Lucas's situation. Even now, he continues to reside in that poisonous environment, where he watches his mother and his sister Sophie spend money that ought to be used for his future. The alternatives that we have for getting custody are being investigated by Uncle James. The attorney is of the opinion that we might have a case, especially considering the financial misdeeds that have occurred. The reason I have not yet answered Mom's email is because the attorney has told me to refrain from having any kind of direct interaction at this time. However, Mom and Sophie must have realized that something is wrong because they have begun a social media smear campaign against me. They are presenting me as the ungrateful daughter who left her family in order to pursue a high-paying career in technology. The reality is that the news of Dad's imminent divorce has been both upsetting and reassuring to me. The fact that Dad passed away before he could protect us from Mom's toxic behavior is a source of sadness, but it is also a source of validation since it demonstrates that he was aware of what was going on. It was not impossible for him to be manipulated and abused financially by his mother. He was making a concerted effort to put a stop to it. I am currently filling out all of the necessary paperwork for the legal case. Throughout the entirety of this process, Uncle James has been an incredible help to me, spending many hours assisting me in constructing our case. In spite of the fact that my job is going well, my coworkers have been understanding of the fact that I require periodic personal time in order to deal with everything. When it comes to moving forward with legal procedures, the upcoming weeks will be quite important. I will provide another update as soon as I am able to, but for the time being, I need to concentrate on establishing our case and maintaining my emotional health throughout this process. Due to the fact that my employer's health insurance plan included therapy, I started going to see someone to assist me in processing everything. The fact that Dad was not the adversary in Mom's story is at least something I am now aware of. To the very end, he made an effort to be our hero. Update 3. In the past half a month, there has been a whirlwind of court proceedings, changes in life, and choices that have been finalized. Beginning with the unearthing of Dad's hidden letter, our lives have been completely transformed as a result of this discovery. Due to the substantial evidence that we possessed, the court case proceeded forward quite swiftly. Specifically, the judge was worried about the progressive depletion of Lucas's education fund that was being administered by Mom. The evidence that was the most incriminating came from Mom's meticulous record-keeping. She had documented every illegal transfer in her personal planner, and she had most certainly never expected anyone to find out about it. In the courtroom, when Mom was finally confronted with the proof, her facade was finally broken. In her confession, she admitted to everything, including the fabrication of documents in order to get access to Dad's accounts, the waste of insurance monies, and the systematic concealment of financial information. The judge's decision was uncomplicated. Any and all funds that had been misappropriated would be returned in full, along with interest. There are currently criminal accusations being brought against Mom for fraud. The manner in which Sophie responded was instructive. Rather than showing sympathy for her mother, she instantly removed herself from the situation and asserted that she had no idea where the money for her shopping spree got from. When the court ordered her to return all of the things that she had purchased with monies that had been plundered, her ambitions of becoming an Instagram influencer were destroyed. The acquisition of custody of Lucas was the most major achievement, with the financial agreement being the least crucial. As a result of the judge's recognition of Mom's history of financial abuse and deception, as well as evidence of her ongoing harmful behavior, she gave me interim custody of the child, with Uncle James serving as a co-guardian. A week ago, Lucas moved in with me, and the difference between the two of us is immediately noticeable. In addition to smiling more, he is sleeping better, and he is enthusiastic about the coding projects that we are working on together. My professional life has fast-paced in ways that I never anticipated. Because of my initiative, senior management has taken notice of me, and as a result, I have been promoted to the position of team leader. My employment and income were both consistent, which was a significant factor in the decision about custody of my child. One more attempt at persuasion was made by Mom, who promised that she would forgive everything if I withdrew the accusations and returned Lucas. Following the presentation of recordings of her threatening phone conversations, her attorney gave her the instruction to cease. Since she was compelled to return her expensive dress, Sophie's popularity has been on the down, despite the fact that she has been making passive-aggressive postings about manipulative members of her family and betrayal. Following the depletion of the funds, she has decided to move in with a friend rather than continue living with her mother. Throughout all of this, Uncle James has been my firm support. He has assisted Lucas in setting up his new room, is in the process of locating a wonderful school in the vicinity, and has even established a new college fund for him, which his mother is unable to access. We have dinners together as a family every week, and during those meals, we talk about the happy memories that Dad has, which are finally healing after years of being manipulated. The inn has turned into our permanent residence. We collaborated on the creation of science posters and flowcharts for programming, and they are now displayed around Lucas' room. At his new school, he has joined a robotics club, and his enthusiasm reminds me of my father from my childhood. I decided to analyze everything by going to therapy, and it is assisting me in coming to the realization that none of this was my fault. My father made an effort to safeguard us, and now I am carrying on what he embarked upon. Looking back at my initial post, I can't believe how far we've come from almost giving up on my goals to now fully accomplishing them while providing Lucas with the safe and secure home he deserves. I can't believe how far we've gone. The true nature of Mom and Sophie was exposed, but the loss of them provided us with something more valuable, the truth and the freedom to be ourselves. If you find yourself in a position similar to this one, you should trust your gut instinct. If something does not feel quite right, it most often is. The family that you choose to be a part of might sometimes be more crucial than the family that you are born into. It is because of you that I was able to conduct study even while my entire world seemed to be falling apart. The support and encouragement I received from you gave me the confidence to fight for justice, not just for me but also for the memory of Lucas and Dad. Our lives have been changed by you. 6 days after giving birth, I woke up to an empty crib. My sister was calling herself mommy to my son. My parents took her side. Let your sister raise him. My sister insisted that I give her my kid after he was born since she was intended to be a male mom. You need to give me your baby when he's born, my sister Madeline said, catching me in the kitchen and clutching my arm as if I owed her anything. I believed I misheard her. Because we were meant to be celebrating. Just 12 minutes ago, my husband Ethan and I revealed that we were expecting a boy, and here she was saying this to my face. You're out of your mind. Why are you saying that to me? I asked her. I was meant to be a boy, Mom, she remarked, moving closer. I've been dreaming about it since I was a little girl. The mother-son bond, little league games, everything. I wasn't sure what that had to do with me. Then she said it. Instead, I was stuck with a horrible daughter who ruined my life. She stated it as if she were discussing a piece of furniture she regretted purchasing, not her 5-year-old daughter. That's your child, Madeline, I remarked, but she didn't respond. She clutched my arm tighter and stared at me with these insane eyes. You got a husband, she said. You can try again. Can't you see, Claire? This is a miracle. I was supposed to have your baby son. I took her hand away from me. I am not giving you my son simply because you despise your child. She clenched her teeth, and I could tell she was wondering why I wasn't bowing at her feet and offering to do everything she asked. You don't even want to be a mother that much. Her voice trembled. I'd cherish every moment with him. But you didn't cry when you discovered you were pregnant. That's when Ethan stepped in the doorway, and I could tell by the horrible look on his face that he'd heard what she was asking of me. His expression became harsh, and he stepped between us. Get away from my wife. Madeline did not flinch. Keep out of this. This is a family matter. You're going to leave, he said softly and steadily. And you're never going to speak with her again. Do you comprehend what I'm saying? She gazed at him as if he were an ant, then looked straight at my stomach. A smile flashed across her face. It was slow and certain. You can say no all you want, she said. Doesn't change what's coming. She turned and went out with confidence, as if she knew exactly how this would end. Ethan grabbed my hand before I could follow her outside. We need to leave, he said. Right now. I shook my head. That is what she wants. She wants to blow everything up and make me appear insane. If we leave now, she will win. Ethan stared at me as if I was making a mistake, but he did not object. We walked back into the living room, and I realized Madeline had told a warped version of what had happened. She was huddled up against Mom on the couch, sobbing as if someone had died. Dad stood by the window, arms crossed, jaw tense, refusing to look at me. Riley, Madeline's kid, was in the corner by the bookcase, pressed against the wall, as if she was trying to disappear. The only sound was Madeline crying. I was not going to let her control this. She just asked me to give her my baby, I exclaimed. Loud enough for everyone to hear. These were her exact words. She cornered me in the kitchen, grabbed my arm, and told me I had to hand over my son when he was born. I waited for shock and fury, for someone to turn to Madeline and ask what she was thinking. Mom looked up at me. Her expression was tranquil. We know, she replied. She told us. Okay. I replied softly. And we think you should consider it. I chuckled since there was no way I could have heard that correctly, but no one else laughed. Dad was still looking out the window. Madeline had stopped crying, and was looking at me through her fingers. Even Ethan had remained still beside me. I'm sorry, I replied. Do you think I should consider giving my baby away? Not giving him away, Mom responded, as if I were acting theatrical. I'm just letting Madeline be more involved. Maybe even, she paused, choosing her words carefully, having her take the lead in parenting him. You could still see him. You'd still be his mother, but Madeline would be his main caretaker. That's insane. Is it? Dad finally turned away from the window. His voice was quiet, yet there was an edge to it. You labor constantly. You've admitted that you weren't even attempting to get pregnant. You didn't even seem excited when you found out. I was excited, I explained. I was shocked. There is a difference. Madeline has been wanting this for 15 years. Her mom remarked. She has read every parenting book. She has taken classes. She'd be home with him every day while you're at work. I'm not quitting my job to prove I deserve my own child. See, that's the problem, Dad explained. It is always about you. What you want, and how much you are ready to sacrifice. Have you even considered what's best for the baby? I felt like I was in another universe. My parents, the people who raised me, were standing in the living room, instructing me to hand over my baby to my sister as if he were a borrowed car. What's best for the baby? I whispered. Is being raised by his actual mother. Not by someone who. I paused. I looked at Riley, who remained transfixed in the corner. She was staring at the floor, but I noticed her hands twitching slightly at her sides. Not by someone who? Madeline said, sitting up now. The tears were gone. Her voice was harsh. Go ahead. Finish the sentence. Not by someone who calls her own daughter disgusting. The room went completely silent. Riley's head snapped upward. Her eyes met mine for a brief moment, and I noticed something flash across her face. She looked surprised, as if she couldn't believe someone had actually said it aloud. "That's not," Mom began. She said it to my face. I cut her off. "Just now in the kitchen." She referred to Riley as a filthy daughter who had ruined her life. They were her exact words. "And you want me to give her another child?" I took another look at Riley. She was now watching Madeline, curious to see how she would spin it. I have seen that look before on other people. The face of someone who has been gaslit so many times that they no longer expect anyone to believe them. "Madeline," Dad said softly. "Is this true?" For a fleeting second, I noticed something change in his expression. Doubt, perhaps even concern. For once, he was unsure which side to take. Madeline noticed it, too. She burst into fresh tears. I was upset. She cried. "You have no idea what it's been like for me after 15 years of doing this alone. 15 years of wishing things were different and watching others receive what I want." She cried. She grabbed Mom's arm. "I didn't mean it that way. Riley knows, I adore her. Tell them, Riley. Tell them I am a good mother." Riley was the focal point of attention in the entire room. She was 15 years old when suddenly the entire weight of the room fell on her shoulders. I observed her face go through many emotions. Fear, tiredness, what appeared to be hope withering before it could completely develop. "She's a good mother," Riley replied quietly. Her voice was flat and rehearsed, as if she'd said it 1,000 times already. Mom relaxed. Dad's face softened out. That was all it needed for the moment of doubt to pass. "See?" Madeline wiped her eyes. "Riley understands. We have our struggles, but we love one another." I felt a twist in my stomach. If we decide that baby isn't being properly cared for, are you threatening us? Ethan finally spoke. His voice was calm yet harsh. "Because that's what it sounds like. We're concerned," Dad added. "Concern?" Ethan stepped forward. "Your daughter has just asked for our baby. Your other daughter told a child lie to protect herself. So, you're concerned about us?" Nobody responded. Madeline was staring at me with the same chilly smile from the kitchen, as if everything was going perfectly for her. "We're done," I said. I stared at Riley once more. She was staring at me with this unmistakable expression. As if she had been drowning for years and no one had noticed until now. "I'm sorry," I told her. Then I took Ethan's hand and walked out the door. I can't barely comprehend what just happened. My own mother looked me in the eyes and asked if giving up my kid would truly be so terrible. My father would not look at me. And Madeline sat there, crying as if she were the one being attacked. I defended her daughter, and now I'm the villain. I am done being the rational one. I'm done justifying myself to folks who have already made up their minds. Madeline wants a war. She is soon to find out that I do not lose. I felt I was prepared for whatever she hurled at me. Then I returned home after my doctor's appointment and saw the front door unlocked. I dashed inside and stopped dead. Madeline was straddling Ethan on the couch, hands pressed on his chest, face inches away. He struggled beneath her. "You could fix everything right now," she said. "Just say yes." I didn't hesitate to grab a mouthful of her hair and pull her back as hard as I could. It was like I'd always wanted to do it. She flew off of him and landed on the floor. For a moment, she laid there gasping. She then looked up at me. "You bitch." She got to her feet and charged at me, but Ethan was already standing, pushing her back. He wanted it. She screamed, clawing at the air, attempting to get past him. He was about to say yes. I saw it on his face. "Get out," I instructed. "Get out of my house right now. Or, what? Will you call the police?" She laughed, letting forth a harsh, uncontrolled sound. "And tell them, what? That your sister has come over to talk? Did she sit too near to your husband? Who do you think people will believe? The pregnant woman who cuts off her entire family? Or is the poor sad widow simply trying to be a part of her nephew's life? They'll believe the security camera," I claimed. Madeline frozen. "What? What about the one in the living room? Which one has been filming since you forced your way in? What? What? What?" Her face turned white. I wasn't telling the truth. She was unaware that we did not have a camera. "You're lying, try me." For a long time, nobody moved. Then something altered in Madeline's face. The despair faded away, and something colder took its place. Fine, she said. Her voice was too calm and steady. Do you want to play it this way? We can play it this way. She fixed her shirt and smoothed out her hair. But the baby is mine, Claire. And one way or another, I'll receive what I deserve. She proceeded toward the door, then paused and turned around. You can't watch them forever. Then she was gone. Ethan slid onto the couch and rested his head in his hands. He was shaking. I sat down next to him and placed my hand on his back. My hands began to tremble as the adrenaline wore off. I had just walked in on my sister attempting to abuse my husband. That sentence didn't make any sense in my thoughts. It sounded like something out of a crime documentary, not my own life. What has happened here? I inquired cautiously, making sure he understood I wasn't accusing him of anything. He did not respond right away. He just sat there with his head in his hands, breathing heavily as if he had just run a marathon. I massaged little circles on his back and waited. I was not going to push him. She knocked on the door, he explained, his voice barely above a whisper. I peeked through the window and saw her. I wasn't about to open it, but she continued banging. They kept yelling my name. She said she only wanted to apologize, that she felt bad about dinner and wanted to make things right. He took a hesitant breath. I opened the door and told her to leave. That is it. Just to tell her to leave, but she surged by me before I could stop her. Ethan. She began discussing how you don't understand how hormones make pregnant women insane. How I seemed like a reasonable guy, and perhaps I might assist her. He gazed up at me with red-rimmed eyes. He appeared so little at that moment. I despised Madeline for making him look like this. I kept telling her to leave. I kept moving toward my phone to call you. But she followed me, cutting me off and growing closer. His voice crackled. Then she began talking about how I gave you a boy. That meant I had something unique. Strong genes. And it would be a waste to merely use them once. He stopped speaking and glanced at the floor. His fists were so tightly gripped together that his knuckles became white. She touched my arm. I drew away. She grabbed my shirt. I tried pushing her away, but she kept approaching. She shoved me onto the couch, and before I could get up, she was on top of me. He paused and swallowed forcefully. I could not get her off. I was trying not to injure her because she is your sister, but I wasn't sure what to do. And she kept stating that she wanted me to get her pregnant. His voice shook. That I could give her a boy just as I did you. No one would need to know. He could not look at me. He was staring at the carpet, embarrassed, as if any of this was his fault. I drew him into me and hugged him as tightly as I could. It's not your fault, I replied. Have you heard me? None of this is your fault. I should have never opened the door. You couldn't have known, but I did open it. His voice trembled. I let her in, and she, hey. I drew back and seized his face in my hands, forcing him to look at me. His eyes were damp. You've done nothing wrong. She shoved her way inside. She would not leave. She attacked you. That is on her, not you. Do you comprehend what I'm saying? He said nothing. He simply gazed at me with an expression that made my heart break. Ethan, please hear me. It is not your fault. I brushed a tear off his face with my thumb. You are not responsible for what she did to you. He buried his face in my shoulder, and I could feel him shivering against me. My spouse, the toughest person I knew, was torn apart by my own sister. I held him and allowed him to fall apart because that was all I could do. We sat there for a long time. I'm not sure how long. I just held him, allowed him to grieve, and tried to make sense of what had happened. My sister attempted to become pregnant by assaulting my husband. I continued going over that line in my thoughts, attempting to fit it into reality. Madeline had always been difficult, entitled, and dramatic, but this was something completely different. This was a line I never expected her to cross. And if she did this, what more might she do? The thought struck me like freezing water. I was pregnant with the baby of her dreams, and she had recently demonstrated that she would go to any length to achieve her goals. We need to do something, I murmured gently. We can't just let this go. Ethan pulled back and wiped his face. You overheard her. She already knows what she's going to say. A grieving widow and a wild pregnant sister. Who will they believe? So, what should we do? I thought of my parents. How they'd supported Madeline at supper. How they threatened me with grandparent rights. If I told them what had happened, they would find a way to blame me. They would claim Ethan misunderstood. They would say Madeline was simply emotional. They'd turn things around till I was the villain again. We were on our own. There was no family or support, only us against whatever Madeline planned to do next. I don't know, I replied, but we have to be ready, because she's not going to stop. Ethan nodded slowly. He still appeared shocked, but something tougher was settling on his face. If she comes back here, I'll contact the cops. I do not care what she says. I don't care what people believe. She will not return to this house. Agreed. We sat there in silence, holding hands, trying to figure out how everything had gone wrong so quickly. I kept thinking about Madeline's expression when she left, that chilling confidence that she knew how this was going to end. My sister attempted to become pregnant by assaulting my husband. I had no idea how to process that. I wasn't sure if I'd ever do it. We simply clutched each other and tried to breathe. An hour passed, and the doorbell rang again. Ethan became tense beside me. If that's her, I'll check. I peeked through the peephole. It was not Madeline. It was Riley. I opened the door, and she was standing there embracing herself, her teeth chattering. Her eyes were red and swollen, and a huge purple bruise covered her left cheek. Riley, what has happened? She attempted to speak, but all she got out was a faint, broken sound. Come inside, I urged, drawing her in. You are safe now. Come in. Ethan hurriedly wiped his face, and went to get her water while I sat her on the couch. She was unable to stop shaking. She'd flinch every few seconds, as if she were bracing for an unanticipated hit. Take your time, Ethan whispered quietly, passing her the glass. His hands were still trembling from what had happened, but he pushed it away. You're okay now. Riley drew a hesitant breath. She arrived home enraged. I heard the automobile as she slammed the door. I walked into my room. But she came and discovered me. What did she do? Riley's gaze became distant. She was screaming before she even got up the stairs, saying it was my fault, that everything wrong in her life was because of me. She let out a harsh sniffle. She grabbed my hair and dragged me across the hall. I tried to conceal my face, but she continued to hit me. She touched her bruise and winced. She told me that if I had been a male, none of this would have happened. She claimed she had spent 15 years looking at me and felt terrible. She said my dad would still be alive if I hadn't disappointed him so much that he didn't want to live anymore. Riley's voice dropped. She kicked me, he said. When I was on the floor, she kicked me in the stomach and said I was worthless. And then she grabbed my arm and flung me out the front door, promising that if she ever saw my face again, she'd make me regret it. She stared up at me with hollow eyes. I didn't know where else to go. I drew her into a hug. She was very slender and little. You're staying here, I explained. With us. You aren't going back to her. She will come looking for me. Let her come. Ethan sat on Riley's other side and placed his hand on her shoulder. She flinched at first and then relaxed. You're safe, he stated. She's not going to hurt you again. Riley looked between us. I could tell she was puzzled, hopeful, and afraid that it wasn't genuine. She burst into tears then. Not loud, just these silent, exhausted tears that had been suppressed for too long. I hugged her and let her cry. The entire day has been chaotic. I stepped into my own home and discovered my sister on top of my husband. She stared me dead in the eye and said, "He wants it." Then she went home and thrashed her 5-year-old daughter until she fled. And, somehow, my parents still believe I am the problem. I don't have any words for this. What kind of individual would do these things? I'm not only defending my baby anymore. I'm also protecting Riley. Wait until you hear what Riley has told me. Madeline has just lost the one person she has left. She doesn't even realize it yet. Riley told me everything that night. She began speaking once she had stopped crying. Ethan had fed her, and the tremors had subsided. And once she began, she couldn't stop. You know, she only named me Riley so she could pretend I was a boy. She remarked gently. We sat on the couch together. Ethan sat in the chair across from us. I gazed at her. What do you mean? When she was pregnant with me, she was certain I was going to be a boy. She had the nursery completed, complete with blue walls and baseball posters. Riley brought her knees up to her chest. And then I came out wrong. You didn't come out wrong, Ethan said. You came out as a girl. There is nothing wrong with that. Try telling her that. Riley nearly grinned, but it did not reach her eyes. She maintained the name anyhow. I told everyone it was unisex, but I know the actual reason, so Mom could call me by a boy's name and pretend, at least in part, that she got what she wanted. I reached out and placed my hand on her arm. How long have you known this? Forever. Riley's voice sounded flat. She never let me forget that. This is why she used to shave my head. I remember that. Everyone would advise Madeline to let Riley's hair grow because she would look amazing with long hair. But Madeline consistently refused. I always had the same reason. When my hair began to grow out, Mom would sit me down in the bathroom and shave it all off. Riley said. Because it was easier to manage. I finished it for her. Yeah. Riley stared down at her hands on her lap. She didn't want me to look like a girl. Ethan leaned forwards. How long has that gone on? Riley caressed her shoulder-length hair, which was knotted and untidy from running here until I was 12. That's when I began fighting back. Really arguing, yelling, and shutting myself in my room. She couldn't keep me down any longer. So she quit. She gave a sour laugh. This is the longest it has ever been. I'm 15 years old. And I can finally have hair past my ears. Lucky me. Her sarcasm was harsh, but I could detect anguish beneath it. And nobody could help, no matter what. My teacher noticed the bruises, but she always gave an excuse. I fell. I was playing tough. I was a challenging child. And everyone believed her because she's so brilliant at playing the victim. She stared at me. You saw it during dinner. The way she turned things around on you. I saw it, I said, nodding. I just didn't understand how deep it went. I reflected on all of our family reunions over the years. Riley had been sitting quietly in the corner every time I had seen him. Every time I saw something was off. I convinced myself it wasn't my concern. I should have said something. I should have done something. It goes all the way down. Riley picked at a thread on the couch cushion. She only allowed me to wear boys' clothes. Jeans and t-shirts. Nothing with flowers, pink, or anything girly. When I started middle school, teachers raised inquiries, so she let me wear some girly clothes to school. But at home, things remained the same. Ethan shakes his head. And let me guess, she used that grieving widow raising a difficult daughter all by herself as an excuse that she loves so much when questions start getting heavy. Riley laughed bitterly. Yes, everyone always feels terrible for her. That's her entire point. She makes others feel sorry for her, and then she gets what she wants. She paused abruptly and looked down at her hands. I should not be telling you all this. She's still my mother. I understand that sounds stupid. But it doesn't sound stupid. I corrected myself. She's your mother. Of course, you have conflicting feelings, but Riley, what she has done to you is not acceptable. None of this is acceptable. Riley was quiet for a moment. Do you really believe me? The inquiry was so little and delicate, as if she was bracing herself expecting me to answer no. Of course, I believe you. Because nobody ever does. I've tried to tell people before. But they always. I believe you, I repeated, firmer this time. Every word. Ethan slid off the chair to sit on Riley's opposite side. She flinched at first, but did not back away. I believe you, too, he added gently. I know what she is capable of. She hurt me today. What she did to me. He stopped, his jaw tensing. You aren't alone in this. Not anymore. Riley gazed at him with something like recognition, as if she had finally found someone who understood. She used to tell me things when I was younger, Riley said, her voice becoming more steady. Things I believed because she was my mom, and I didn't know any better. Like what? Ethan asked. Riley was quiet for a moment. She opened her lips to speak and then closed it. She tried again. That I was meant to be a male. I wrecked her life by being born incorrectly. She convinced me that my father died because he was disappointed in me. He did not wish to live anymore. Riley. I took her hand. That is not true. None of this is true. I understand now. She gripped my hand back. But when you're 7 years old and your mother tells you that your father called himself because of you, you believe it. You've believed that for a long time. Her voice cracked with the final word, and she had to pause. She pressed her hands to her eyes and took a shuddering breath. Take your time. I said softly. You don't have to tell us everything tonight. No, I want to. I need to. She dropped her hands and gazed at me through wet eyes. I've been holding this for so long. I just want someone to finally know. The room became quiet. Ethan leaned over and placed his hand on Riley's shoulder. She appeared astonished, but she did not draw away. You can let it all out, Ethan gently offered. Cry, shout, and talk till your heart is content. We are here for you. For once, Riley said, feeling relieved. There was this one occasion. I was 10. I had saved up my allowance and purchased a yellow thrift store frock with small flowers on it. I put it in the back of my closet and wore it only when she wasn't around. She paused. She found it, pulled me into the living room, and made me watch while she cut it up with scissors. She vowed if she ever saw me wearing girl clothing again, she'd make sure I regretted it. Riley's hands tightened into fists. I was 10. Who would do that to a 10-year-old over a dress? I could end her, I said. The words spilled out before I could stop them. I apologize. I know she's your mother. But I could truly kill her for what she did to you. Riley stared at me. I don't believe anyone had ever expressed anger on her behalf before. Ethan placed his hand on her shoulder. When I was 11, I painted my nails with transparent polish. You could barely see it. Riley's voice was shaking, but it was no longer sad. It was rage. She locked me out in November. All night. I was in my jammies and feared I was about to die. And the next morning, she let me back in and pretended nothing happened. As if I deserved to be punished like that. She sprang up abruptly and began pacing. It has been 15 years. After 15 years, everyone simply turned a blind eye. Teachers, grandparents, everyone. She was shivering from wrath now. I spent my entire life thinking I only needed to live until I could escape. But, you know what? I'm done being quiet. She's always been the problem, and everyone has let her get away with it. I wiped my eyes. I hadn't noticed I was crying. I rose up and drew her into a hug. She fought for a second, still angry, before collapsing into me. We stood for a long time. I could feel her shivering against me. All of her wrath slowly drained away, leaving only tiredness. You're not going to send me back, right? Her voice was muffled on my shoulder, little and afraid. Never. Promise? I promise you're staying here with us for as long as you want. She clutched on tighter. There's something else, Riley whispered into my shoulder. Something you need to know about your baby. I pulled back. What about him? When you announced that you were having a boy, she went silent. You've probably noticed. Everyone else was celebrating, but she just sat there and stared at you. I nodded. I remembered. That night, she entered my room. She was not angry. That was the scariest part. She was constantly angry. But this time, she seemed calm and almost happy. Riley's jaws constricted. She replied, "That's my second chance. That baby will fix everything." That's my second chance. What does that mean? That startled Ethan. She has been planning this for months. She has put up a nursery in the extra room. Blue walls, a cot, clothes, toys, everything. Riley looked between us. She has a name chosen out. She talks about him as if he were already hers. I felt cold all around. She's not going to stop, Riley stated. She'll never quit. She's waited her entire life for a boy, and she believes she's finally going to get one. She doesn't mind what she has to do. I imagined Madeline on top of my husband. I remembered Riley's bruise, the years of abuse, and the nursery where my kid waited. She's not getting him, I explained. She's not getting you either. Riley looked at me. Her eyes were red and inflamed. She appeared weary, wrung out like if she had just run a marathon. She always wins, Riley said. Not this time. I shake my head. Riley did not say anything. She simply leaned against me and closed her eyes. Ethan rushed over and wrapped his arms around both of us. We stood there in silence, the three of us holding each other up. Riley, for the first time in her life, was not alone. Neither were we. Riley visited overnight and slept in our guest room. I sat on the bed next to Ethan, wondering how we were going to protect our kid from my wild sister. He would arrive any day now. But I'm not afraid of her anymore. I'm angry. Angry for Riley, Ethan, and myself. Let me tell you what happened just a few days after I gave birth. You aren't going to believe this. Finally, my baby boy was born. He was healthy and perfect. I cradled him in my arms and forgot about anything else. I just stared at my son and felt something I'd never experienced before. As if I would do everything to protect him. Anything. We arrived home from the hospital 3 days later. Riley was still staying with us. She assisted with the baby while Ethan and I tried to find out how to function without sleep. The first few days were a flurry of feedings, diaper changes, and weariness so intense it felt like drowning. In addition, I was constantly on guard. I kept expecting for Madeline to arrive, phone, or do something. But there was nothing. She has not contacted me. My parents have not contacted me. Just silence. Part of me wanted to believe it had ended, that she had given up. But Riley's words echoed in my thoughts. She isn't going to quit. She'll never quit. She's waited her entire life for a boy. By the 6th night at home, I was exhausted and unable to see clearly. Ethan was the same. Riley seems fatigued from helping us around the clock. That night, everyone went to bed early. My baby was in the nursery down the hall. I had the monitor on my nightstand, volume turned all the way up. I remember thinking that I should stay awake. I should pay attention. But my body will not cooperate. I fell asleep before my head hit the pillow. I'm not sure how long I was out when Riley shook me awake. Claire. Her voice was urgent and terrified. Claire, wake up. When I opened my eyes, the room was dark. Riley stood over me, her face pallid. What's wrong? I inquired. Still half sleeping. I overheard something. A door? I suspect there's someone in the house. Ethan had already sat up next to me. What? I heard the front door. Riley remarked. I'm sure of it. We all remained silent, waiting, until we heard it, the baby wailing, then stopping. Then I heard footsteps moving quickly. Then the front door closes. I was out of bed before I realized I was moving. I dashed down the hallway to the nursery and pushed open the door. The crib was empty. My son was gone. For a little while, I was unable to breathe. I could not think. I just stood there, staring at the empty place where my kid should be. This was not occurring. This cannot be happening. Then Ethan rushed past me, heading for the front door. Call 911, he said over his shoulder. I tried to follow, but my body would not cooperate. I had given birth 6 days ago. Everything still hurts. I was slow and clumsy, and Riley was waiting for me in the corridor, grasping my arm and helping me walk. Give me your phone, I asked. She handed it to me, and as we approached the front door, I dialed 911. Call 911. What is your emergency? My sister took my baby. My voice was shaking so badly that I could barely speak. She broke into my home and took my baby. She's in front of my house right now. Please hurry. I gave them the address and then hung up. We made it outdoors, and I noticed them. Madeline was halfway down the driveway, holding my son in her arms. She was moving quickly, practically running, embracing him to her chest while talking to him. I could hear him crying and her voice in the night air. It's fine, baby. Mommy is here. Mommy has got you now. Everything is going to be okay. We're heading home. Something inside of me cracked. That was my son. She referred to herself as his mother. Ethan caught up with her first. He grabbed her arm and turned her around. Give me my son. Madeline's expression was crazy. Her eyes were enormous and darted everywhere. And she looked like she hadn't slept for days. He's not yours, she said. He wasn't yours. He's mine. He has always been mine. Give him to me right now. No. She backed away from him, cradling the infant tightly. He began shouting. This high-pitched howl rang through the night. You do not comprehend. None of you understands. I've waited my entire life for him. He represents my second opportunity. He is going to fix everything. Ethan grabbed her arm harder this time. Let go of my son. He is not your son. Madeline attempted to twist away, but Ethan held on. They were straining now, both of them pulling, the baby wailing between them, and they were both trying to be careful not to damage him. I eventually reached them. Riley was close behind me, gripping my arm and keeping me upright. Every step hurt, but I didn't mind. I'd crawl if I had to. Madeline, stop, I yelled. Give him back. Madeline glanced at me, and something in her expression changed. The despair turned into sheer hatred. You, she spat. You do not deserve him. You never wanted him. You cannot care for him like I can. I have been preparing for him. I have a nursery. I've got a name. I have everything ready. And you think you can simply keep him from me? I will not let you. He is my son. He's my second opportunity. She was screaming now, spit streaming out of her mouth. What has it been like for you? 15 years of staring at her. She jerked her head toward Riley. And being reminded every day of what I didn't get. 15 years of watching others get what I deserved. And then you, my own sister, you get pregnant by accident. And it's a boy, and you don't even appreciate it. I lunged at her. I didn't think about it. I've simply moved. I grabbed the infant and tried to take him from her arms. She grabbed him tightly, yanking him back, and for a terrifying moment, We were both pulling on him, my son screaming between us. "Let go," Madeline screamed. "He's mine." Riley jumped in. She grasped Madeline's arm and attempted to pry it from the infant. "Let him go. This is ridiculous. Just let him go." Madeline's gaze turned toward Riley, and her expression twisted into something terrible. She let go of me with one hand and slapped Riley in the face hard. The sound cut through the air. "You," Madeline hissed. "This is entirely your fault. If you had only been a male, you could have been all I needed. 15 years of disappointment. It's been 15 years of staring at you and feeling terrible. And now you're attempting to steal this from me." 2. Riley did not back down. She grasped Madeline's arm again, this time with more force. "I'm not letting you do this. Get off me." Madeline attempted to shake Riley loose, but she hung on. In that moment of distraction, Ethan moved. He placed his arms around the baby and pulled. Madeline wailed, as the infant was wrenched from her grasp. Ethan lurched backward, cradling our boy to his chest, before handing him to me and putting him into my arms. I was holding my baby. I was holding him. He was safe. He was here. He was mine. Madeline lunged toward us, but Ethan stepped in front and blocked her path. She attempted to get away from him, clawing at the air and yelling things that didn't make sense anymore. "He's mine. You cannot do this. He is meant to cure everything. Give him back." Sirens in the distance are growing closer. Madeline heard them as well. For a brief moment, something resembling panic crossed her features. Then it vanished, replaced by the icy certainty I'd seen before. "This isn't over," she stated. "I will get him back. I will find a way. You can't watch him indefinitely. You cannot." The police cars drew up, their lights flashing red and blue across the front yard. 2 officers got out and approached us. Madeline spotted them first. She stood up, wiped her face, and something changed in her look. The craziness faded away, and she appeared to be a worried, concerned mother. "Officers, thank God you're here." She pointed to me. "That's her. She broke into my house and attempted to abduct my baby." I was simultaneously astonished and offended. "What?" "She's been threatening me for months," Madeline explained, her voice trembling with phony tears. "She is infatuated with my son. She believes he belongs to her. I'm not sure what's wrong with her, but please, help me get my kid back." The officers stared at her and then at me. I was standing there in my pajamas, my hair a mess, still bleeding from giving delivery 6 days earlier, and clutching a crying newborn. "That's not true," I answered. "She is lying. This is my baby. She broke into my home. She's delusional," Madeline explained. "Ask anyone. She has been stalking me. She has been bothering me. My entire family can tell you. The worst thing was that our parents would find a method to prove her correct, and my life would be ruined forever." One of the officers raised his hand. "Okay. Everyone, calm down." "Ma'am," he stared at Madeline, "you're saying this is your child?" "Yes. His name is Henry. He's 6 days old." "He's 6 days old." My blood became chilly. She knew he was old. She had been observing us. "His name is not Henry," I explained. "His name is Miles. I gave birth to him." "You can check the records." "She's lying," Madeline yelled, her mask slipping for a few seconds. "Why would I lie about my own baby?" The officer looked between us. "Do either of you have an ID?" "I do," Ethan said, taking a step forward. "I am the father. I have my ID and pictures from the hospital. My wife gave birth 6 days ago. This woman," he pointed to Madeline, "is her sister. She's been pestering us for months, attempting to kidnap our baby." "That's not true." Madeline was crying now. Real tears, or fabricated ones? I could not tell anymore. "He is not the father. He is lying. They are all lying." The other officer was looking at Riley, noting the red mark on her face. "What has happened to you?" Riley's voice remained steady. "She struck me. Just now. I tried to prevent her from taking the infant." "She's my daughter," Madeline replied swiftly. "She is troubled. She makes stuff up. She has been in therapy for years. You may ask anyone. I'm not making anything up." Riley's voice carried into the night. "She broke into their residence using a key she had since before the locks were changed. She went into the nursery and removed the baby from his crib. I overheard her. I awoke them. And when I tried to stop her, she hit me, just like she has my entire life." "Riley, stop it," Madeline said. Tell them the truth. I'm telling them the truth. For the first time in 15 years. I am telling the truth. The officers exchanged looks. One of them talked over his radio to confirm our address and request backup. The other one turned to face Madeline. Ma'am, I'm going to need you to step away from the baby. No, you do not understand. He is mine. Ma'am, I've been waiting my whole life for him. The mask was now gone. Completely gone. Do you know what it's like to want something so badly and see others have it? She does not even want him. She didn't cry when she discovered she was pregnant. But I'd be a good mom. I'd be the best mother. He is supposed to fix everything. She lunged at me, and the officers caught her. She fought. She kicked, scratched, and screamed, calling me every name she could think of, telling the officers they were making a mistake, that the baby belonged to her. That she'd been waiting her entire life for him, that I stole him, that everyone was lying, and Riley was a troubled child who made up stories. They had to force her arms behind her back. They had to put her in handcuffs. She was still wailing when they placed her in the back of the police cruiser. They screamed when they closed the door. I watched the automobile drive away. The lights still blazing, my boy pushed against my chest, and I felt him breathe. It was over. Madeline faced charges of breaking and entering, attempted kidnapping, and violence. Riley spoke about her experiences, and the prosecutor added child abuse charges. My parents initially tried to defend Madeline, claiming that she was disoriented and needed treatment rather than prison. But when Riley took the stand and told the court about the head shaving, the yellow dress, the night she spent imprisoned outside in November, and everything else Madeline had done to her over the last 15 years, everybody fell silent. They did not testify on Madeline's side. They did not testify at all. Madeline was sentenced to 22. My niece pretended to be mute to secretly protect me. After 4 years of silence, she finally spoke out. What she revealed changed everything. My entire life fell apart as soon as the front door clicked shut. I stood in my sister's living room, listening as the cab pulled away from the curb. Emily and Ben had left for their Caribbean trip. 4 days of sun and umbrella cocktails as I babysat their daughter. I turned around and smiled. Ready to ask Sophie what she wanted to do first. Perhaps we could bake cookies, watch a movie, or read together like we have always done. But Sophie didn't reach for her iPad. She was not composing a message for the text-to-speech program to read aloud. She was just standing there, staring at me with an intensity I hadn't seen in her 8 years of life. And then my niece, the child I thought was born mute, the little girl who hadn't spoken since she was a toddler, opened her mouth. Auntie, don't drink the tea Mom made. She plotted something bad. Her voice was clear and beautiful, as if she'd been speaking her entire life. My blood turned to icy water in my veins. Let me back up about 5 hours so you can understand how I got here. How I ended up standing in my sister's home, realizing that everything I thought I knew about my family was meticulously crafted fiction. My name is Rachel Harris. I am 28 years old. I work as an accountant for a mid-sized firm in Columbus, Ohio. It's exciting, I know. Others fantasize of exotic holidays and romantic adventures, while I dream of perfectly balanced spreadsheets. My therapist believes I use numbers to feel in control. My therapist is probably correct. That morning began normally enough. Saturday, coffee, peaceful flat. I was genuinely enjoying the silence when my phone rang. Emily, my older sister, and I are 4 years apart, but it feels like 40 at times. Her voice was honey sweet, which should have been my first clue. Emily only used that voice when she desired something. Rachel, I have the biggest favor to ask. It turned out she and Ben had planned an anniversary cruise. 4 days in the Caribbean, very romantic, very last minute, and they needed someone to look for Sophie. Of course, I replied yes, because that is what I usually told Emily. I said, I'd love to spend time with her, and I meant it. I truly adored my niece. Even though communicating via iPad was sometimes exhausting, Sophie had a unique quality. She had huge, alert eyes that seemed to take in everything. When I read to her, she would lean on my shoulder, and I could feel her relax, as if my voice was a safe haven. Sophie was born with an unusual condition. Emily always claimed that her ability to talk was hampered by a neurological condition. Doctors discovered it when she was around 3 years old. Emily stated that nothing could be done. I've never questioned it. Why should I? She was my sister. Mothers know their children. Besides, I wasn't around much in Sophie's early years. I took a job in Chicago shortly after she was born. A good opportunity. Could not pass that up. I'd fly home for Christmas. Maybe for a weekend or two. Sophie had been mute by the age of 3. Emily had already created the entire narrative. I returned to Ohio 2 years ago when our mother became ill. Cancer. The slow and horrible type. I wanted to be nearby and help. Throughout those months, I began spending more time with Sophie, reading to her, bringing her books, and simply being present. Even without words, we created something real. Our father, Connor, died 2 years before Mom from heart problems. He was the quiet, steady type, the man who fixed things without complaining. After he left, it felt as if the family had lost its anchor. When Mom died 12 months ago, she left behind a trust worth $950,000. Their whole life savings, Dad's life insurance, and everything. The terms were explicit. Emily and I had to sign for any significant withdrawals. Mom was astute that way. She also bequeathed me the family home, which Emily already owned at the time. I believed it was fair. Now I'm wondering whether Mom knew something I didn't. Anyway, back to Saturday morning. I drove to Emily's place at midday. Nice property with a large lawn. The kind of house that would look good on a magazine cover. Emily welcomed me at the door with a hug, which was unusual. My sister was not a big hugger. "You're a lifesaver, Rachel," she explained. She looked stunning, as always. Hair and nails have been done, and fancy luggage is waiting by the door. Ben was piling suitcases into a taxi that had recently arrived. He scarcely glanced at me. Just a short wave and murmured hello. Ben appeared tense and sweating, but he was constantly twitching. I didn't think much about it. Emily escorted me through the house as if I had never been there before. "Here's the kitchen. Here's Sophie's room. Here's the TV remote." She then opened the refrigerator and took out a large thermos with a yellow top. "I made this for you," she explained, placing it into my hands. "Herbal tea for stress. You look tired, Rachel. You've been working too hard." Something about the way she stated it felt strange, or overly pushy. But I smiled and thanked her, like I did with Emily. I smiled, thanked her, and didn't push back. She had always had the answers, even when I hadn't asked for them. Emily prescribed lavender oil, green juice, and a vision board covered in George Clooney photos when I had a difficult breakup at 25. "Manifest your future husband," she had stated. I still have trust concerns with vision boards. The cab honked. Emily hugged me again. 2 hugs in one day, absolutely unusual, and I ran out the door. Ben followed silently. I watched them get into the car and pull away. Then I locked the front door, turned around, and saw Sophie standing there, looking at me as if she was ready to tell me the world was ending. "Auntie, don't drink the tea Mom made." She plotted something bad. I couldn't breathe or think. The thermos was still in my hands, and it suddenly felt like a bomb. My niece, who I thought was born mute, had just spoken to me in a perfectly audible voice, warning me that my own sister was attempting to poison me. Before we continue, if you're enjoying this story, please subscribe and let me know where you're watching from, and what time it is. I read every single comment, and your support means everything to me. Now, let's get back to what happened next. I set the thermos on the counter as if it were radioactive. My hands were so shaky that I almost dropped it. Then I returned to Sophie, and sank to my knees, bringing myself to her eye level. "Sophie," I said. "You can talk?" She nodded. Her eyes were big and worried. But there was also something vicious about them. Something determined. "I always could. Auntie." Mommy made me stop. The room shook. I had to place one hand on the floor to keep myself steady. "What do you mean made you stop?" I asked my 8-year-old niece, who told me a narrative that shattered all I thought I knew about my family. Sophie was not born silent. She has never had a neurological issue. It was a lie. My sister had been telling a falsehood for 5 years, up until the age of 3. Sophie spoke like a regular toddler. She said her first words, learnt new ones every day, sang songs, asked a million questions, and uttered, "I love you" before bedtime. Then, one afternoon, everything changed. Sophie was playing upstairs in her room. She became thirsty, so she crept downstairs to fetch some juice. Mommy was in the kitchen, talking on the phone. She hadn't noticed the small girl waiting in the doorway. Sophie heard words. She didn't comprehend most of them, but she did recognize a few. "Aunt Lisa. Money is out of the picture. When Daddy leaves, Mom follows, and we get everything." She absolutely trusts me. Sophie, 3 years old, questioned her mother. Mommy, what does out of the picture mean? Emily's face became frigid. She grasped Sophie's arms too hard, causing little bruises, and bent down until they were face to face. Listen to me very carefully, she hissed. If you ever speak to anyone else about anything, something awful will happen to Aunt Lisa. Your voice is harmful. Everything you utter harms her. If you adore your auntie, you'll never make another sound. Do you understand? Sophie loved me. I was the aunt who brought her picture books. I was the one who smiled at her like she was the most special thing in the world. So Sophie stopped talking. She was 3 years old. She made a decision to give up her voice to protect me. I sat on Emily's kitchen floor, tears streaming down my cheeks, as this child explained the sacrifice she'd made. Emily, my sister, the devoted mother, had used Sophie's fear to take her to doctors, play the role of concerned parent, and collect her selective mutism diagnosis, but she told everyone something different. It was a neurological condition that Sophie was born with, and there was nothing she could do about it. Emily won the Mother of the Year award from the community center 2 years ago, and everyone praised her patience and dedication to her special needs child. I was visiting Chicago twice a year, and I had no reason to doubt my sister about her own daughter. The crystal plaque on the mantel caught my eye. I instantly wanted to hurl the plaque in the sun and watch it burn. What else do you know, sweetheart? I asked gently. What else have you seen? It turned out that Sophie's silence rendered her invisible. Adults forgot she was there and talked freely around her, figuring she couldn't comprehend or couldn't tell anyone even if she did. Sophie witnessed her mother repeatedly practicing my signature on scrap paper until it was nearly perfect. She overheard phone conversations about trust and transferring everything, and Rachel watched her father become increasingly afraid of her mother, agreeing to everything without question. Sophie had seen her mother perform for neighbors, church friends, and teachers, the perfect mask of a loving parent making sacrifices for her disabled daughter. And 2 nights ago, she heard something that made her realize she couldn't stay silent any longer. She crept to the top of the stairs, as she had done hundreds of times before. Her parents were in the kitchen plotting. The tea will make her sick enough for the ER, Emily explained. Not hazardous. Just severe stomach problems and great drowsiness. She will be gone for days. What about Sophie while we are away? Ben inquired. Mrs. Stevens next door will accept her. I've previously informed her. Rachel has episodes from time to time. She bought it completely, and while Rachel is in the hospital, we drive to Indianapolis, where there is a lawyer who doesn't know her. I have all the forged papers ready, and we transfer the entire trust to my name. By the time Rachel recovers, it's done, and she won't be able to prove anything. There's no cruise, no Caribbean vacation, just a scheme to poison me, forge my signature, and steal over $1 million. You saved me. I whispered into Sophie's hair. You know that, right? You saved my life. She hugged me back. Rachel, I couldn't let Mama hurt you. Not anymore. I looked over at the thermos on the counter. It looked innocent, had a yellow lid, contained homemade tea from my loving sister, and served as evidence. My tears stopped, and something hard and concentrated settled in my chest. Emily thought she had 5 days to steal everything. She thought I'd be lying in a hospital bed, too sick to stop her, but she was very, very wrong. The first call I made was to Lily Moore, whom I met in college. She went into nursing, and I went into accounting. We took different paths, but we stayed close. She was the kind of friend who showed up with ice cream during breakups and told you the truth even when it hurt. I trusted her completely. She responded on the second ring, Rachel, what's up? Lily, I need you to come to Emily's house right away. Something happened to me. I cannot explain it over the phone. Please just come. Something in my voice must have worried her. She didn't ask questions. On my way. 40 minutes later, she stood at the door, still dressed in scrubs from her shift, hair pulled back in a sloppy ponytail. Lily took one look at my face and pulled me into a hug. Talk to me. So, I did. The tea, the scheme, and Sophie, sweet silent Sophie, who had spoken for the first time in 5 years to warn me. When I finished, Lily was quiet for a long moment before looking over at Sophie, who was sitting on the couch watching us with those big, serious eyes. Lily approached and knelt in front of her. You're the bravest kid I've ever met, she murmured softly. Sophie almost grinned, and Lily stood up. It's all business now. Okay, first things first. That tea should be tested. I know someone at the hospital lab. She can complete a rush analysis tonight. If there's anything wrong, we'll find out by morning. She put on latex gloves, which she obviously had in her purse, and carefully removed a sample from the thermos, sealing it in a little container. What kind of person poisons tea? She muttered, shaking her head. I knew Emily was off. Remember how she said that haircut made your face look less round? That was hardly a compliment. That was psychological warfare in sister format. I almost laughed. Lily asked, "What else do you have?" There has to be more evidence if she's been operating this fraud. I looked at Sophie. Honey, you said you know where Mommy puts important papers. She nodded and climbed off the couch. There's a closed drawer in the office. I know the code. How do you know the code? I watched her type it. Many times, she never noticed me. A little sorrowful pause. Nobody ever sees the quiet kid. She brought us to Emily's home office, a clean, neatly furnished place that looked like it belonged in a magazine. There was a large desk with a computer, filing cabinets, and one drawer with a digital lock. 0420, Sophie said. March 15th, their wedding anniversary. Of course, Emily would use something sentimental. It made her feel clever. I punched in the code, the drawer clicked open, and what we found inside made my stomach turn. The fourth, which nearly broke me, was a file labeled Rachel's mental health concerns. They discussed the emergency transfer of trust assets, as well as my mental instability and inability to manage finances. The meeting was scheduled for the fourth day of the cruise. Emily's handwriting was on the pages, dated entries describing my erratic behavior, depression, paranoid episodes, complete fabrications, and everything else. She was creating a paper trail, preparing to paint me as mentally unfit, in case I ever challenged the fraud. My own sister was planning to call me crazy, destroy my credibility, and take everything and leave me with nothing, not even my reputation. Lily photographed every single document, every page, and every date. This is calculated deception, she stated sternly. It is not an impulsive thing. She's been preparing this for over a year. My accountant brain kicked in, and I began sorting the information in my head, dates, patterns, the amount withdrawn each month, the signatures that didn't quite match. Numbers don't lie, and these numbers told a very clear story. Then Lily's phone buzzed. Her contact at the lab working the overnight shift had rushed the tea analysis. The results, a concentrated combination of a powerful laxative compound and a sedative herb. It was not lethal, but absolutely incapacitating. Anyone who drank it would be violently ill and barely conscious for 48 to 72 hours. Emily wasn't trying to kill me. She was too smart for that. She just needed me out of commission long enough to steal everything. I thought about my emergency savings account, $7,000 in a separate bank that no one knew about. Years ago, a financial advisor advised me to always have walk-away money. I had quietly followed that advice, never mentioning it to my family, and now that money was going to fund my fight. Sometimes boring financial planning saves your life. There was one more call to make, Luke Thompson. We were in the same study group in college. He went to law school while I went into accounting, and he was now an assistant prosecutor for Franklin County. I contacted him and described everything. After a lengthy, quiet, Rachel, he eventually said, "This is fraud, forgery, attempted poisoning, and what your sister did to that child. Coercive control and psychological abuse. That is serious. Very serious. What should I do? What should I do? You delegated responsibility for legal matters to me. I'll coordinate with local police and contact the FBI. This crosses state borders, making it federal. We will also contact the Indianapolis lawyer. He could be an unwitting participant or a conspirator. Whatever happens, we'll find out. Emily is unaware that you are onto her. If she becomes alarmed, she may flee with whatever money she has access to. You must convince her that her plan is perfect." I looked at the thermos, still sitting on the kitchen counter. I had to pretend I drank it. Pretend I was sick. Pretend I was helpless and incapacitated while my sister drove to Indianapolis to rob me. 3 days of acting. The performance of my life. I can do that, I said, and I meant it. Day 2. It was time to become an actress. I sat in Emily's living room staring at my phone. Sophie was beside me on the couch, quiet but watchful. Even though she could now speak freely, she still observed everything with those careful eyes. I dialed Emily's number, which went straight to voicemail, as I expected. If she was really on a cruise, she'd have limited cell service. Of course, she wasn't on a cruise, She was in an Indianapolis hotel, preparing to steal my inheritance. But I had to play along, so I made my voice weak, shaky, and pathetic, the kind of voice someone uses when they're barely holding it together. Emily, something's really wrong. I've been sick all night, throwing up and dizzy. I can barely stand. I think I should go to the hospital. Sophie is okay. Mrs. Stevens can take her if I need to go to the emergency room. I'm sorry for ruining your trip. I will figure it out. Mrs. Stevens. I hung up, my hands steady, my heart cold, and Lily, who was sitting across from me, gave me a thumbs up. Oscar-worthy performance. Really? Was there a quiver in your voice at the end? Thank you, chef. My entire life, I've learned to fake emotions by watching Emily. 2 hours later, my phone rang with a text from Emily. It wasn't a call, a worried voicemail inquiring about the hospital, or a frantic message requesting to speak with her daughter. It was a text. Feel better soon. Do not worry about Sophie. Mrs. Stevens is great with children. Rest and take care of yourself. See you in a few days. I stared at that pink heart emoji for a long time. My sister might have poisoned me. She was actively planning to steal more than $1 million from me, and her response was a cartoon heart and an exclamation point. Emily, show some range. She didn't even ask about the hospital. Lily said, reading over my shoulder. She didn't even ask which one. Did not offer to come home. I didn't ask to talk to Sophie. Nope. Your sister is really a sociopath. I'm starting to think actual sociopaths try harder than this. Over the next few hours, Lily's husband, who worked in IT, gave us a quick lesson in social media tracking. Turns out Ben wasn't as careful as Emily. His Instagram still had location services enabled, and he posted a selfie at a coffee shop yesterday morning, smiling like an idiot. Emily kept meticulous records of everything, and I discovered them at the bottom of a stack of old tax returns in the evidence drawer. They were geotagged to Indianapolis, Indiana, and there was no beach, cruise ship, or Caribbean sunset. My hands trembled as I read the handwritten letters, dated during our mother's final months, written by Emily to our mother, Amelia. While Mom was dying of cancer, weak, scared, and fighting for every breath. Emily begged no, demanded that Amelia change the will and leave everything to Emily alone. Cut me out entirely. Rachel is single. She doesn't have as many responsibilities as I do. I've got a daughter to raise. I need the money. You've always favored her. This is your chance to make things right. If you ever loved me, you'll do this. The manipulation, guilt, and cruelty of putting pressure on a dying woman. And then I found Mom's response, handwritten on her personal stationery. The handwriting was shaky, but the words were strong. I will not punish Rachel for being responsible. I won't reward you for your greed. The trust remains equal. This discussion is over. Don't bring this up again. I love you. But I'm disappointed with who you've become. Mom. Amelia refused. Even on her deathbed, she protected me. So, Emily waited. She waited for our mother to die. And then she started forging. I sat there on the floor of that perfect home office, holding my mother's final words in my hands, and I cried not for myself, for Mom, for the betrayal she saw in her own daughter before the end. Auntie. Sophie's small voice. She'd come to the doorway. Yes, sweetheart? Are those letters from Grandma? Auntie. Yes. She walked over and sat down next to me on the floor. Her little hand found mine. Grandma told me something once, she said quietly. When Mommy wasn't in the room, she said, watch your mama, little one. Something's wrong in her heart. I thought she meant Mommy was sick, like with her actual heart. I didn't understand. I think Grandma knew. I said she always saw people clearly. Do you think she knew about me? That I wasn't really mute? I thought about my mother, sharp until the end, observant, the kind of woman who noticed everything but chose her battles carefully. I think, I said slowly, that Grandma trusted me to figure it out eventually, and she trusted you to be brave when it mattered. Sophie squeezed my hand. That evening, Luke Thompson called with updates. The legal machinery was moving faster than I expected. Local police were fully briefed. Given the evidence of fraud, forgery, and attempted poisoning, they were taking this seriously. The FBI had been consulted. Interstate wire fraud. Transferring money across state lines through deceptive means was a federal offense. Emily had made this a federal case all by herself, and the Indianapolis lawyer Sam Carter. Luke's contacts had reached out to him. Turns out Carter had been having doubts. The signatures on the authorization forms looked slightly off to him. He was already considering canceling the meeting. When authorities explained what was actually happening, he agreed to cooperate fully. The sting was set for day 4. When Emily and Ben walked into that law office expecting to complete their theft, police would be waiting. "Your job," Luke reminded me, "is to keep pretending. Keep sending sick updates. Make her believe everything is going according to plan." So I did. Day 2, text, "Still so sick. The doctor thinks maybe food poisoning. So strange. Sophie is wonderful with Mrs. Stevens." Day 3. Text. "Barely keeping water down. So weak. Don't cut your trip short. I'll be fine. I just need rest." Each message I imagined Emily reading it, smiling, thinking her stupid, trusting sister was exactly where she wanted her. That same day, Luke arranged for a child advocacy specialist to take Sophie's statement. It had to be done properly, videotaped with a child psychologist present, following all legal protocols for minor witnesses. Sophie was nervous. She sat in a chair that was too big for her, feet dangling above the floor. But when the question started, she sat up straight. She used her voice, still new, still strange after 4 years of silence, and told them everything, what she heard when she was 3. The threats. The fear. The decision to stop speaking. The years of watching and listening. The night she overheard the plan about the tea. When it was over, she looked at me through the observation window. "That's the most I've talked since I was 3, she said. "My voice is tired, but it feels good. Like I've been holding my breath underwater for years. And I finally came up for air. I wanted to run in there and hold her, but I had to wait. Protocols. When they finally let me see her, I hugged her so tight I probably squeezed the air right back out. 'One more day,' I told her. 'Just one more day and this is over.' She nodded against my shoulder. 'One more day.' Day 4. Indianapolis, Indiana. 9:30 inches the morning. Sam Carter's law office, 3rd floor of a professional building with a nice view of downtown that nobody was going to enjoy today. I wasn't there in person. Luke set up a secure video feed so I could watch from Emily's living room. Sophie sat beside me holding my hand. Lily was on my other side. We watched the lobby camera as Emily and Ben walked through the front door. Emily looked perfect. Professional dress, modest jewelry, concerned expression carefully arranged on her face. She was carrying a leather folder, the same one from her office, I realized, full of forged documents and stolen dreams. Ben looked like he was going to be sick, sweating through his nice shirt, eyes darting around the lobby. He knew something was wrong with this whole scheme. He'd always known, but he was too weak, too scared of his wife to stop it. They approached the receptionist. She smiled, gave their names. The receptionist smiled back and led them down a hallway toward the conference room where 3 people were waiting. Emily walked in first, confident, ready to close the deal on the biggest theft of her life. Sam Carter sat at the head of the table. Gray-haired. Serious. He didn't smile when she entered, didn't stand to shake her hand. 2 other people sat at the table, a man and a woman, plain clothes, professional. Emily hesitated in the doorway. "I thought this was a private meeting," she said. That honey-sweet voice again, the one she used when she sensed something was off. Carter's response was flat. "Mrs. Harris, please have a seat. These are Detectives Morrison and Park. They have some questions about the documentation you've submitted." Through the video feed, I watched my sister's face, the flicker of confusion, the quick calculation behind her eyes, the decision to brazen it out. She sat down, crossed her legs, folded her hands on the table. "Of course, whatever I can help with. Is there some problem with the paperwork?" Detective Morrison was calm, almost friendly. She asked Emily to confirm her identity, her relationship to me, her role as co-trustee of our parents' estate. Emily confirmed everything, smooth, confident. She still thought she could talk her way out. Then Morrison placed 2 documents on the table side by side. On the left, my signature from the forged authorization forms. On the right, my real signature from verified bank records. "Mrs. Harris, can you explain why these signatures don't match?" For just a second, barely a heartbeat, I saw panic flash across Emily's face. Then, the mask slammed back down. "My sister has very inconsistent handwriting," Emily said. She's always been that way. And frankly, she's not well mentally. I have documentation about her instability. I can show you. Detective Park cut her off. We've reviewed your documentation. The notes about your sister's supposed mental health issues. He paused. Interesting thing. Her employer describes her as one of the most detail-oriented people they've ever worked with. Her doctor confirms she's in excellent mental and physical health. 3 colleagues provided statements calling her exceptionally stable and trustworthy. The mask was cracking. They don't see her like I do. The family knows the truth. Mrs. Harris. Morrison's voice was still calm. But there was steel underneath. Now, we have bank records showing $150,000 in unauthorized withdrawals over 12 months. We have email correspondence with this office discussing emergency trust transfers. We have forensic analysis of your sister's signatures proving forgery. She placed another document on the table. And we have lab results from the tea you prepared. A potent combination of sedatives and laxatives capable of keeping someone in the hospital for several days. Ben made a small sound, resembling a wounded animal. Emily was frozen. The honey-sweet expression was gone. What remained underneath was cold and cornered. Then Morrison took out a tablet. There's one more piece of evidence we'd like you to hear. She pressed play. A child's voice echoed throughout the conference room. Clear, steady, and unmistakable. Sophie's story. My mommy told me when I was 3 that if I ever talked again, something bad would happen to Aunt Rachel. She said my voice was dangerous, that every word would hurt her. So, I stopped talking for 4 years to protect my aunt. Sophie continued recording, describing what she had overheard. The phone call came when she was 3, the night before the cruise. Every detail is delivered in that careful, serious tone. I couldn't let mommy hurt Aunt Rachel. She's the only one who ever really saw me. Even when I couldn't talk, she listened. The recording ended. Silence. And if this story has you on the edge of your seat right now, please take just 1 second to hit that like button and subscribe. Your support means everything to me, and I read every single comment. Now, let us finish this. Sophie was diagnosed with selective mutism, a psychological condition that is frequently caused by trauma or fear, according to medical records. Not what you told your family. Your daughter stopped speaking after you terrorized her for 4 years. Emily's face twisted, and the mask shattered completely, revealing the ugly, raw Emily who was supposed to remain silent, which she was never supposed to do. This was child psychological abuse, fraud, forgery, and attempted poisoning. Emily. Ben's voice shaking, said, "Quit talking." He turned to the detectives and said, "Just stop, I need a lawyer. A separate attorney. I will cooperate. I will tell you everything." She had everything planned out, signatures, transfers, and tea. I was afraid of her. I will testify. Whatever you need. Emily turned on him with a fury that made even the detectives nervous. "You pathetic coward. After everything I have done for us." Mrs. Detective Park stood up and said, "Harris, you're under arrest. Please stand with your hands behind your back. We thank you. We have Talks Engine. We have to.com. We have Talk said." The handcuffs clicked around her wrists. She was still talking, still attempting to explain, justify, and manipulate, but there was no one left to manipulate. Everyone in the room had seen the evidence. Everyone had heard her own daughter's testimony, and she was led out of the conference room, out of the building, and into a waiting police car. I watched on the video feed as my sister, the golden child, the perfect mother, the woman who had terrorized a 3-year-old into silence, and attempted to poison her own sister, vanished into the back seat of that car. Sophie squeezed my hand, and I looked down at her. "It's over," she whispered. "It's over." Lily exhaled deeply. "Well, I guess they'll want that Mother of the Year plaque back. Do you think we should mail it to her at her new address behind bars?" I almost laughed. Justice was on its way. But there was one more thing I needed to do. 2 weeks later, I went to Franklin County Family Court. The courtroom was small and functional, not the grand dramatic space you see in movies, just a room with fluorescent lights and uncomfortable chairs, and a judge's bench that had seen 1,000 broken families. But today, something was being put back together. I sat at the front table in my best professional outfit. The same one I wore to important client meetings. This was more important than any client meeting I'd ever had. Sophie sat beside me. She'd picked out her own dress that morning, purple, her favorite color, and she'd brushed her own hair. I could tell she was nervous. Ben had signed away his parental rights in exchange for cooperating with prosecutors. The judge reviewed the case file, including Emily's arrest, the fraud charges, the forgery, the attempted poisoning, and the 4 years of psychological abuse inflicted on a child. He'd known about everything and done nothing to stop it. He didn't deserve to be Sophie's father, and he knew it somewhere in his weak, cowardly heart. The judge looked up from the papers, an older man with kind eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. "I've reviewed the emergency custody petition," he informed me. "Given the circumstances, the arrest of the mother, the cooperation of the father, and the extensive documentation of psychological abuse, I'm prepared to rule." He turned and looked directly at Sophie, not at me. "Young lady, I understand you have recently resumed speaking after many years of silence." Sophie nodded, gripping my hand so tightly that I lost circulation. "I would like to ask you directly, in your own words. Where would you prefer to live?" Sophie looked at me, then at the judge, then back at me, and finally stood up. 8 years old, 4 feet tall, wearing a purple dress, and more bravery than most adults ever have. "I want to live with my Aunt Rachel," she said, her voice clear and strong, a voice she had given up for 4 years to protect someone she loved. "She's the only one who has ever truly seen me. Even when I couldn't speak, she listened. She read me books. She sat with me. She never made me feel like there was something wrong with me." She paused, then added, "Also, she makes really good pancakes." Quiet laughter rippled through the courtroom, and the judge smiled as he signed the papers. Rachel Harris was granted emergency custody. Walking out of the courthouse, I couldn't stop looking at Sophie, who was talking about the courtroom, what she wanted for lunch, a bird she saw on the window ledge, and whether we could get a dog someday. After 4 years of silence, she couldn't stop talking, and I wouldn't have it any other way. That evening, we ate dinner in my apartment, and I had already begun transforming the spare room into Sophie's bedroom, with purple walls, bookshelves everywhere, and a cozy reading corner by the window. "Aunt Rachel," she inquired through a mouthful of pasta. "Yes, sweetheart. May I tell you about dinosaurs?" I smiled and said, "Absolutely." Sophie was given a 25-minute lecture on every dinosaur species she had ever read about, complete with a detailed analysis of which ones would win in a fight. Apparently, velociraptors are totally overrated because of movies, and T-Rex has unfair advantages because of media bias. The true winner, according to Sophie, would be the Ankylosaurus, which is essentially a tank with a built-in weapon. I did not have to understand dinosaur combat theory. All I needed to do was listen. Sophie began therapy with a specialist in childhood trauma the following week, and the sessions were difficult at times. 4 years of fear and silence do not vanish overnight, and there were bad days when she became quiet again, and the old terror crept back in. But there were also good days, when she laughed aloud and sang in the shower. Emily faced multiple felony charges and took a plea deal to avoid trial. I didn't attend any of the hearings because I had more important things to do. She would come home from school full of stories about new friends who had never known her as the mute girl, just as Sophie. The majority of the stolen money was traced and recovered, and I became sole trustee, carefully managing it for our future. Mine and Sophie's. I sold the family home, which had too many complicated memories, and used a portion of the proceeds to start Sophie's education fund, while the rest went into savings. Walk-away money multiplied. Sometimes I think about my mother, about that letter she wrote to Emily, standing firm even as cancer took her away, about the quiet warning she whispered to her granddaughter. Something's wrong in her heart. Patricia Harris saw the truth about her own daughter, and even in death, she protected those who deserved it. Last Saturday morning, Sophie and I had breakfast on my little apartment balcony. Nothing fancy, just pancakes, orange juice, and early autumn sunshine. Sophie was telling me about a dream she'd had, something about a penguin who could drive a car, a castle made entirely of waffles, and a very polite dragon named Gerald who apologized every time he accidentally set something on fire. It made no sense, but it was perfect. I sipped my coffee and listened, really listened. This is what family should sound like: a kid rambling about waffle castles, morning light through the trees, two people who chose each other sitting together talking about nothing and everything. Sophie paused in the middle of her story and looked at me. "Thank you, Aunt Rachel, for listening." I reached over and squeezed her hand. "Always, sweetheart. Always. The quietest people are not always the weakest. They're just waiting for someone they can trust to finally speak." Sophie found her voice. And I found my family. Some stories have happy endings, but ours was just getting started. Thank you so much for watching. More of my most gripping stories are already on your screen. Click one now and don't miss the best part. You'll love it. See you next. I slept with his brother and told my husband, "I'm pregnant." When I confessed, he didn't yell. He immediately called a divorce lawyer. I assumed that once I became pregnant with his brother's child, he would defend me. Rather, he vanished silently, and I've never felt more interchangeable. I never imagined that I would be a cheater. Everyone says that, don't they? However, I didn't. I had been married to Ethan Brooks for 7 years. We jointly purchased a home. We followed procedures. We were all okay. And that was the issue. We were all okay. We ceased to be more than roommates who shared a bed sometime between year 4 and year 7. He had returned home from his work in accounting. We'd live in the same room once I got home from the engineering firm, but we wouldn't actually see one another. Dinner was courteous. The conversations were superficial. Making love became an efficient and unremarkable maintenance activity that was planned every 3 weeks. It was natural, I assured myself. That desire wanes, that marriage settles, and you create something solid in its place. God, though, I felt unnoticeable. But Caleb Brooks was unique. He is the younger brother of 3-6-year-old Ethan Brooks. Caleb Brooks is chaos in contrast to Ethan Brooks's stability and predictability. He works as a landscape architect, but he's the type who travels for work, has erratic schedules, and arrives late to family dinners while telling tales of construction sites in different places. His appeal has always been such that when he speaks to you, you feel as though you are the only person in the room. It began at the cookout hosted by Ethan Brooks' parents 4 months ago. I realized it had been months since Ethan Brooks had asked me that question when Caleb Brooks stopped me near the cooler and inquired about my well-being. He did so with genuine attention and eye contact. We spent 25 minutes talking. Later that evening, he texted me, saying, "Hey, I had fun talking to you today, we should grab coffee sometime." I should have declined, but I chose not to. Lunch evolved from coffee. After lunch, the text continued till midnight. Caleb Brooks texted me one evening while Ethan Brooks was working late on a quarterly report, saying, "I'm at the Riverside Hotel downtown, come meet me." I went. It meant nothing, I told myself. It was merely bodily. A means of feeling wanted once more. When I arrived home 3 hours later than I should have, Ethan Brooks didn't even notice. He had fallen asleep already. It kept happening. When Ethan Brooks traveled for work, he stayed in hotels. The flat where Caleb Brooks lives. I told Ethan Brooks that I was going to see a friend. It was possible to have fast, careless meetings that gave me a sense of aliveness I had forgotten. I was aware that it was incorrect. I knew, of course, but I also told myself it was contained. Secret, something I could leave at any time, until I was unable to. My menstruation was delayed by 5 days and then a week. It was stress, I told myself. I bought the test during my lunch break, stuffed it in my handbag, and tried to act as though it wasn't there, but that's when the nausea, fatigue, and the small voice in my head that whispered, "You know what this is?" began. I was unable to feign this morning. Ethan Brooks was at work, but I closed the restroom door, waited after taking the test, and placing it on the counter. When your entire life is centered on a piece of plastic, 3 minutes seems like 3 hours. Positive, 2 lines. With the test still in my hand, I took a seat on the bathroom floor and completed the arithmetic I had been avoiding. In the previous 4 months, Ethan Brooks and I had slept precisely 3 times. Brief. Required meetings that felt less like intimacy and more like checking a box. I'd spent at least 15 dates with Caleb Brooks. Furthermore, this baby isn't Ethan Brooks's. If I may be honest, Caleb Brooks owns it, and I don't know what to do. It was intended that the affair would remain hidden, serve as a diversion, and exist on the periphery of my actual life without interfering with it. However, pregnancy cannot be concealed. A baby cannot be compartmentalized. I will have to inform him. I've been lying to my husband, Ethan Brooks, for 4 months, and he still believes that everything is okay between us. I must inform him that I am expecting his brother's child. I can only think that he's going to go crazy as I sit on the chilly tile floor and look at those 2 lines. He will yell, he will weep. He will punch walls, toss objects, or insist on knowing every detail. He will ask me to clarify, to make things right, to show that I still have feelings for us. If I'm lucky, there may be a way forward where we can salvage something from this wreckage, but there will also be tears and accusations. That way, at least, I'll know that I'm still important to him and that our marriage was worthwhile. I visualize the incident, the confession, the explosion, and the aftermath while I close my eyes. Silence is something I can't even imagine, something I don't image. I'm going to get just that, though. I practice my speech for the remainder of the day. As usual, Ethan Brooks arrives home around 7. The front door opening, his automobile in the driveway, and the sound of his keys striking the bowl on the foyer table are all audible. Tonight's sounds are the same as those of every other night. It's all going to blow up. Even though I've been home for hours, I'm still wearing my workclothes when he enters the kitchen and stands at the counter. He says, "Hey," putting down his laptop bag. "How was your day?" Is a normal, informal question, as if nothing is wrong. My mouth opens, nothing is released. He's on his way to the refrigerator already, removing the remnants. I'm thinking we just heat these up. I've got an early meeting tomorrow, and I need to prep some. I must speak with you. He pauses, turns, and gives me a vaguely interested look. Okay. What's up? I'm unable to achieve it. I can't watch his face alter like this. It is impossible to be in the same room when the words are spoken. I can't see when I'll destroy him. I say, actually, give me a second, and turn to leave. I go to the living room, take out my phone, and seat on the couch. This is pitiful. I can't say it aloud, but I know it is. As I type, my hands tremble. I'm expecting a child. Remove. Too ambiguous. I'm expecting a child. You don't own it. Remove. Too direct. I'm expecting a child. It is the child of Caleb Brooks. I'm so sorry. I touch the send button with my thumb. Telling my spouse I cheated on him with his brother over text while he was in the next room is the most cowardly thing I have ever done, but I still sent it. In the kitchen, I hear his phone buzzing. There is silence. I look at the screen. Delivered. Then read a moment later. My heart stops. The trio of dots emerges. He's typing. He is going to answer. He will. The dots vanish. Nothing. 6 minutes have gone by. The kitchen was silent. Not a move. Nothing but quiet. I wait immobile on the couch, holding my phone tightly. 12 minutes, 18. My chest is constricted. Why doesn't he speak up? Then I hear footsteps. He enters the living area. He had a phone in his hand, and a blank face. I get to my feet. Ethan Brooks, I. He gives me a single glance. Not upset, not heartbroken, nothing. It's frightening how composed he seems. As if he's staring at an unfamiliar person. As if he has already made a decision that I am not yet aware of. Then, without a word, he turns and moves down the corridor. Silently, the bedroom door closes. Just a gentle click, no slam, no show. After him, I call, Ethan Brooks. Nothing. I approach the door. I touched it. Ethan Brooks, please, can we talk about this? Stillness. Speak up, scream at me, tell me that I'm a bad guy. Simply speak up. Nothing. I touch the door with my ear. He's moving around in there. I can hear. Drawers opening. No sobbing, but the closet door is sliding. There were no sounds of someone collapsing. An hour goes by. Next, 2. I wait for him to emerge and for the explosion while leaning against the wall on the floor outside the bedroom. It never appears. I eventually fall asleep with my head cocked against the doorframe. It is past midnight when I awaken. It is dark in the house. His voice reaches me, calm, low. From the bedroom itself, he's talking on the phone. I hold my breath as I lean closer to the door. He's stating, need to speak with a divorce attorney. He speaks in a steady, businesslike tone. If at all feasible, tomorrow. Yes, first thing. I feel sick to my stomach. He goes on to say, no, I don't need time to think about it. It's already decided. I just need to know the process. A moment's silence. Whoever is on the other end is being heard by him. 7 years without children. Another pause. No, not legally. However, there's a problem. I'm having trouble breathing. I'll explain when I come in. The call concludes with the words, thank you. I'll be there at 9. He puts the phone down, and I hear it. Then nothing. I finally get it as I sit in the dim corridor, feeling the chill creep into my bones. There won't be any conflict. There won't be any tears, accusations, or an opportunity to provide an explanation. Even though I didn't see him go, he's already gone. He goes before I wake up on the first day. At 6:15 a.m. I hear the front door close. The bed in the guest room is made when I wake up. There is nothing in the bathroom on his side. He seems to have never been there. That evening, he doesn't return home until after 10:45. I'm waiting while seated on the couch. He walks past me without a word, goes straight to the guest room, and closes the door. Brooks, Ethan. I give him a call. The door remains shut. The second day, business cards are on the kitchen counter when I wake up. Family law firm Whitaker & Associates. My hands became numb. At 8 o'clock, he brings a manila packet home, takes out documents, sits at the dining table, and begins reading them, underlining passages with a yellow marker. He sits across from me. He doesn't raise his head and asks, can we please talk about this? I realize I made a mistake, Ethan Brooks. There's nothing to talk about. We can, even though I know I damaged you. I've separated our bank accounts, he adds, continuing to ignore me. You'll have access to half of our joint savings. The rest is being transferred to a new account under my name. You're just splitting things up. You'll see the statements in a few days. As simple as that. At last, he raises his head. He has vacant eyes. I have no response to the question. Did you think there was another option? He returns to his documents. Day 3. The mail brings the bank statements. He wasn't playing a bluff. We lost half of our savings. Transferred to an account I am unable to access. Everything is quite lawful. Nothing was stolen by him. He simply cut us in two. That night, I make an effort to bring it up. He's packing his clothes into boxes in the guest room. From the doorway, I exclaim, This feels extreme. With mechanical precision, he folds a shirt and asks, "Don't you think we should at least try?" Try what? Coop's therapy. So we can talk about how you've been sleeping with my brother for 4 months, so I can work through my feelings about raising his baby. The phrases struck me like a blow. It's not. You weren't asked to. Another shirt that reads, "Good, because I'm not interested." One more box. No motion was wasted. Day 5. A blazer-wearing woman arrives with a camera and a clipboard. "Hi, I'm here for the walkthrough. You must be Avery Collins." I look at her. "Walkthrough for the listing. Your husband scheduled it yesterday." The room tilts as someone says, "We're hoping to get this on the market by Friday." She's already taking notes as she moves across the living room. Ethan Brooks emerges from the hallway, carrying another box and says, "Great bones. Hardwood floors are a big selling point. We'll want to stage it, but I think we can get asking price, maybe more." Nods to the realtor when he sees her. "Thanks for coming out. Of course, I'll send over the paperwork tonight." She departs. I look over at him. "The house is up for sale." "Correction, we're selling the house," he says. "Where should I go when I hear, you'll get half after the mortgage is paid off?" He grabs the package. Day 6, that's not my problem anymore. The movers arrive. As they load furniture onto a truck, I observe from the porch. The couch that we both chose. He constructed the bookshelves. The precise division of half of everything. "Please, Ethan Brooks." I give it another go. "Simply speak with me. Scream at me. You hate me, tell me, something." He is overseeing the movers and crossing things off a list. "I heard you? All that? You're only going to say that?" Then he glances at me. "I can see that when you look at me closely. Not hurt, not rage, just tiredness." "What do you want me to say, Avery Collins? That I'm devastated that you broke my heart? Would that make you feel better? I'm only asking. I must know you are concerned. And that I was important." He returns his attention to the movers. "In the past tense, you did matter." It becomes worse on day 7. Now, half of the house is vacant. He has a barren closet. He cleared up the garage, where he stored his tools. He seems to be erasing himself in real time. As he packs his final belongings, I corner him in the kitchen. "I beg you, say something, anything. Tell me that I'm a bad guy. Say that you don't want to see me ever again. Simply respond." The box he's working on is closed. Grabs a marker, labels it, and tapes it shut. Then he stands up straight. Those eyes are hollow when it looks at me. All he says is, "I hope it was worth it." Just 4 words. After that, he grabs the box and leaves the room. Day 8. I awaken by myself. There is silence in the home. His vehicle is no longer in the driveway. I search the rooms for any indication of him. Nothing. The kitchen counter has an envelope on it. Divorce documents. Every page already has his signature. A sticky note on top. He has his keys next to it. Sign and return to my attorney. Everything that connected him to this location, including the house key, mailbox key, and garage door opener. I try to give him a call. There's no ring to the number. Only a message that was recorded. I try texting, but it says, "The number you have dialed is no longer in service." The message was not sent. Not blocked. Disconnected. As if the number had never been there. I launch all of the social media apps. Look up his name. Nothing. Deleted accounts or modified privacy settings. He is a spirit. For 8 days, that was all it took for him to pack up his life, file for divorce, and vanish after 7 years of marriage. For us, no yelling, pleading, or fighting. Just efficient, methodical erasure. And I'm holding divorce papers in this half-empty house when I realize the most horrifying thing of all, I was never worth fighting for. The following morning, I give his parents a call. After 4 rings, his mother's phone goes to voicemail. I leave a message. "Hi, it's Avery Collins. I really need to talk to you about Ethan Brooks. Can you please call me back?" She doesn't have to. That afternoon, I give it another go. Directly to voicemail. No callback. The same thing with his dad's number. I make 2 calls to Madison Brooks, his sister, with whom I've had brunch at least 15 times. I receive a message the second time. "The person you're trying to reach is not accepting calls from this number." She put me on hold. Everyone is aware. Next are our mutual friends. I send a text to Lauren Mitchell, who has spent 4 years attending our monthly game nights. "Hey, have you heard from Ethan Brooks? I'm worried about him. Read the receipt." No answer. I try using our group chat for friends. The one with weekend plans and memes most of the time. Nothing. "Hey, everyone." For 2 days, there is no conversation. Then I realize that I am no longer able to view anyone's profile pictures. I've been taken out. People stop looking at each other at work. Accounting Samantha Reed, who never fails to inquire about my weekend, passes my desk silently. By the time I get to the cafeteria, the lunch group I usually sit with has a full table. Someone is aware, and they informed everyone. I'll be eating lunch in my car by the end of the week. I must speak with Caleb Brooks. Since I informed Ethan Brooks, he has not gotten in touch. Not even a text. Nothing. He seems to be waiting for this to end. It takes me 4 calls before he picks up. His voice is flat as he says, "Hey. Let's talk, Caleb Brooks. I'm expecting your baby, so I don't think that's a good idea right now. We have to solve this." Quiet. Subsequently, "This got too real, Avery Collins." My throat tightens as I say, "I didn't sign up for this." "What does that signify?" "You never imagined there would be repercussions. It means I thought we were just having fun. I didn't think. I never thought it would blow up like this." He declares, "I can't do this. My family won't even speak to me, Caleb Brooks. I'm sorry, I just can't." Are you familiar with that? I can't get my own brother to answer the phone. My mother spent an hour on the phone sobbing and confiding in me about her feelings of shame. How about me? It's me who is alone and pregnant. He yells, "You chose to tell him, and I didn't ask for this." The words hit like ice water. "You could have just handled it quietly." Handled it quietly? I say it again. He doesn't respond. "You mean get rid of it?" Wow. All right. I apologize to you, Avery Collins. Yes, I am. However, I am unable to participate in this. I'm not prepared to become a father. He hangs up. I try calling back, but it's blocked. I think we both need space from each other, from this whole situation. So that's it. You're just done. The house sells 3 weeks after Ethan Brooks leaves, and the realtor sounds ecstatic. We received a cash buyer offer that was $25,000 over asking. I have 35 days to pack up 7 years of my life and find a new place to live, so I start looking for an apartment. Everything decent is too expensive for my salary alone, so I settle for a 1-bedroom across town. The movers arrive on a Tuesday, and it takes 4 hours to load everything I have left. As I watch them move boxes into this small space, I realize how much of my life was centered around Ethan Brooks. The dining table and couch don't fit, and I wind up selling half of my furniture on Facebook Marketplace to clear out space. This is my life now, pregnant, alone, in a tiny apartment that smells like someone else's cooking, and on a Friday night, 3 weeks after everything fell apart, I browse social media. I'm blocked on everything, but I search for an old college friend's account, someone Ethan Brooks doesn't know, someone who wouldn't hesitate to let me use their laptop at a coffee shop, and I sleep on an air mattress the first night because my bed frame is still in pieces in the corner. I see a tagged photo of a group dinner with 8 people seated around a table at a restaurant downtown, with Ethan Brooks in the center, laughing at something someone said. His face is relaxed, even happy, and the caption reads, "Good times with good people." His personal accounts are either completely locked down or gone. This was needed. It was posted 4 days ago. The comments pour in below, "Glad you're doing better, man. You deserve this. Good to see you back to your old self." I zoom in on his face and see that there is no sign of destruction, no hollow eyes, and no forced smiles. He looks fine, better than fine. I sit in this small apartment, 6 weeks pregnant with a baby no one wants, and I look at a picture of my ex-husband smiling without me. He's not acting, he's fine. He's back to his old self. As if I was the thing holding him down. As if removing me from his life was the best thing he ever did. Even though I know it's pitiful, I'm still checking his location 6 weeks after the confession. His phone is unplugged, and his social media accounts are deleted. But I can't help but drive by the places we used to frequent, like the coffee shop where we went on our first date, the park where we used to go for Sunday walks, and the gym he frequented every Tuesday and Thursday. I tell myself I'm not looking for him, but I am. I think I see his car once, parked outside a restaurant I don't recognize, and it's the same make and color. I wait for him to come out for 20 minutes in my car across the street, but it's not him. I'm losing it. I'm having worse pregnancy symptoms. On a Saturday, I run into Marcus Hale at the grocery store. He's one of Ethan Brooks's college friends, and we've had them over for dinner at least 15 times. Marcus Hale. I call out, nearly running to catch up to him in the produce section. I've called in sick to work 3 times this week, and no one has checked on me. Morning sickness that lasts the entire day. Not quite hostile, but uneasy. His expression changes. "Hey, Avery Collins. Hi. How are you? What's up with Ethan Brooks?" "He's good." "Good," I ask. "That's it?" He picks up an apple and examines it as if it were the most fascinating thing in the world. After putting down the apple, Marcus Hale sighs and says, "Look, I don't really want to get in the middle of this. I'm not requesting that you take sides. He's doing better than expected." Marcus Hale says cautiously, "Already back to normal, honestly. I just want to know if he's okay." Joins us for weekend outings. Started rock climbing once more. The word stabs. He seems fine. Fine. Does he ever mention me? The expression on Marcus Hale's face hardens. No, he doesn't. Before I can finish speaking, he leaves. 4 days later, I'm at the coffee shop close to my workplace, standing in line and looking at my phone when I hear a laugh I recognize. My head turns to see that Ethan Brooks is sitting across from a woman in her mid-30s who looks professional. They are not holding hands or touching, but they are comfortable. My chest tightens as she says something, and he laughs, A genuine laugh that I haven't heard from him in years. He looks lighter, different, and his face isn't drawn or exhausted. He's wearing a shirt that I don't recognize, and his hair is a little different, shorter, and styled. It's not romantic, at least not to me, but it's easy, natural. He hasn't seen me. I stand frozen in line, my order called out behind me, watching this man who used to be my husband exist in a space where I don't. The woman laughs at something he says, touches his arm briefly, and says, "It's not romantic, he hasn't seen me." I duck out before he sees me, my hands shaking, my heart thumping, and I sit in my car for 10 minutes, trying to breathe. He looked happy, not faking it, not moving on, but truly happy. That night, I give up and give Caleb Brooks another chance, and I make a new email address. Subject: we need to talk. Caleb Brooks, I know you don't want to deal with this, but I'm 9 weeks pregnant and I need to know where you stand. He has blocked my number, my social media accounts, and everything else, but an email might get through. Will you play any role at all? In terms of money, anything? Just reply, please. Within an hour, he replies, I can't be part of this, Avery Collins. I apologize. According to a lawyer I spoke with, there isn't much legal obligation at the moment because we aren't married and the baby hasn't been born. We can talk about child support after the baby is born, but I don't want to be involved in this matter any further. I'm not prepared to have children. I have no desire to become a father. I need to move on with my life because I made a mistake. I read it 3 times, and he's already talking to a lawyer and planning his departure. Just like Ethan Brooks, both of them are gone, and the weight of it all falls on me. I'm alone in this apartment with a baby that neither of its parents wants. The man I married erased me as if I never existed, and the man I cheated with doesn't want anything to do with the fallout. I hope you understand. Everyone else has moved on, including Ethan Brooks's friends and family. Even our mutual friends took sides, but none of them chose mine. I am the antagonist in this story, and I am aware of that, but I was expecting more drama, more fallout, or something more, but all I see is silence and life carrying on without me. The mail arrives every Thursday. A cream-colored envelope with fancy cardstock and calligraphy addressing catches my eye as I grudgingly go through bills and other clutter. I open it and read, "You are cordially invited to the wedding of Olivia Bennett and Nathan Cole, one of Ethan Brooks's cousins. I met her twice. The wedding is in 8 weeks." I turn the invitation over and see a list of the wedding party. There's a handwritten note tucked inside the invitation, and I instantly recognize the script, Ethan Brooks's mother, Avery Collins. Groomsman. Of course, he's invited. Of course, he'll be there. We received this invitation prior to being informed of the circumstances. Please be aware that you are not permitted to attend this event. You made your decisions, now live with them. Eleanor Brooks said, Ethan Brooks will be there with family, and we need to respect his space. I went back and read it. Your decisions were your own. Move in with them now. Not we hope you find peace. Not we're praying for you. Just a final, icy dismissal. I sit on my small apartment's floor. His mother's note in one hand, a wedding invitation in the other. And the truth fully sinks in. I'm not by myself. I've been erased. Ethan Brooks is on his way. Caleb Brooks is on his way. I have been excluded, and his entire family has closed ranks. And here I am, unwelcome, broke, and pregnant. I was supposed to feel alive because of the affair. Rather, I am a ghost. 8 weeks after I texted, the divorce papers arrived. A manila envelope with a return address was dropped off by a courier service from his lawyer's office. It wasn't hand-delivered and didn't require a face-to-face meeting. Inside were completed paperwork, a sticky note from the attorney, and his signature already on each line. Please sign and return within 14 business days. That's all. A remote divorce after 7 years of marriage. Just paperwork, no final farewell, no conversation. My hand no longer shakes, and I signed them at my kitchen table, if you can call the small folding object in this apartment a table. I believe I've run out of tears because I've cried so much over the last almost 2 months. Now the baby is real. 13 weeks. At my most recent appointment, I heard the heartbeat. I sat by myself in that examination room as the doctor swept the wand across my stomach, filling the quiet with sound. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. There was no hand to grasp. Just me and a sound that should have meaning but feels meaningless, with no one to smile at. Since that email, Caleb Brooks has not gotten in touch with me. Yesterday, I used my borrowed account to check his social media accounts. He has a romantic partner. Shared a picture of the two of them grinning while at a brewery, with her head resting on his shoulder. That was supposed to be us 4 months ago. Covert, exciting, and well worth the chance. He has since moved on to someone he is no longer hiding. I write a letter to Ethan Brooks. Not because I believe anything will change. I need him to understand that this happened, that I existed, and that we existed, not because I'm asking for forgiveness. Before I find something that doesn't sound pathetic, manipulative, or desperate, I write 4 drafts. I know that I made a decision that hurt you in ways I can't even fully comprehend, and I have to live with that. I'm not asking for forgiveness, I'm not asking to be friends, but I just need you to know that I'm sorry, truly, deeply sorry, Ethan Brooks. I don't even know if you'll read this, but I need to say it anyway. I also want you to know that I can understand your reasons for leaving. I thought you would scream, fight, and show me that I was important. But that wasn't something you owed me. You owed me nothing at all. You could have spoken, but your silence spoke louder. I hope you're happy. I wish you luck in finding someone deserving of what I discarded. Avery Collins. I have no other address, so I mail it to his lawyer's office. A week later, it is returned, untouched, not even ripped open and resealed. Only the pristine envelope with a yellow post-it note affixed to the front. Client declines all communication from sender. It's that simple, not even his handwriting. It was just the message from a lawyer's assistant. He refuses to even open my letters. I've been erased. I get a text from Eleanor Brooks once. Only once. Do not contact this family again, you are not welcome in our lives. What you did to my son is unforgivable. I am silent. What could I possibly say? On a Friday night when I'm 11 weeks pregnant and eating takeout by myself in my apartment, I can't stop watching the last 8 weeks of my pregnancy. The text message. His serene countenance. The week of deliberate devastation. The disappearance. The quiet. His only statement to me was, I hope it was worth it. Just 4 words. The final words he will ever say to me. And the response is no. It wasn't worthwhile. I was supposed to feel alive, wanted, and important as a result of the affair. I'm by myself instead. I'm not what Caleb Brooks wants. I was erased by Ethan Brooks. I was disowned by his family. My pals left me. I went for passion instead of stability, and I didn't get either. I believed I was exchanging something dull for something thrilling. In reality, I exchanged everything for nothing. The loneliness isn't the worst part. Not even the pregnancy is the problem. Knowing that I wasn't worth fighting for is what made Ethan Brooks decide not to fight. He wasn't taking the high road by remaining silent. It wasn't him being mature or noble. The moment he read that message, he made the snap decision that I wasn't worth the effort, that our marriage wasn't worth preserving, that I was replaceable, and he was correct. I sit on the floor of this apartment, hand on my stomach where a baby neither parent wants is growing, and I whisper to the empty room, fight for me, please. Someone fight for me. But there's no one left to hear. Brooks, Caleb, moved on. Ethan Brooks moved on, everyone moved on, and I'm here alone with nothing but the consequences of my choices and the echo of silence that will follow me forever. I hope it was worth it. It wasn't. And I'll spend the rest of my life knowing that when it mattered most, when I needed someone to prove I was worth something, nobody did, because I wasn't. Thank you so much for watching until the end. If you really like our videos, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Have a great day. You own a $1.7 meters house? My parents asked in shock. They ignored me. For 8 years. And now they regret it. So far, everything had been going according to plan at the engagement celebration that was being held at the Riverside Ballroom. There were 180 guests present, champagne was flowing, and my sister Madison had been showing off her engagement ring for the past hour as if she were showcasing the Hope Diamond. 2.3 carats, a platinum setting, her fiancé's income for 4 months, and a proposal story that she had told at least 12 times tonight were all included in the wedding ring. At each and every recounting, my parents radiated with delight and inquired about the jeweler, as well as the cut and clarity of the ring, as if they were experts in the field of gemology. Although I was essentially invisible, I had been standing close to the bar, drinking a glass of Pinot Noir, and expressing congrats whenever they were required. Thereafter, Uncle Rob came and expressed his regret for the delay in his travel, and everything began to change. However, Rob was more than just my father's younger brother. It was in the late 1990s when he became a venture capitalist and made his wealth by investing in new technology companies. In addition, he was the only member of my family who had made an effort to maintain communication with me over the course of the preceding 7 years, despite the fact that he lived 2,700 miles away in San Francisco. While Rob was making his way through the mob to our family cluster, he apologized to everyone and stated, "I'm sorry I'm late." He first congratulated Madison's fiancée and then moved to me with a heartfelt embrace. Madison was the recipient of his hug. Although he was looking at my face, he retreated and said, "Claire, God, it's good to see you. You look absolutely stunning. The house that you bought for $1.7 million, how is life going in that house? Are you satisfied with the area as you had hoped?" The talk that was going on around us abruptly stopped. In the middle of her move, Madison's hand, which was holding the ring, became frozen. In the middle of my mother's mouth, the champagne flute she was holding stopped. The complexion of my father's face began to fade. "Rob? Which house is it?" My father said in a hushed whisper, his voice tense with perplexity. I savored the moment by taking a leisurely drink of my wine and relishing it. For 7 years. 7 years of being ignored, disregarded, and treated as if they were an afterthought by the family, the entire while Madison's every accomplishment was transformed into a production that was worthy of Broadway. At this point, the truth was finally being revealed to the public. In a casual manner, Rob spoke to the house on Sterling Heights, while collecting a champagne flute from a server who was passing by. The one that Claire purchased in the year 2017. Craftsmanship, without peer. This mountain view is just breathtaking. The first thing that Madison did was find her voice, and it was shrill with astonishment. I stayed there the last time I was in town. A house is not something that Claire owns. That flat is located close to the campus, and she leases it. I rented that apartment for approximately 18 months while I was pursuing my doctoral degree. I corrected in a calm manner. Subsequently, I purchased the home located on Sterling Heights. That was 7 years ago, my father said as he held the champagne flute in his hands, which was tilted dangerously. Why are you bringing up such a point? Why are you bringing up such a point? I'm talking about the Craftsman home that I bought in June of 2017 for $1.35 million, I said in a level-headed manner. The amount seemed to resonate throughout our family cluster as it was mentioned, the one that is currently valued at approximately $1.7 million, according to recent market comparables. The hand of my mother quickly moved to her throat. When I glanced at my father, he appeared to have been hit by lightning. The smile that Madison had worked so hard to create fell apart. That is not even remotely possible. My mother exhaled. Where would you find more than $1 million? In spite of the fact that I had paid off the mortgage 5 years ago, I indicated that I had put down $270,000 and financed the remaining amount. Rob nodded his head in approval. A very astute move. When it comes to money, Claire has always been quite good. Additionally, the signing bonus that Helix Pharmaceuticals provided. She contributed the total amount to the principal balance of the mortgage. A total of $1,080,000 was finally paid off in 30 months. Can you sign a bonus? My father spoke in a hushed voice. Which signing bonus is it? Since the moment I began working at Helix, I stated. They made a signing bonus offer of $200,000 to me in exchange for my resignation from my postdoctoral position. I agreed to it, and put the entire amount toward paying down the mortgage. Is that a signing bonus of $200,000 that you received? Madison said, her voice stifled in response. The explanation that I provided was, that is the standard for senior positions in pharmaceutical research. My current annual compensation is $410,000. Including bonuses and stock options, the speaker said. The hush that followed was complete and utter. The champagne flute that was being held by someone genuinely fell off their fingers and smashed on the marble floor at that moment. Numerous visitors turned their heads to look. My mother appeared to be on the verge of passing out. The phrase $410,000 was repeated by my father in a robotic manner. After a year, my clarification was that the base wage is $300,000. Rob grinned and said, my stock options vested this year at approximately $40,000. And my annual performance bonuses average around $70,000 for the most part. Claire is proving to be humble. The stock options? Are they? She indicated that she is sitting on an additional $460,000 in unvested equity, in addition to the royalties on the patent. What about royalties for patents? With a hushed voice, my mother, I stated. I am the owner of 13 patents in the field of oncology drug delivery systems. Madison's hand, which was still frozen in midair, began to tremble as she said. They generate approximately $110,000 annually in licensing fees. The 2.3-carat engagement ring appeared to be much smaller than it actually was. My mother and father remained perfectly still as they processed facts that it was very evident did not correspond to their understanding of me. The words "I don't understand" came out of my mother's mouth as her voice broke. You are a researcher in the pharmaceutical industry. Why are you able to afford all of this? Why? I am the director of oncology research at Helix Pharmaceuticals, I corrected in a gentle manner. I am in charge of 22 researchers who work in this department. We are currently in the 3rd round of clinical trials for a medicine that has the potential to completely transform the treatment of pancreatic cancer. Rob took out his phone and began scrolling through the content stored on it. In point of fact, Claire's work was highlighted in Nature Medicine the previous month. The article referred to her research as forward-thinking and potentially deserving of the Nobel Prize. The Nobel Prize, my father exclaimed in a harsh voice. Because I was uneasy with the speculation. I responded by saying, "It is too early to talk about that," but I added, "The research is promising. If we are successful in the Phase 3 trials, we have the potential to save thousands of lives per year." Madison discovered her voice, which was determined and combative. "Why did you choose to keep any of this information from us?" "Yes. I did tell you," I whispered to myself. "On multiple occasions. You did not pay attention." My father made a protest by saying, "That is not true." Rob left his phone on the table. "In all honesty, it is accurate. I have the email that Claire conveyed to me regarding it. In November of 2017, I informed my mother and father about the house. My father criticized me for my lack of financial responsibility. I was asked by my mother if I was certain that I could handle the maintenance. 2018 in April. The settlement of the mortgage was brought up at the Easter supper. They questioned whether or not that meant I was without a job. I heard my mother remark in a feeble voice, "We didn't say that." My confirmation was, "You did." It appeared as though the discrepancy caused my mother to feel hurt. "You assumed that paying off a mortgage meant that I had lost my job, not that I had been financially successful enough to eliminate the debt." The tears began to well up in her eyes. The jaw of my father was clenched so tightly that I could see the muscle in his jaw bouncing. Uncle Rob carried on as if nothing had occurred the previous moment. "Please let me know if you have reached a choice regarding the investment in the lake cottage. That piece of real estate was absolutely breathtaking." "Which lake house is it?" My father insisted strongly. It was Rob who provided the explanation that there is a luxury property available on Lake Serenity. 2.8 acres, 7 bedrooms, and a private dock are all included. It is something that Claire is contemplating about purchasing as a holiday rental home. Why would Claire choose to purchase a holiday rental? As Madison inquired, her tone was trembling. Rob stated, "For the purpose of income diversification. In addition to her primary residence, she already possesses 3 commercial buildings that she rents out. All things considered, this would be her 5th property overall." The knowledge hit her like a wave of shock. On her feet, my mother truly swayed back and forth. My dad grabbed her elbow to help her maintain her balance. Madison had the appearance of having been slapped by someone. The words 4 rental properties were muttered by my mother. I answered, "Small single-family homes in neighborhoods that are just beginning to develop. I purchase them at a price that is lower than the market value. Then I renovate them and rent them out to young professionals. When all expenses are taken into account, the average cash flow per unit is approximately $2,000. My father automatically completed the calculation and stated, "That's $6,000 a month. This equates to more than $72,000 in annual rental revenue, without taking into account appreciation." Rob said, "Since Claire bought those properties, the value of those properties has increased by an average of 38%. The figures continued to rain like cannon rounds, and her total real estate equity across all of her properties is about $2.3 million. Madison's hand slipped to her side, as if she had forgotten about her engagement ring. In the midst of attempting to come to terms with a version of their daughter that did not correspond to the one they had in their heads, my parents stood motionless. 3.5 million real estate. My father remarked in a cautious and deliberate manner. The correction that Rob made was, "That's just the real estate. When her retirement funds, investment portfolio, stock options, and liquid assets are taken into consideration, Claire's entire net worth is calculated to be closer to $3.6 million. Madison's voice came out as a stifled whisper as she said the number 3.5 million. In a low voice, I made the correction, 3.6 million. Despite the fact that these are estimates, the precise figure may be altered according to fluctuations in the market. The champagne flute that belonged to my mother fell out of her grasp, joining the other item that had been lost earlier on the floor. Now, she didn't even realize what was going on. "You are a multimillionaire, I may say." On paper, were my words. The vast majority of it is either invested or in equity in real estate. With a friendly smile, Dr. Hannah Lee, Rob's colleague, came up to our group and introduced herself. "It was a surprise to me that you were here, Claire. On receiving the breakthrough designation from the FDA, congratulations. The news is just astounding." "Hannah, I am grateful to you," I said. "The potential breakthrough from the FDA is something that we are really enthusiastic about." "So, the FDA?" My father spoke in a hushed voice. My explanation was that 20 weeks ago, the Food and Medicine Administration, FDA, granted our pancreatic cancer medicine breakthrough therapy status. Because of this, the approval process is sped up. In the event that all goes according to plan, we could be able to receive permission in 20 months, as opposed to the typical 3.5 years. Hannah smiled broadly. It is because of Claire's efforts that many lives will be saved. It's a brilliant woman. Attending the meeting that will take place in Geneva the following month? This is going to be a presentation of our preliminary results for Phase 3. I am giving a presentation at a conference that will be held in Geneva. My mother referred to the organization as the International Oncology Research Symposium. In my speech, I mentioned that I will be delivering the keynote lecture on innovative medication delivery systems. In the field, it is a fairly significant honor, the speaker said. As Rob sneered, fairly significant, he said. Over the course of the symposium's 38-year history, Claire is the youngest keynote speaker ever announced. It's a really big deal. The tone of Madison's voice became acrid. You're just famous, is that right? Is that what you mean by this? My response was, I'm not famous. In my work, I am held in high esteem. There's a distinction between a clicked. Hannah brought to my attention the fact that your research has been cited more than 4,600 instances. You have published 41 papers that have been reviewed by peers. The delivery of oncology drugs has been transformed by you. In addition to respect, that is it. That is an acknowledgement of actual brilliance. Despite the fact that the praise seemed awkward, I was grateful for Hannah's support. My parents appeared to be in a state of shock. Madison gave off the impression that she was going to become ill. I need some air, Madison said as she made her way through the mob and made her way to the balcony. After a moment of hesitation, her fiancé followed her after gazing back and forth between Madison and our family group. Although my mother made an attempt to pursue them, my father prevented her from doing so. Elaine, he whispered, let them go, and he meant it. We must have a conversation with Claire. Is there anything that we can discuss? I inquired. Uncle Rob made a reference to my residence. No. You were unaware that I had one. At this point. You are. Indeed, that sums up the entire discussion. Despite the tears that were running down her cheeks, my mother stated, it's not. Now, how is it that you were able to accomplish all of this while we were unaware of it? My response was straightforward. Because you never asked. Because Madison became the subject of every conversation that was supposed to be about my life. Mostly due to the fact that you have concluded that I do not have anything that is worth discussing because I am not posting on social media or trying to attract attention. Rob gave a slight nod. I've been following it for a number of years. All of the phone calls. All of the family get-togethers. Here we are. The Madison Show. It is Madison's job. This is Madison's boyfriend. Madison's forthcoming wedding. If you were to ask Madison if she wanted dessert, Claire would be able to eliminate cancer. The words "that's not fair" came from my father. Do you agree? Rob issued a challenge. I was wondering when the last time was that you inquired about Claire's study. Where does she reside? Life for her? When was the last time you treated her as if she might already be experiencing something that is worthy of celebration? That silence was a damning sign. The gaze of my father averted. It was my mother who wept openly. My voice was soft as I whispered. I can tell you exactly when. While we were celebrating Thanksgiving 5 years ago. You inquired about my studies. When I was in the middle of explaining my work on nanoparticle medicine delivery. You interrupted me after 90 seconds to inquire about Madison's new apartment. Since then, you have not inquired. I had the impression that the specificity of the memory caused something to snap in my mother. It was a hushed, I'm sorry, she said. I am truly ashamed. For what purpose? I inquired. You did not pay attention, due to a lack of concern? Considering that I was treated with a lower level of importance than Madison for a period of 7 years? Insisted. We love you both equally. My father often told me. Are you sure? I inquired. Would you be able to tell me anything about my actual life, such as the name of the firm I work for, the title of my employment, the disease I study, the location of my home, or anything else? The silence lasted for a long time. The jaw of my father was engaged. It was my mother's clothing that was soaked with tears. The name that Rob provided was Helix Pharmaceuticals. He is the director of research in oncology. Pancreatic cancer is a disease. Sterling Heights Drive is address number 2847. Claire is in charge of the creation of groundbreaking drugs that have the potential to save thousands of lives every year. My mother advised us, we ought to have been aware of all of that. Oh, yes, I concurred. You really ought to have. There was a harsh quality to my father's voice. Claire, what is it that you want from us today? I said, nothing. And then I realized that what I had said was accurate. I am hoping that you will feel proud of me. I wished for you to have an interest in the job that I do. You were supposed to come see me. However, roughly 3 years ago, when I finally came to terms with the fact that it was not going to happen, I stopped wanting it. My mother begged with me. It is possible right now. Is it possible? I inquired. Are you simply interested in having access to your daughter, who is a millionaire? Are you interested in getting to know me, or are you more interested in boasting about me now that you can't continue to act as if I'm the unhappy child? The allegation was a shock to everyone. There was a flinch from my mother. My father appeared to be in a state of shock. My father said, "We never thought you were disappointing," and I agree with him. The correction that I made was, "You just thought that Madison was more impressive than I am. A lower level of success. Not as deserving of your time and attention as a whole. You were out of line. You were completely and utterly incorrectly. On the other hand, you were unaware of it because you never bothered to look." There was a hand placed on my shoulder by Rob. "Claire, perhaps it would be best. After a little pause, I interrupted him by saying, "I'm leaving. This evening is Madison's supper. It was a mistake for me to come. Please, Claire." My mother pleaded with me as she reached out to grab me. I moved farther away. "Have fun at the party. Madison's engagement should be celebrated. It is what you are skilled at doing." In the direction of the exit, I moved, my heels making a clicking sound against the marble floor. It was my mother who called my name from behind me, but I did not turn around to answer her. My uncle Rob located me in the foyer and caught up with me. "Are you sure?" "I believe that to be the case," I responded. That was more difficult than I had anticipated. I responded of we have. I responded of we have. I responded of we have. "I believe that to be the case." I responded of we have. What he said was, "You were flawless. Respectful, level-headed, and honest." The information that they required to hear. I informed them that they were going to call. They are going to want to fix this tonight. And probably tomorrow as well. Perhaps, as Rob concurred. However, you do not owe them an easy solution to their problem. You've been trying to get noticed for the past 7 years. Currently, if they want a relationship, they have to work hard to earn it. What if they are unable to? I inquired. "Then you'll be fine," he remarked in a commanding tone. "You have a remarkable career, financial security, meaningful work that helps save lives, and people who actually appreciate you," the speaker said. "There is no reason for you to have parents who only value you after they find out how much money you have." Indeed, he was correct. I was aware that he was correct, but the pain continued. I smiled and hugged him, saying, "Thank you. Thank you for coming to see me. As a result of your pride in me. Constantly," he stated. "From the members of this family, Claire, you are the most accomplished individual. Don't let their lack of vision cause you to have doubts about that." When I got home, I drove to Sterling Heights, where I lived in a craftsman home with 6 bedrooms, a view of the mountains, and custom finishes. In reference to the life that I had constructed through my own ingenuity, my own commitment, and my own unrelenting labor. Everything inside was exactly the same as it had been when I had left it. From my home office, I was able to review research data and write papers that contributed to the advancement of medical science. A collection of medical journals and textbooks on oncology could be found in the library. During his visits, Uncle Rob stayed in the guest suite that was provided for him. The luxurious master suite, complete with a walk-in closet and a spa-like bathroom. Every space was a representation of a decision I had made, a goal I had accomplished, or a dream I had made a reality. It is not for the approval of my parents. In no way to garner praise. Simply due to the fact that this was the life I want. A ringing sound came from my phone. "This is my mama." The call was left on my voicemail. Then, my father gave me a call. Once again. Voicemail. Madison sent a text message. "I couldn't count on you to give me just one night." And 7. Putting the phone down, I proceeded to wander through my home, going from room to room. My parents had never been present at any of the dinner parties that I had given here in the kitchen. The backyard, complete with its garden, through which I raised vegetables for the food bank in the neighborhood. The space in the basement that I had transformed into a home gym and one for meditation. None of the rage that I had anticipated appeared. In its place, There was nothing but clarity. Clarity that is cleansed, icy, and releases. A remarkable object had been constructed by me. My financial freedom, professional recognition, and meaningful effect had all been accomplished by that point. The therapy of cancer was being revolutionized by me. At that point, I was well on my way to doing things that my parents could not possibly fathom. In addition, I had accomplished all of this without their knowledge, assistance, or authorization. Therefore, I did not require such things in order to achieve success. Not at any point. Over the course of the following day, there would be other calls, additional attempts at reconciliation, and additional requests that I make them feel better about their failures. But tonight, as I stood in my house that cost $1.7 million, surrounded by 7 years of silent achievement, I allowed myself to feel the full weight of what I had accomplished. Even without them. Even though they are present. In spite of themselves.